Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, February the 14th, Valentine's Day. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Is that correct? Yes and yes. Okay, thank you, William. All right, everybody. So this is the first day of the test drive. Now, some of the questions I will be able to answer. If you have connection issues, etc., I'll have to send you. There is another group of people waiting for to answer questions like that. But first, let's get rolling and talk about some of the ones that are happening this morning. Weber could be an interesting one, guys. WEBR. Most people probably know what Weber is. Barbecues, etc. They did an IPO a few months ago, and like most IPOs this year, or even towards the end of last year into this year, not good. They set a high of $21 at one point, at $9 now. And again, this is an earnings play. They released right here before the market opened, of course, and so this is now an all-time low. WEBR is an all-time low right now. So this is one I will certainly be watching to see if once this market opens, to see if it just keeps wanting to drift down. There's nothing holding it up, of course, being an all-time low. TCBP is, what are they doing here? TCBC, so it's a gap up. I don't see any specific reason. I'm just looking at my headline news. I don't see any specific reason. This started trading as TCBP on Friday. Okay, Senna, I can help you in just give me a couple of moments while I continue taking a look at the ones that are active this morning. AFRM, of course, this was slammed for the last 2 days, especially on Thursday. That's Friday, AFRM. It was an earnings play, and it is still gapping down. Man, oh man, AFRM. This is actually an all-time low right now. AFRM, an all-time low right now. Lugano, welcome. HTCR, this is one I thought may have some interesting action on Friday. It was interesting, all right, just not good. So anyway, HTCR has gapped down again. This is again an IPO from Thursday. Now, I actually thought we'd get a lot more action out of Sophie going into the Super Bowl. Of course, the Super Bowl was played at the Sophie Stadium. That was on stage for billions to see. And so anyway, and no real action on Sophie, SOFI. DCFC, this is gapping down again. This is one of those. This was one of the crazy ones on Wednesday. Got all the way up to $20. Looks like it may be over, at least for a while. SPLK, I think I read something about them and Papa John's Pizza, maybe doing their. Splunk jumps 9% as Credit Suisse calls it a unique asset, etc. Okay, so a little bit of news on the SPLK. It's on an earnings play. Now Russia, YNDX. YNDX is gapping up a little bit here. Maybe tensions are allaying a little bit, but anyway. We'll have to keep an eye on some of the Russia stocks. Take a look at RSX, which is one of the country indexes for Russia. You can see what happened on Friday. And then HLTH. HLTH was another one that kind of caught my eye this morning. Don't see any specific news. I always delay in case something pops into my headline news, but I don't see anything for health, but you know, it's not very much volume yet. How can I see the all-time low so fast? Right here. My single stock window will always show me my lifetime range. Okay, so when I look at Weber, the question was, how do I see the lifetime? How can I see when something is at a lifetime low so quickly? Position in lifetime range, when that's a big negative, you know, you can just, no, I can just look at the chart and I can see that, but my single stock window has the information that I like to see at a glance. So position in lifetime range, one of the ones I always like to see. So you can see it's a big negative number now. So Eagle Trader, well, you can just take some of my scans that you want. Somebody asked how can they set up the things that they see here. So if you go to my home page and go to the scan section, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Well, when you say optimized, I mean, I don't know how to quite answer that question. I mean, the question was, I don't have any custom scans yet. I'm taking a look at the pre-made scans in the channel bar. So, well, if you click on dock channel, I mean, these are just theme-based channels, okay? So you can take a look at them. You can see what they're looking for. Every time you look at a scan, for instance, if I look at the momentum scan, there should be nothing in the pre-market because it's using a filter that doesn't allow anything happening in the pre-market. Where is that? Well, there we are, momentum. So if you ever want to see what something is looking for, you know, here's an alert window. You just right-click, configure, summary. And then it'll tell you exactly what it's looking for, okay? Now, when you say optimized, I mean, these are just ideas. Okay, so the whole idea really now, no pun intended, is that, for instance, you might look at this and go stocks where the price is between 1 and 50. You may not like that price range. You know, maybe you want between 10 and 100. So you can change it. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. You know, but when you're just starting out, though, I would probably, you know, unless you have I would probably leave most things alone and just check to see what sort of alerts you're getting. So, but, you know, remember now, all the scans are just generating ideas. It doesn't mean when you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. Yeah, CNR, though, is a potential buyout. CNR, I believe, is a potential buyout. Cornerstone Building Brands, CNR. Yeah, Cornerstone Building Brands jumps after CDNR confirms a 24.65 share bid. So it's a little bit under that price. Okay, so this is a potential buyout for CNR. Now, guys, I do have, but I caution you. I did create a layout if you want to take a look at it, but I will say this, it is a docked layout. Okay? So if you have a blank screen, but it is a dock layout, and it'll look virtually just like what you see on the screen. With one addition, you'll see the AI, okay? And I'll give it to you. Okay, it's a test drive layout. Well, if you're not getting anything in the race, it just means that either a couple things. It depends if there's a relative volume, if there is a relative volume filter in your top list. No data comes until the market opens, or there just could be maybe nothing is meeting your filter requirements. All right, Senna, did you take a look at our user guide at all, where it talks about docked windows, okay? Okay, so first of all, I don't. I mean, you could, but I have like my layout. I actually separate. I don't want everything. I mean, that's just me personally. I don't. I didn't want to have everything in my like one big dock. I like to have different docked windows. That's just me. But I mean, if you want to create, well, if you watch the video, you have to have each individual window. You have to say, okay, you have to create your dock channel or your dock window, give it a name, and then start loading each individual window into it, and then that'll create the dock. Docking is not a mandatory thing. Okay, I want to call it almost a bit of an advanced topic. It's nice, but if you're brand new to trade ideas, it's a bit tricky to use. The dock layout, okay, again, remember, it's right here. Here's my dock layout called Test Drive February 2022. All right, now I'm just going to quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Actually, not too many of each. I'll get them in now. You know what? Before I start, I guess we should talk about the trade of the week. Trade of the week is CF, I believe. Yeah, CF. That's that free service that we offer. You'll get the trade of the week delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it is up to you. Yeah, they're meant for longer term trades, but CF is a trade of the week live at $77. I have no idea what the price is right now. Let's take a quick look to see what CF is at right now. So it's not has not triggered, obviously. Well, typically you assign how many you want. Okay, so if I look at this, how many cars you want, launch, and then it says race lanes. Now it depends on what version of the. If you're not on the latest beta, okay, then I don't know. You might have a limit of only 10, but I can keep moving it higher and higher if I want. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, 10 is probably enough. Okay. Just give me a moment. All right, I just want to get some of the upgrades in. Yeah, and everybody should be on the latest beta from our website, okay? That has the latest functionality. And, listen, if you're new to trade ideas, if you're new to this program, don't get too frustrated, okay, in the first couple of days. I mean, I don't want to say it's a challenging program, but there's a lot to it. You're not going to learn it all, even if you're on the test drive for 10 days. You're not going to learn trade ideas in 10 days. But we're certainly here to help, not just myself, but we got all sorts of support staff that are, waiting for the types of questions that we get all the time, not just during a test drive. The one thing I cannot help you with is if you aren't connected. That'll be something, usually if you're not connected, you'll see instead of a green ball, you'll see maybe a red ball or an orange ball or something. Even if you see a green ball, it's possible something wasn't filled out correctly. Logging into trade ideas, it is case sensitive, both your username and your password. But what I would have to do is send you to our accounting, and they will take a look at your account to see what's going on. Okay. Okay, I'm just getting some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And also, one thing this room isn't, I am not going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. We have ideas. If I'm going to be buying something, if I'm going to get into a trade, typically I'll say something like, well, guys, I'm really interested in, for argument's sake, CF. If it hits 77, I'm going to be very interested in taking this trade. Okay, I'm not going to tell you to take the trade. If I get into a trade, you'll know about it, but I'm not going to also say, okay, now guys, I think you should be taking some profit on this. How you manage your trades will be up to you. If you're brand new to trading, you better, before you commit money to the market, we've got a great simulator here, uses our real-time data, practice, okay? We also have I'll show you my homepage, we've got I don't want to call it necessarily a course, but it goes over all the basic features of trading, really. It starts off with what is a stock. So, if you're brand new to trading, please don't try to trade immediately. It might end up very, very, very badly for you if you do that. So do not do that. Practice trading. Trading is not easy. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Not showing the same stock. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be. What is it showing now? You should see ASAX as an example. All right, guys, those are the upgrades and those are the downgrades. I also just want to put my homepage link in, okay? I mentioned before, practice trading first, but if you're absolutely brand new to trading, never mind just our program, I really, really strongly advise you to take a look at something like this. I'm going to put my homepage link in. What happens if you click on an alert, Eagle Trade? I don't know. Let's see. There's probably nothing showing. You have to click on an alert, yeah, because there's nothing showing here yet to click on. Okay, but why don't you just type in something? Go left click on the chart and just start to type and change the symbol. Make sure that at least is working. There's nothing to click on yet. I'm clicking on stocks from my other monitor. So that's probably why it's stuck on AMC. Yeah, okay. Give me one moment. I just want to get my... Okay, again, if you're new to trading, please take a look at my homepage link. Okay, in the main trading room, that link is available always from my tab. But if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, and I just wanted, the education section. Now, if you didn't attend, Chris was on, did about 15 hours, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It was a great opportunity to ask him all sorts of questions. But anyway, here is the education section. Number one, I would take a look at this first, the 20 introductory lessons. If you haven't done that already, goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list? What is an alert window? How to create them, etc. But again, if you're brand new to trading, scroll to the bottom here, and where it says back to basics, this is a little video series, and it starts off with what is a stock, okay? I can't emphasize more to, it takes some time. I know if you're never traded before, now you've got a program, and boy, you can't wait to make the first trade. I just want to say, don't. You've got to practice first, and that's why we have a simulator. Change the symbol color on the chart so it's not black. Well, let's see here. Properties. I'm sorry. Yeah, select chart style. So that chart style, candlestick. So you can start coloring. I don't know if the symbol is here. But this is all you can do right now, okay? Yeah, so what I'm sharing has no alerts yet. None of these alerts will start. Nothing will happen in these three windows. Well, this at 9:30, some stuff should start happening. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And when the market opens, we might get something here. So that's why, it's just inactive right now. Yeah, so if you're not getting information now, it's probably because you haven't included pre and post market. And just give me a moment here. You have to make sure that you've got this checked. Also, where are we here? Okay, so mine is certainly, this is right now. What does it say? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, that's correct. I know it looks strange, but it's comparing. That's correct. It's comparing. What it's doing is now it should say minus 7.6%. That's because it's looking at. It's a little confusing. Obviously right here it would be 100%. So it's about 7% below that low right here. That's all that means. As long as you've got, like, what price do you have for Weber? $1.44? Yeah. Or minus 144? All right, guys. This is another one that's kind of moving right now. This was a live one last week. BRCC, a little bit of movement here for it. Decent volume, BRCC. Well, I know a lot of people, Santa, who use that, who work at Trade Ideas, and I haven't heard of any problems like that. Yeah, I think this is, okay, now I know what you're saying about this one right here. Okay, and how this is thicker and bigger. Yeah, they may be able to do. They did this for me, so because I'm presenting, all right. So they wanted to make it very clear for people to see. They did this for me. They, and as in our developers, they did this for me a long time ago. I don't see that it's an option for you guys. You know, you want to if you want to send something to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'd like to be able to have a bigger and different colors, thickness, etc. of the symbols. I don't think it's available when I go select chart style. I don't see anything for the symbol. No. Yeah, but remember now, CNR is a potential buyout. Okay, CNR is a potential buyout at 24.60. Just so you know this. So that's why the jump. And whether it moves up to 24.65 right away or it may never happen. Understand, this is a, you know, just because a company has put a tender in or an offer doesn't absolutely 100% mean it will close. So this is the first day. Now the market, sort of interesting action at the very beginning when I turned on Trade Ideas. It was a little bit negative. We're still a little bit negative, but basically flat. Let's take a look at the channel bar and sector status and see what's happening with the various sectors, the main sectors. Give me a moment as there we go. Click on new, dock channel bar, and then I'm going to go to our sectors. This is a glimpse. Wow, look at this. Interesting energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, okay? So for instance, XLE is probably, I consider that the major sector for the energy, or the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you say 100%, what that means is 100% of them are down from Friday's close. Now you can see right there, you know, a couple of them are basically at Friday's close, and now there's just one that is slightly above. But in essence, you know, almost 100% of the stocks that make up this sector are down from Friday's close. When you look at technology, it's about 50-50. You look at financials, about 50-50. You know, no really strong sector right now. Now, of course, when we look at this, I don't know, half an hour from now, everything could be changed. You know, we just have to wait though for the market to open. So right now, if you wanted to take an energy play, I mean, you're going against the trend right now. So that's why it's always a good idea that you're starting out, you want to get into a trade with something. Well, what is this sector doing? You know, you never, unless, you know, we always talk about in this room, we always talk about stocks like the alpha stocks. Alpha stocks are stocks that are trading virtually on their own. In other words, they don't really care what the rest of the market's doing. They don't really care maybe what their sector is doing. They're trading on their own because it's an earnings play, you know, either good or bad, or maybe there's some specific news for that stock. Those are the ones that we try to zero in. Like I anyway want to zero in on, because you're not at the mercy of what the market's doing or its sector is doing. Yeah, so Monsieur Guillot, he's talking about the symbol itself, not the candlesticks. All right, GPS just alerted on a price alert for some reason. Must have had that from Friday. Yes, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know how much trading I'm going to be doing. Typically, the first couple of days test drive, I'll be more concentrating on trying to answer questions, but we'll see what happens. But at any rate, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyways. Try to let things settle down a little bit. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't even trade in the first 30 minutes if you're new to trading. Try to let things settle down. Lots of action in the first, when the market first opens. Stocks move up and down rapidly. No, I would use our simulator, Harry. I would use our simulator. I mean, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Just makes it a lot easier, in my opinion anyway. Using our simulator, this is, again, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on our web-based version, it's not available, okay? So, but you'll notice here, it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath. One says live, one says sim. You just check the sim, and then I think it'll say I've already done it. So it says account. You click on that, and then click on simulated trading default, and then you can practice trading. Uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter. You don't even need a broker to use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. So nothing happening yet, really. I have KSCP. Actually, it's pretty, not much action yet. Usually I get a lot more alerts firing off, but not too much action yet. Again, alerts, that's all they are. They're just alerts. They're ideas, right? Ideas. Okay, here's Peloton, guys. PTON, of course, this has been in the news for the last couple of weeks. And there's Peloton, PTON, making maybe a little bit of a move down. DraftKings, you would have thought DraftKings would have been soaring with the Super Bowl, but no, nothing. Look at that. No lead up whatsoever, really. DKNG. Again, it's early. It's early. TCBP, I mentioned that one in the pre-market. It's a nice pop here, a lot of volume coming in. We have no float information on it, probably very low. A lot of volume coming into TCBP. Look at DraftKings, man, oh man. Super Bowl's over, and look at this. DraftKings just moving down here. DKNG. One moment, please. Okay. Yeah, you guys were, somebody was mentioning AMC, but this is what I'm talking about, Look at AMC. So AMC, what did it do? It got up to 1917 and it's dropped all immediately back down to 1878. You can get wild action in the first 15 minutes, okay? You get these topping tails, you have bottom tails, stocks trying to figure out a direction. That's why, and if you're new to trading, I mean, seriously, I would consider not even trading the first 30 minutes, okay? Let things settle down a little bit. You will miss the stocks that keep running right off the bat. And yeah, it can be a little frustrating. You see, man, I wish I'd taken that one. But for all the ones that keep doing that, you might get 8 others that just kind of whip around in the first 15 minutes. So I really recommend do not trade in the first 30 minutes if you're brand new. Let things settle down a little bit. See, look at Peloton. You know, some might have thought, wow, that's it for Peloton. Moving down, $33, below Friday's low, but then it just pops right back up. Oops, excuse me. And we have an energy play. Yeah, interesting. Of course, all the energy stocks were ripping, you know, in case there was a massive disruption in energy with what's happening with Russia and all. But look at Oxy. Oxy on the way down. MRO, as we saw when I looked at the sector status, almost 100% of the stocks, energy stocks, were down. Again, the ones that make up XLE were down from Friday's close. So VMEO, that was one I have thumbnailed. Just taking a look at VMEO. Yeah, probably coming into some resistance, not that far away. Just had a big, got thumped on Thursday, came back a little bit on Friday, and trying to recover still. VMEO, sorry. All right, EV play, LCID. Now, I did see Riven in the pre-market, didn't mention that one, RIVN. I guess Soros took a stake in the company. I don't know if that was, I don't know when he announced that, but so a little bit of, you know, action for Riven, RIVN. But Lucid, again, one of the EV players. But again, it's early. Yeah, look at DWAC, DWAC. There's about a $4 swing right there for DWAC, DWAC. Yeah, it's really simple. You just, if you see Brokerage Plus, you see the option up here. It says Brokerage Plus, and then underneath there's Live and Simulation. Just click on the sim. I'll get out of it and I'll show you what it looks like. So I'm going to disconnect. Okay, so it sees, so it'll say not connected. You click on sim. Okay. And then just give it a second, and it'll say, so, and then it says select account, okay, and just click on it, and then a little box will pop up, simulate a trading account, and you click on that. Now you're good to go. Now you just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up. You know what, guys? I have got an old version of this. This is somewhat embarrassing. Why is my Brokerage Plus looking like this? I never noticed. The Brokerage Plus window now has a different look to it. Just give me a moment, okay? I actually prefer this, you know, to what we've got now. I like the big sell, big buy button. I find it easier to do, but at any rate, that's what you do. You click sim and then connect to a simulated trading account. Guys, I mentioned Weber. Keep an eye on Weber. I mean, this could get really, I mean, we can have a bounce in Weber, but I mean, this is an all-time low. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something here, guys. Okay, I have to load. Just gonna do something right here. Well, how crazy is this? This is the old version. I'm surprised. I don't understand why I'm getting this. Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. I'm going to have to talk to, just going to move this over a little bit, stick this here. Okay, so if I wanted to take a trade, again, it just, you click on a symbol and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick if you want to go into the market or some kind of a limit order. Okay, but to make it super simple, I mean, it's really easy. And once you're connected, looking at the market right here, the market's opening, the Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is basically flat. So a little disconnect going on with the market right now. And we have nothing from the AI yet, okay? This is what the AI looks like. No alerts yet from the AI. When we get some, I'll get this screen up. Those of you playing a little more expensive stocks, look at Cisco, guys. Cisco is releasing earnings on the 16th after hours. And ahead of that, Cisco is starting to slide here. CSCO. Is that right, Pepe? Interesting. They went back. How interesting is that? I like the old way, I'll be honest. 100% agree, Pepe. 100%. But they were bound to determine that, to have that other way. I mean, I think that I understand why they were doing it, but I like this way a lot better. I think it just makes, big buy, big sell. You know, you want to go, you know, I just found it a lot easier. I know what they're trying to do with the limit stop and all that stuff, but it's too soon, Harry, in my opinion, too soon. I usually check them about maybe half an hour into the market because those sectors can just, you know, things can really, really change. But you can see right now the Dow is getting hit a bit. Tech was, well, NAS was positive for a bit. Now it's gone negative, but it's still early. It's so early. You know, we're only 15 minutes in. Any suggestions to get linking working? Linking for what, Panda? Oh, it should. We were able to link to E-Trade. I mean, I'm assuming we can link with E-Trade Pro because you know, you can use this window to trade your E-Trade account. So, I mean, it should work no problem. If you're having a linking issue, though, I'm going to have to send you because you know, there might be something going on that I'm not aware of. But I mean, you know, we link with E-Trade. But here's what you can do. I'm going to give you a homepage link, and there are some of our technical guys are there. And just say, hey, listen, I'm having a problem linking with my E-Trade Pro account. You're just talking about symbol linking, right? So, I mean, you know, I want to say 99.999% yes, we symbol link. Okay, so Senna, are you following this? I mean, you have to always set up an external link. You know, I am linked to Interactive Brokers, okay? Again, just to explain what linking is. We're not talking about this window yet. All we're talking about linking is that when I click on an alert, it loads into my broker's platform. That is what linking is all about. And in order to, have you watched that first video? It's a short video. It shows you how you link to Interactive Brokers, but support is around. Yes, James, support is around. Probably have a lot of, but just linking is, you know, you click on tools, external linking, okay? Let me expand this window a bit, where it says add a link. Okay, and all you have to do with Interactive Brokers is very simple. You know, just follow these directions. I take my mouse pointer, I put it right in my order entry, and when I do that, and with the Shift key held down, hold the Shift key down, select the window, and the link is established. And all you have to then the next thing is with Interactive Brokers. Let me just see here, edit, you have to have, there is a rule. So you want to go live, is a drop down menu, okay? I don't want to start from scratch because it kind of messes up my program. But if I, you know, again, you just add a link and just, if I press down on the Shift key and then, you know, it says I'm currently linked. That's when it's telling me I'm linked. And then I pick the rule. All I have to do is pick this rule, Interactive Brokers Live. And that's it. And that's the same for most brokerage platforms. Okay? All you have to do is establish the link. Linking, again, is just a time saver. It is a time saver. So you don't have to, you know, you don't have to keep typing the symbol in to your brokerage platform all day long. Well, who's your broker, Harry? I mean, obviously we link with IB. See, we can't guarantee linking with anybody because the brokers, understand, the brokers don't care whether we can link with them or not. I mean, IB and E-Trader is sort of a special case, but I think we link with TradeStation, Thinkorswim. But I mean, if you're using some obscure broker, we have no guarantee that we link with them. Usually it's trial and error. You just follow what I said, tools, external linking, and then add the link and then follow the instructions. And typically it's just a matter of taking your mouse pointer and putting in your order entry. Sometimes it's putting into a chart if you got a chart open in your brokerage platform. Sometimes it is a bit of trial and error. Okay, so what should show, these are the columns that show the profit loss. Probably the total P&L, okay? I don't have that up and running, D88, but probably the total P&L. Make sure I'm talking, this is today's. Total P&L probably is the one that shows it. Profit and loss. P&L is profit and loss. How you turn off, so if you've got a sound on an alert window and you don't want to hear it anymore, just right click, properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound and then say okay. Remember, you have to save your work at the end of the day. If you do any change you make, even if it looks, an obscure little change like this, if you don't save your work at the end of the day, then anything you do will not be saved. All right, guys, Weber is weakening. WEBR is weakening. So Lucid now is coming in, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. It's about, it's still a little bit away. Okay, 27.81 the price. The 200-day is 29.26. You can see the blue line on that daily chart. So it's getting closer and closer to an area which really could stall it. It's still about $1, 20 or 40 away. Okay, guys, I'm starting to look at some of the gap down and reverse, so BEKE. Okay, so CF, it never triggered. Yeah, so it never triggered. So it's an, I don't want to call it an invalid trade. It's just not, it'll never be counted in the statistics. If it hit the stop right now, which was what, the rising 10 SMA or something. Yeah, so it never triggered, so it's like it never happened, in theory. Now, it doesn't mean later on, today or tomorrow, I mean, if it does hit 77, it's still up to you whether you want to take the trade. But right now, this would be a trade which would be considered, it wouldn't be considered in our statistics. So adding more cars to your race, typically, take a look at this one. So if I right click on the top list window. Now, I mean, it's always going to be determined about how many symbols, of course. You know, you can't control, I mean, you can control that to a certain extent that are going to be in your top list. You want more symbols in your top list, you have to then relax some filters. If you're only getting a few in your top list, that means you've got some pretty tough filters that are preventing, you know, a lot of symbols from showing up. So that's number one. The other one is just, you know, click on the race lanes and see how far you can get. I can only go to 10 right here. Okay, so like it's not necessarily a huge advantage to have like 100 symbols, you know, in your top list and then doing a race on that. Yeah, Mukesh, that has been a question. There's no way to filter for it. We have an opening range break, 5 minute opening range break, so you can get a real-time alert when it happens, but there is no filter that says, okay, these are the stocks that are above the 5 minute opening bar. So, I mean, we do have the opening range break. But again, this is just going to give you an alert when it happens. But there's no way to say, okay, tell me all the stocks that are above the 5 minute opening range break or below the 5 minute opening or the breakdown or the breakout. There's no way to do that. You can get a real-time alert when it happens. Excuse me. Well, okay, Justin, one of the things is that, and you know, to me, you should really, the interesting thing is just to see the stocks that are leading the race, okay, as opposed to seeing anything that's down. Like I could expand this window. Just a minute, please. Excuse me, I could expand this window and see all the ones that are down here, but personally, I don't care. I just want to see the ones that are leading the race. The ones that are leading the race are supposed to pop to the top, okay? So I think the whole idea is just to focus on the stocks that are leading the race. Never mind, you know, the ones that are, you know, stuck at the bottom, not doing anything. Now, the other thing is, I mean, your top list has you could try this too. Your top list, if you right click on your top list and click on time frame and then set record count. So it depends on how many the max record count says too. You know, I mean, maybe it's, typically I think the default is 100. That means in theory, you could have 100 stocks in your top list. In theory. Now, this goes up to 1,000, but I caution you, not just talking to you, Justin, but anybody else. If you have a bunch of top lists and you put them all at 1,000, understanding what happens in a top list, this top list gets updated every 30 seconds. If you have 1,000 in your top list that have to get updated every 30 seconds, and you have, you know, 5 or 6 top lists like that, your system could really bog down. Nobody needs 1,000, okay? In my opinion, nobody needs more than 100. All right, so here are the first AI alerts, guys. Okay, and if you want to follow the AI alerts, this is what I would do. Click on File, or sorry, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it easy. Make it easy, easy, easy on yourselves. Okay. This is what you'll see. Notice the very first alerts happen at 10 o'clock. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. Then nothing happens in the pre-market, as an example. But the earliest alert that you'll ever get from the AI is at 9:35. Now, how you trade these will be up to you. Okay, there's no video that's going to say, okay, you got an alert for AFL, how do I trade it? You have an entry. You don't, personally, the way I trade, I never ever take a trade just because I get an alert. Okay, I always click on a chart. I always want to see a little bit what's happening. What is the market doing? I mean, and if I wanted this trade and it drifted, down to 64.60 instead of at 64.70, I wanted to take the trade. It's not a big deal. And here's your stop. If you want to obey your stop, but how you trade these will be up to you. And I use it like a watch list all day long, okay? And for me, I typically look at stocks at under $20. I didn't realize this. I don't know. In fact, I forgot to look. For some reason, Weber is not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay. I don't know if it was available in the pre-market, but right now at Interactive Brokers, it is not available to short. So I cannot. So all you do is, Justin, so the question was, I want to keep the race going and I want to look at Holly. So this is the Holly window, okay? And again, load it from here, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Once it's on your screen and you've got a race running and you might have some charts and all that, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every day, but you notice, I've got it here. I've got other things running at the same time. If you're doing it from, don't load it from the channel bar. This is way, way easier to do, okay? New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Here it is. That's all you have to do. Shoot. Yeah, I thought it was available, pre-market, but yeah, they've all been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Do you remember how many were available, Asalf? How many were available? So when you say you have no ticket, you're not seeing these three? These are the three alerts? Now, do you have a green bar, a green ball in your toolbar that shows that you are connected? Is it possible? Have you ever used it before? Did you put a filter on that says that's blocking? These are all long plays. Are you getting other alerts, Justin? Are you getting alerts from other windows, other scans? Because it's possible you have a connection issue. Okay, that's the reason. All right. So when you logged in, and I can only help you to a certain extent. If this doesn't help, then you're going to have to go to our tech guys who are standing by. When you log in, the username and password are case sensitive. Okay. So if it's red, that means you are not connected. It's that simple. And your username and your password are case sensitive. And the only other thing is that maybe you did not fill out the exchange agreements correctly. But you know, if you have if you know what your username and your password are, re-input them. Make sure again it's case sensitive. Ah, okay. So if I'm understanding, I think I understand what's going on with you, Justin. So first of all, guys, I mean, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices. You know, you can. Obviously, I'm on a desktop. I have a laptop. I have some tablets. Okay, so I can have trade ideas on as many devices as I want, but you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. So for instance, you know, if you load trade ideas on if you activate trade ideas on another device, one of two things is going to happen. This will turn red, or the other one won't load. Okay, so there is that. And speaking of, why did my Bluetooth just disconnect? Just a second. There's no app as such, no, Harry. Okay, I'm back. So that's too bad. Weber, not chartable for me. I don't know how much more dynamic it's going to be. I mean, there's nothing stopping it from moving down further. Of course, it's an all-time low, so there's no chart support for it. Well, there's a browser version, yes. Yeah, there's a browser version, yes. That's how, obviously, if you're going to use it on a tablet, yes, there is a browser version of Trade Ideas, yes. The browser version it's okay. You know, it's not as robust as, you know, the downloadable application. You don't have access to this window, the Brokerage Plus window, which to me is very important, not so much for being able to trade your live account if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, but to practice trading. So the web-based version does not have this. There are some other limitations, but the main reason people use the web-based version is, as you say, if you have a tablet, okay. This is not a Mac. It's not a Mac program. So if you're not willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud service like Amazon Web Services, AWS, or one of those, then you can use the web-based version. Again, not as robust. All right, so here's another alert that just came into the AI. This is maybe a little more up my alley here. BCOR. It's sort of the price range that I like. And again, that's just a personal thing. Okay, that's just a personal thing. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't trade these other ones if you see the setup that you like. But this now, for instance, if you look left, you'll hear me say this. If you're new to this room, you'll hear me say this all the time because I'm more of a momentum trader. So most of the things that I see are going to be near the high or the low of the day. So I'm always looking left to see, okay, great, you're at the high today. Where is the next high looking left? They're on a daily chart, so I look here, I can't see anything. So I go to the weekly chart, I can't see anything. So now I'm looking at my monthly chart, and you know, looks like the next high looking left on the monthly chart is way up here at 2450. So when I see this, I think, okay, this has got some, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. 1866, yeah, no, I mean 2450 on the monthly chart. I could back the weekly out a little bit more and just kind of see, but it looks like, you know, I mean, there's not a lot of resistance until about 2450. That doesn't mean it's going to get there. It's just the way I trade is I like to take one of those, eliminate one reason why a stock may not keep going up, and that is, for me, chart resistance. Okay, a lot of other reasons why this may not keep going, but at least I don't imagine if all of this, see all this on the monthly chart, what if that was sitting just on top of that price? I'd be looking at that going, man, that could really be tough to get through all that. Okay, but here you look and it's a nice big void until the next high. We have a TRD. Well, we do have an alpha channel, so how to use it will be up to you. But you know, click on Dock Channel Bar, and one of the is Alpha Predator. One of the channels is Alpha Predator. Okay, so you'll have some alerts coming in here. You just click on them, check the chart, see if it looks interesting to you, then you trade it. If it doesn't, you move on. So, but that is the alpha. Alpha stocks, again, are those kind of stocks that are trading on their own. Most of the things I see here are kind of like that because I've got some, typically an alpha stock is a stock that has got a lot of abnormal volume, okay? You know, a stock normally trades 1 million shares a day, and right now it's trading 10 million shares, okay? Something is happening. That is, to me, those are the sort of things that I tend to zero in on. But if you go to the alpha channel, you will see stocks like that. So again, if you're new to all this, one of the things I do, if you go to my homepage, a lot of information on my homepage. Normally I do this around, well, actually right around now, so that's okay. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. You click on that link, on that tab. This is what I call the main room. There's a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time. They see my screen, they hear me. It's just not as much activity in that room, okay? This is what I call the main room. A lot more action, more traders interacting with each other. So if you click, just give me one moment, okay, Justin. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, I won't go over how to take out a subscription right now, but these are the scans that I've got. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber, or if you're part of this test drive, you know, these are all the scans that I am sharing. Okay, so for instance, you know, you were looking for TRD, an alpha stock scanner. Well, the momentum up and momentum down, these are stocks that are, you know, trading abnormally, as an example. Okay, so I've created a lot of different scans, different types of trading styles. Okay, so you can take a look at them. Just of note, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, down shared, pre-market, actives up and down. Okay, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get set for the day. See the ones that are moving in the pre-market. There's no guarantee they're going to keep moving once the market opens, or even give us, you know, an actionable trade. But, you know, Weber, as an example, I see this in the pre-market. Hey, that looked to me like a pretty interesting one to short. So this is, again, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. I'm using this a lot now, the gap continuation or reverse. the breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns, the breakouts, but they're all available. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Other scans. So just save my link, okay? Save my link, and then you can look at all those scans anytime you want. Excuse me, anytime you want. But also, if you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, these are other scans that have been created. These are all themed-based channels. I mentioned this one earlier, Momentum. Okay, here's a Momentum channel. Here is a Momentum scan. So you see SB is showing up. You look at SB, see, on the move here. Okay, so the idea now is that to go through the different channels. You might see a scan that you think, man, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. And you right click, you configure, and summary. This is telling you what this scan is looking for. Okay, so for instance, this is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. This is a very powerful filter that we have. The current volume is at least 3. What that means is trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, this is up to the point, like right now, what time is it? 10:16. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. And these are the key metrics. You know, the volume of last minute, at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So it's looking in the past to see what it normally would do. So typically, you know, you can just see, look at the volume. You know, look at that 5-minute volume bar right there. Okay? So something was happening. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? So if you wanted this, if you said, you know what, I would love to have this as part of my layout, this is what you do. Now, first of all, before you do that though, again, go to that summary. Now, you might look at this and go, I like the idea, I don't like the price range. Okay, I don't like the price range, or I want to modify the price range. So you click on the icon, and you see where it says 1 and 50. So now I can, if I wanted to, I could just change it to 10 and 100, as an example. And here's my little dog saying hello to me. Okay, go ahead. And I click on the summary again, and see how it has changed. Now you don't have to make any changes if you don't want. But, you know, as you get used to using Trade Ideas, you know, you might want to start tweaking some of these scans. So I say, okay. Now that I've customized it a little bit more, or again, you don't have to have done it. Now I can right click and then duplicate into free floating window. When I do that, okay, now this is a free floating window outside of this docked window. And then I can right click and save or share to cloud, and I save it. Why I'm doing this is you can take different scans from the different channels that you think might be interesting to you, extract them like I did, you know, save into a free floating window, and then save to the cloud. And then what happens is I'm going to save it. If I now go File, Load from Cloud, notice it's up here, Momo. So what the idea now is to go through the different channels if you want, start extracting different scans, save them to the cloud, and then you'll see them up here. And then you can bring them back one at a time. You know, highlight it, load, highlight, load, highlight, load, thereby creating a layout from scans that we have basically created for you. Now, it's a great way to get started. Okay? Again, I know this is a lot to take in, but you know, we're here for 10 days, or 10 trading days. So like, if you're listening to me, you're going, man, I can't understand anything. hope he goes over that again. I will, I will do all this again and again and again. But also, all this is covered in our user guide. Now, a word about the channels. I've made a change here. If I go to another channel, let's go to ETF Racing. Okay, so this is racing among popular ETFs. Now, I don't want to stay here. What I'm trying to demonstrate right now is if I go back to the momentum channel and I check out that Momo and I right click, configure, summary, and you might go, hey, wait a minute, I made a change. I changed that to 10 and 100. Yeah, you did. The issue though is that the channels are for everybody, okay? These channels are set up for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change, is not necessarily what everybody else wants. But that's what I'm trying to say, is that you take a look at the individual scans, you kind of pick and choose which ones you might like down the road, make it part of your layout, and then you move on. But when you come back to a channel, those changes are not saved. It'd be kind of like if, those of you still with TVs and cable, you go to HBO and you say, I don't like that program. So I don't want to see that program in my HBO lineup anymore. Well, it's fine for you, but somebody else might like it. Okay, so this is like a channel. It's a channel, and all these values are for everybody. But of course, you can tweak them, customize them, and then extract them. So we actually have a channel designed for that, unusual volume. See these races, what the races are doing, I haven't talked about the races yet, but price and volume, stock racing. Okay, you can take a look at this one, Justin, as an example, okay? We have top lists. And what top lists typically are used for is, let's just say you wanted to see all the stocks that were up the most today. Okay, I just want to see all the stocks that are up the most today, and then what I'm going to do, let me see if I want to bring a top list up and I'll show you. Well, I'll show you my pre-market. Give me a moment. There we are down here, sorry, I just had to find it. Okay, so this is again what I use in the pre-market, okay? Now it's still running, but I don't look at this once the market is open. Notice here I've got a column that's called change from the close percent. All right? And maybe this is a good time just to show you how I get prepared for the market to open. This is kind of my go-to. I've been using something like this for, I don't know, 10 years. And this is an example. This is an example of a top list, and this top list gets updated every 30 seconds. So the most obvious thing to do is when you're looking in the pre-market is, of course, you want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day or down the most for the day, okay? So right now, again, this is still running, but I don't look at it. Once at 9:30, I don't even look at this anymore. So we start getting our data at 7 o'clock, okay, 7 o'clock Eastern. We are looking to expand that, but I can't give you an ETA for when that's going to happen. But the obvious thing to do, again, is to take a look at the ones that are up the most. Okay? That's the first thing. Everybody is drawn instinctively to that. But then, okay, great. These are the ones that are up the most percentage-wise. I wonder what's happening, though, on those low float stocks. All you do is all these are column headers. If you double left click, then you sort on a different column. Okay, now this is sorted on the low floats, 3.69. Okay, the reason I do that, and I'll go through the various ones. Okay, because it'll give me a different look. Go back here. Of course, your eyes are drawn to these, but what if there was one that's only, up 8% or 6%? I'm not really drawn to that. I'm just sort of fixated on these ones. But I click on another header, and all of a sudden, that gives me a different look. And maybe I see, oh, wait a minute, there's a low float stock that's up 6%, 8%. Let's take a look at that. Click on it. Okay? So that's what a top list is all about. But I can't tell from this top list, though. All I can tell is that BDSI is up the most, but what if there's one down here that's actually starting to run a bit? Okay, my eyes would not necessarily be drawn to it. I can't really see the rate of change of what's happening here. And that's what the races do. Okay, the races, let me just get rid of this. So the races take the top list. Okay, this race is going to start. So now it's going to take a look at this top list that's called Barry's watch list. And it's going to start to show me the stocks that are moving as we started the race. This could be a stock that's not necessarily near the high of the day, but maybe it's starting to run now. Okay, I wish I could just, what's this one? And you can click on it. Can't see it right here. What's supposed to happen, this racing is still kind of new. This car should be right at the top now so I could immediately see it. Obviously I could see it if I expanded this window a lot, but it depends on how much space you've got, etc. So this should be at the top here so I could see it. Again, these are all, the racing is fairly new for trade ideas. It's going to get tweaked and tweaked and tweaked. But you can see right here, CFVI. Now this does happen to be near the high of the day. Okay, but this could have been down here and starting to move. If I'm just staring at a top list and just looking at the ones that are, say, up the most for the day, I wouldn't necessarily see this one. So this use of a top list can actually be good for those of you who like pullback trades. Something is pulled back and then maybe it's starting to move, as an example. I mean, I can't tell you how to use it. I mean, it'll be really up to you. There's no right or wrong way. And you can sort on the different column headers. So for instance, in this particular case, what's happening is it's showing me the stocks that are up, that change from the close. But I could have also sort, if I have the column header, change from the open. These are just different column headers. Okay? Change from the close, maybe change from the close dollar-wise. If I want to see the ones that are moving the most dollar-wise, from when I start the race, I could do that. It's experimentation. There's no right or wrong way, to do any of this. And again, somebody asked about the volume. So we do have we're starting to create more and more price and volume. We're starting to create more and more races for you. Increasing relative volume of winners since the open, as an example. Okay. Because again, I can have a top list that's going to show me, okay, what stocks are really trading abnormally volume-wise, but it's not necessarily going to show me that something that's in the middle of the pack that may be starting to really increase. Now, one of the things the next stage is that, the races take 30 seconds to start, which is okay if it's a 10-minute race. Okay? But, for me, I'm running 2-minute races, and I put it on what's called auto repeat. So it will repeat the race. Once the race is stopped, it'll start another race. But it takes 30 seconds right now. We want to get that down to about 5 seconds. Again, if you're running a 10-minute race, that doesn't matter, if that makes sense. But if I'm running like a 2-minute race, I don't want to wait 30 seconds. Now I've got to wait 30 seconds for the next race to start. I don't want that. I want it to start in 5 seconds. But again, this is all stuff that we are looking to improve upon. This is very new for us. Maybe within a month that we started doing this. And that option right here, when you start a race, launch real-time stock race, and here's the option. It says auto rerun. Okay, so auto rerun, and so that's why this race keeps going all day long. Now, how I use it, I mean, listen, I'm not fixated on it or anything like that, but like all it takes is one good trade. So if all of a sudden I see something that is really starting to move, I mean, this is only 0.89%. It's not that big a deal. But if I saw something that was saying like 3, 4, or 5%, I'm going to go, whoa, what's happening? Click on it, and I can see, is if there's anything happening. Obviously, 0.89% is not that big a deal. But it only takes one good trade. But again, I'm not fixated on this. Give me one more time, or one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, obviously, okay, as far as the US dollar goes, that I really don't, well, not that it matters, I'm in Canada, but that doesn't matter. Obviously, I mean, if there is a all-on-out invasion, I mean, you got to look at your oil stocks. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, that would be the one sector, and you've already seen the reaction. But yet, let's take a look at those sectors right now. About an hour into the market. Because at the beginning, almost 100% of them were down from Friday's close. There we go. So what this may be telling you is that, okay, maybe, tensions are easing a little bit, maybe. Otherwise, you would think that if there's going to be an invasion in the next minute, you would probably see every one of these stocks 100%. In other words, what that 100% in the green, which would mean that every single stock is up from Friday's close, as an example. Okay? So, I mean, that is the obvious one to take a look at if there is some kind of an invasion. But you saw what the market did when the rumors really started to fly. At one point the market was up, and then all of a sudden the rumors really started to fly. And look what happened with the SPY. I mean, it really took a big downturn. So, I mean, the market doesn't like uncertainty, of course, but obviously energy stocks are one to keep an eye on. Defense stock, sure. Lockheed Martin was one. NOC, I think, is another one. You know, some of the defense stocks. But you can just see right now, I don't know what's happening. You know, I'm not following it minute by minute, but maybe an invasion is not imminent. But a minute from now, you know, you get another rumor coming out and these stocks would pop. So, okay, I'm not sure I understand the question. The Holly strategies are here. Well, these are the alerts from the strategies. That's it. These are the alerts today from the ones that made the cut. Obviously, not having a great day right now. These can turn around. You know, it can turn around. But so I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, to me, I just make it easy and just load this window and just watch the alerts as they happen all day long. How many alerts we get? It really depends day to day. I think a really active day would be maybe, 10, 12 alerts. A lot of times you're only going to get about, 6 or 7. Well, there's no Holly's watch list, okay? The idea of Holly is this, is that we've got a bunch of baseline strategies. They got optimized. Once the market closes, it runs through a routine. I don't know how many strategies we have anymore. Let's pretend there are 50. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. Oh. Just give me a moment here. Okay, of the 50 strategies or so, these are the ones that made the cut today. Making the cut meaning they went through an optimization procedure, etc., etc., etc. Okay? So these are the ones that have been in theory, not in theory, they've been optimized for today. Now, does that mean every time you get an alert, it's going to work? Of course not. Okay? And tomorrow we could see, we may see more strategies that made the cut. We might see less strategies that made the cut. We might see different strategies that made the cut. So they've been every day they get optimized for today. Okay, make sense? And there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. A moment here, guys. I'm just pouring the last bit of my coffee here. So there we go. Yeah, so just click on new from our toolbar, new from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. Make it easy. Just this is all you really want to pay attention to. And then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. I mean, you want to load it every day, that's fine. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see the first alerts were at 10. Nothing happens before at least 9:35. No, the window with yeah, that was the strategy. No, okay, let me back up. You have to have the Brokerage Plus open, okay, and then where it says Holly, these are the strategies. And there were 9 of them. They made the cut, but sometimes, I mean, this made the cut, breakout long. We may not get one alert from it today, okay, because these are these strategies are just like any other alert window with a bunch of filters in them. And if a strategy, if a stock doesn't make the meet the filter requirements, then you're not going to get an alert. It'd be like I'm trying to say here. If I create a scan and I put some filters in there that are really, really tough, okay, high relative volume, high volume, high, I may not get any alerts. And so in this particular case right here, and I don't know, maybe later on in the day we might get an alert, but for a stock to show up in the breakout long today, it has to meet the filter requirements. Okay, and there could be, and the AI alerts have a lot of filters in them. You can see right here in mine, I've only got a few filters. The AI alerts have a lot of filters in them. So, the whole idea is we want to have something that really meets the filter requirements. They're kind of tough to get the alert. In other words, you don't want to get 100 alerts from the AI. I don't want to get 100 alerts in any of my windows. Too many. So that's the whole thing about when you create your own scans, if you want to, you've got to try to, adjust the filters and the filter values so you don't get so many alerts that you're overwhelmed. And sometimes it's trial and error. Some days, maybe even here in this basic new highs and lows, there are days I may get a lot. It all depends on the market. The market is different every day. Right now, today, there's hardly any coming in. So there's no way you can. I'll get to Spilios and Joe C. I'll get to your questions. I don't understand when you say, is there a way to use a selection of 9 strategies manually to adjust your own scans? You don't have access to these scans, if that's what you mean. These are proprietary. In other words, here I can show you, exactly what my filter values are that I'm using. You can't see them in the AI, if that's what you mean. They are proprietary. Does that answer your question? So in other words, you can't take the AI strategies, adjust them a little bit, and then run the scanner. No. So, okay, Spilios, it depends what you mean by a breakout. I'm always looking for breakouts, okay? Because I'm always looking at stocks that are making new highs or new lows, okay? When I get the alert, then my next step is to look left to see what sort of room it has, okay? If you're talking about a stock that is consolidating and breaking out, I personally don't have a scan like that. You may want to, we've got a lot of other traders, okay? So you may want to ask them for something if that's what you're looking for. I don't personally have a scan like that. That's not my style of, that's not quite my style of trading, but we've got like 5 other traders that might say, hey, this is what I use for a breakout that you're looking for. Okay, Spilios? Okay, so Justin, as always, so what is unusual volume? Let's take a look at the unusual volume. Because all you have to really do, there we go, unusual volume. Okay, so volume thrust. Okay, so if you right-click configure summary, you'll see what it's looking for. So current volume is at least 2. That's not what I call a huge move, okay, in terms of volume, but that's what that's what this is. I mean, these are the filters that are being used, okay. And then on insane volume, now my guess is that relative volume should be a lot more. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure. I don't think there's you know, in my opinion, I don't use this channel. In my opinion, there's not a big difference. I mean, I thought insane volume would have been, current volume is at like 10 or something, you know, 10 times normal. So I don't see that there's a huge difference, to be honest. You know, I mean, if I look here, the only difference is, you know, okay, the stocks are up from the close and the open, but other than that, all these, I would have thought, you see, for me, watch what I do in this window that I've got. You know, I've got a current volume of 8. That's why I'm not getting many alerts, okay? That means this, you know, these stocks are trading very abnormally. Very abnormally. So what I would be doing, the question is, if I want to see an increase in volume, again, if you right click on an alert window, if you ever want to see anything in Trade Ideas, okay, and you think, man, does Trade Ideas have this? The best thing to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and then search, okay? You can search in this box right here. So I'll get to the volume, but let's just say you said, well, what do they have for RSI? Oh, type in just type in RSI. This is what we have for RSI. See, what I haven't gone into yet, I usually, you know, when I'm doing my official spiel, is that, and I'll back up a little bit, okay? I've showed you that I'm sharing my scans, and I'm showing you all the scans that we have. If you want to create your own scans, of course you can. And the good news, there's no programming language to use, okay? There is no programming language that you have to learn. So what we've done is, now let's do this, right click, configure, and search. When you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we've created. You know, obviously like new high, new low, new high. I mean, you know, don't get hung up on all of them. You don't have to learn them all. But we have a lot of alerts, and here are the filters that we have, okay? And again, I really want to re-emphasize this. If you're new to this and thinking, oh man, I can't learn all that, this is way too complicated. Well, you don't have to learn them all, of course. Why we have so many is, you know, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we felt as a company, instead of forcing people to try to learn a programming language to start everything from complete scratch, we'll give what we think is a huge, like a big enough list of alerts and filters that for the most of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So going back to the search. So if you said, well, I wouldn't mind building my own scan, wonder what they have for RSI. So you type in RSI in the search, this is what we have. So for instance, if you wanted a 20-minute RSI, sorry, we don't have it. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. So you're trying to use Trade Ideas on a phone. I mean, it's pretty tough, you know, to use Trade Ideas on a phone. I mean, you know, you can use your browser on your phone, but, you know, it's not really designed to be used on such a small screen, Mamadou, okay? I mean, you can use your browser. You have to use the web-based version, but, I mean, on a phone, it's pretty tough. It's really not designed, you know, for such a small screen. So there's RSI. If you say, well, I happen to like MACD, so you type in MACD, this is what we have. If you wanted a 45-minute cross above zero, we don't have it. Okay, you can't create it, but again, we think we've created enough variation for the most part for most of our customers. So I'm going to get to the volume question. Somebody asked about how would I find something that has increasing volume. So type in volume. Let's see what comes up. So, you know, you scroll down a little bit. Scroll. Whoa, what's this mean? Volume 1 minute %. Well, I could use this. I add the filter, and if I put some like big number like 1,000 in here, 1,000 per, that means a stock is trading when compared to the typical 1 minute volume. That would be trading 1,000%. So that would mean something that is, really increasing volume. As an example, who asked that question? Justin. So, you can, and play around with it. If you're not getting any alerts, maybe reduce it to 500. Or, you can use the volume 5-minute bursts. I mean, we have, how many do we have? We have 5-minute, 10-minute, 15, 30. Some might find a 1-minute time frame. That's not the time frame they want, but maybe 15 minutes is what they want, or 30 minutes. Okay, so you have to experiment. There's no right or wrong. If somebody said to me, well, what should I use? Well, I use 1,000%. All right, and that's only going to get me those that are really moving in 1 minute. But I may not get very many alerts. You might want more alerts. So really, it's a matter of trial and error a little bit. So for instance, my momentum scans that I'm sharing, momentum up and momentum down, that's what they're using in the momentum channel that I showed you before. The momentum channel, and here's this alert window called Momo, okay? And so if I right click, configure, hope you guys are starting to understand. You ever want to know what any type of scan is looking for, you just go to the scan and right click, configure, summary. That'll give you English language, what it's looking for. So you can see right here, the volume is at least 1,000% of normal. The last minute, in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. These filters are the ones that are going to show you, typically stocks that are really increasing in volume. So relative volume is looking at a stock, what would a stock normally be trading up to this point of the day? So, it's 10:52 right now. So what it does is, and this is a very general definition. There's more to the algorithm than this, but, to keep it really simple, if I look at this stock right here, NOC, up to 10:53 a.m. Eastern Time, is trading 3 times what it would normally be trading, okay, when compared to this time frame over the last 10 days. That's a general statement, okay, or a general definition. There is more to it than that, but that's kind of the gist of it. And that's what I use during the day, okay? I always want to see stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume. Otherwise, why do I want to look at it? If I want to take a trade, I want to be able to get out of the trade, all right? I don't want to be stuck in a trade that's not trading, or stuck in a stock that's not trading very much. So these I'm sharing, okay, Harry? I'm sharing all this. If you go to my homepage, I try to keep, there's very few rules in the room, but I don't know if people are posting in the stocks only. Yeah, so very few rules in the room, all right? But we do have these tabs here. One's called stocks only. This is for stocks only. And if you're new, listen, I'm not get mad at you, okay? But this is for stocks only. That's the whole, that's the idea of the room. We're throwing around different ideas. So you put a stock in here. Guys, you should watch this. You want to put a little reason for it, fine. Everything else is really off topic. So, how do I create a scan like this? Why is this happening? So not, specific stocks. The other thing we don't do in the room, we don't talk about how much money we make on a trade. We don't talk about how many shares we take on a trade, okay? Just one moment, please. Humble Canadian rules. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. Okay, so, and again, just as a general introduction, I mean, if you didn't know this, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Now, I've already gone over, the scans. I'm sharing my scans. I've already gone over in the toolbar, all in this dock channel bar, all of the scan. These are all theme related, and there are a lot of scans in here that you can take a look at. That's kind of how I would start. Just kind of cruise through the different channels. And again, if you see something that you like, just save it to the cloud. I went over that step, how you extract the window. You see this momentum scan right up here. And if you, again, understand, always right click, configure, summary. Just drill that into your head. That's, in order to see what a scan is looking for. And if you like this, if you just said, you know what, I kind of like the idea of this, I'm not going to make any changes whatsoever. But of course, as I said, you can make a change. I mean, if you didn't like the price range, you liked it between 10 and 50 instead of whatever it was before, and you just change it, say, okay, now it's 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. So you've made the change, and then right click, duplicate into free floating window. You have to get it outside here. I've already done that before. And then it's a free float, it went on one of my other monitors. So now it's a free floating window, and now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. So the concept I'm trying to show you is that now you can go to the different scans, start extracting, the different channels, start extracting scans that you think you might like to take a look at and perhaps incorporate as part of your layout. Because once you've done that, then it's File, Load from Cloud, and you will see them. If you've never done this, if you haven't done this at all, but you've been extracting, and you'll see them right at the top here. And you just highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight, load. And then you've created your own layout without actually having to know how to create a scan in the first place from scratch. Well, TI links with Interactive Brokers, Senna, very easily. Okay, TI links with Interactive Brokers. So we don't have an API that we hand out. I mean, that's a question that we get a lot. I have this broker, or can you give a, but we link with Interactive Brokers very easily. Okay, and as Panda's saying, it's tools. And again, I should go over this because linking is it's a time saver. I mean, that's the bottom line. Linking is a time saver because when I'm not answering as many questions, and guys, don't worry about that. I mean, this is what I'm here for. But I'm clicking on symbols all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type in the symbol into my order entry all day long. Okay, so you can establish a link with many brokers, including, of course, Interactive Brokers, so that when I click on DD, as an example, it loads into my order entry. From there, I can trade it. Okay, I haven't gone into this Brokerage Plus window yet as far as, using, from within Trade Ideas, how you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. But just in general, linking is it's just a time saver. Okay? It's funny, and I shouldn't say this because I've never had to run I've never had to run TI or IB running in administration mode, okay? I've never had to do it, but yeah, I guess it's a good practice, but I've never, ever had to do it, and I've been linking with IB now for 5 years. But you just sort of follow the rules. You don't want to... all right, I'll take a chance. So I'm going to delete my link that I've got with Interactive Brokers. I'm going to delete it. Pray for me. Okay. Now, I'm going to establish my link with Interactive Brokers. Yeah, admin mode is something that's down here. Like if I, your icon in your taskbar, it should say, or somewhere, I don't even know where it says run in admin mode. But I've never had to do that with IB. But this is typically what I do. But I don't do it every day because once the link is established, it's established basically forever. But tools, external linking, now I'm going to follow these instructions. I add a link. I see what it says. While keeping this window active, mouse over target window and hold down the shift key to select the window. So now I'm going to move my pointer and I'm putting it right into the order entry of Interactive Brokers. And then I'm going to press down the shift key, and you see how it says current linked Interactive Brokers. The only additional step is I do have to go to this rule, and it's a drop down menu, and I check Interactive Brokers live, then okay. Now I'm done. Now sometimes you don't have to do that with other brokerages, but with Interactive Brokers you do. Now, is my link? Hey, okay. So the link was established, okay? Don't understand your question, Justin. Well, we have support, but then I can buy low. We'll try to buy low. I don't understand what you mean by that question. Well, I don't know then what's happening, Senna, unless because you saw how I established my link, and now I'm using Mosaic. I don't use classic TWS. I've been using Mosaic for 5 years. So I don't use, I don't use classic TWS if that's what you're talking about. I've always just used Mosaic. So Justin, yeah, I don't understand your question. Is there a way to find support in Trade Ideas? Yes, but then when you say, then I can buy low, we'll try to buy low. So I don't quite understand your question. Maybe if you can rephrase it. Okay, I still don't understand your question. I mean, I can give you a link. I mean, you're in sort of support right now, but I can give you a link to our homepage and you can try to ask that question and see what happens. I just don't understand what you mean I can buy low at support. I don't understand the question. But here's the home page, and you can ask that same question and see what happens. I'm not sure what you mean by I can buy low at support. You're talking about stocks that you want to buy something that's at a support level on the low side, or okay. Okay, if you're just looking for support, and I try to do some support in the room, obviously, but if you're looking for a different sort of support, um, understanding that I am a trader that typically is well, not typically. I'm almost 100% a momentum trader. I'm always looking at stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, but we have five other traders who have different trading styles than I do. So, for instance, Sean is posting in the room right now. So, if you're trying to find some scan that maybe is showing a stock that it's low, at a low support level, and maybe it's going to bounce, it's possible maybe one of them might have a scan like that. So, if you click on my link, on that link, the homepage link, ask that question, and one of the other traders, they might say, "Hey, I've got something that might interest you." And also, okay, support and resistance. You see, there's a problem with support and resistance. Your idea of support and resistance may be completely different from my idea. That's why we don't have lines that are drawn that are because there are lots of different versions of support and resistance. As an example, okay? And your idea may be completely different from mine, where support and resistance is. I'd be sizing up a chart, for instance, and saying, okay, I look at Facebook right here on the monthly chart. Maybe that's a support area that if it broke down through that, look out below. Okay, but somebody else might go, I don't agree. I think it should be down here. It takes out the low of this month. Okay, well, so there's no 100% this is support and this is or this is resistance. There's nothing like that, in my opinion anyway. Let me talk a little bit about this Brokerage Plus window, okay? Well, you can find stocks that are breaking 2-day highs or 2-day lows, just by using the new high. Right click, configure, and select the alerts, and here's a new high. So you can pick how many days you want it. Okay, so if you're looking for a stock, breaking a 2-day high or a 2-day low using the new low, then you can use just a very simple alert. Okay, so again, if you create your alert window and then configure, select alerts. These are, well, if you select alerts, let me get rid of this because I'm sorry, you search, I'm sorry. If you search, the new high and new low are probably the ones that are used, I would say, by so many of our customers. That's why they're right at the top here. So you would just click new high, add the alert, and then how many days. Now, here's the caveat, okay? I believe it's still, which I don't like, but it counts the weekends, okay, as days. So for instance, if you were looking for a new 2-day high or a breaking Friday's high, you would have to put 3 in here as an example because it's counting Saturday and Sunday. But for instance, tomorrow, if you just wanted to break like today's high, you would just put 1, like a 2-day high, or a 2, I'm sorry, for a 2-day high. So you can experiment with this. But if that's it, I mean, again, if you think that, you know, something breaking a high of 2 days ago is breaking a resistance area, great, then we do have something like that. All-time high, we've got that. We have some very powerful filters, our position and range filters, okay? So I'm going to do another, again, I'm just trying to drill this home. Right click, configure, search. Right click, configure, search. I'm going to type in position, okay? These are really powerful filters. So we have where it is at the position of the open, in the 5-minute range, all these different. Position and range is one that I probably use all the time. Position and range is the position in today's range. Okay, so if you put 100%, that means the stock is basically right at the high of the day. But what you were asking for, lifetime. Sorry, lifetime. So for instance, if you put a stock and you use this filter and say put 95 as an example, that means it has to be at least within 5% of its all-time high, as an example. Okay? The position in the 20-day range, you know. So we've got all these different position and ranges. That's why you'll notice in my single stock window, I've got them all here. I can immediately, somebody asked me earlier, well, how did I know that Weber was at, you know, at a lifetime low? I just have to look here. Now, it's looking left to see where the, you know, in the previous day. So right now, with it red, that means it's at a lifetime low. Weber's at a lifetime low. You know, if I look at Facebook, Facebook in its lifetime range is about 50% above its, you know, it's about 50% right in the middle. You know, after its big drop over the last few days. So I love these. I love seeing, I like it, the pictorial presentation, you know, I can see when it's a big red bar. You know, I do have the percentage here, but, you know, these are the ones that I use. And I'm sharing this one. This is one of this, if you go to my homepage, this is what I use in my single stock window. The single stock window is customizable. All these are filters, you know, but this is what I like to look at. Some might have a different idea. Maybe you want to see more fundamental data. How much cash on hand? What's the revenue? Things like that. You know, it's up to you. Then you can't do that in Trade Ideas, Justin. Okay? I mean, you can, if you know where they are, I mean, you can put lines, horizontal lines, but that would be pretty tedious. If you're looking for something that, you know, when you click on an alert that those lines are going to automatically appear, not in Trade Ideas, I'm sorry. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this window that we call a Brokerage Plus. I'm just waiting for the, just going to put the links in. Okay, I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Click on this link and you will see there are 2 videos. There's a short video. The short video shows that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, let me just do this. Okay, how you could actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your account. Only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? But don't worry, people get confused about this. They think, well, I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. I guess that means I can't use Trade Ideas. No, no, no. We're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker, okay? We're a scanner. I went over the linking tool that we have, that we link with many brokers. That's just a time saver. You know, but if for some reason, you know, you can't establish a link, well, then you'd have to type the symbol in. And if you're not clicking on hundreds of symbols all day long, it's not the end of the world. Okay? So that's what we are. We're a scanner. That's what we do. But we do have this feature that you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Now, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Okay? Now, the second video, remember I said there were 2 videos? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window to trade, okay? And for me, almost, maybe even more importantly, how you can use this as a simulator, a paper trader. You'll notice Brokers Plus, there's the option up here, but underneath there were 2 options, live and simulation. So again, that first short video, if you want to trade your account, you know, have to watch the video, and then you'll click on live, you'll attach to your IB or E-Trade account. But the other big reason, can emphasize this more, is to use it as a simulator. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay? Okay? Do not start trading until you practice. The simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Let's say you're just starting out and you're not even sure, I don't know who I want as a broker, but I sure like to practice trading. Great. All you need is our standard service. And you click on Sim. And what would happen is, then I think it would say something like account. And then, let me start from scratch. I'm going to disconnect. Okay. So now so it'll say not connected. I click on Sim. And then it'll connect. It will connect, I promise you. There you go. Then it says select account. Just click on that, and then a box should pop up that says simulated trading default. So now you're in simulation mode. Yeah, well, ever is a long time, Justin. So the question is, will TDA ever be used, or will you be able to use Brokers Plus to trade TDA? Ever is a long time, so I would say yes. I couldn't tell you when. It's been worked on. It's an API issue. So all I can say, we thought we had it a year ago, okay? But we ran into many problems, so I cannot tell you when it's going to happen. I mean, we'd love, you know, for every broker, if you wanted to use this to attach to every broker and be able to trade, you know, using this window. But I want to say one thing. I mean, this is a feature. It's an option. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, and Sean, don't close your ears, you don't have to use this. This is an option. It's a feature. You know, personally, I don't use it because I always want to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So when I trade, I'm actually trading from within my IB account. Okay. Now, if I weren't using this as a simulator, you know, I would probably use it. But you know, it's there. It's a feature. It's an option. You understand why I said that, Sean? So by all means, if you have an IB account and you want to use this, use it. Or an E-Trade account, use it if you want to. But as a simulator, really simple. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to go in at market, you just, you know, you can go in at market if the spread is a couple of pennies, and you can go in at market, and then you just buy it. That's it. Now, what I will do is I'm going to go over some, and this is a good one. I'm going to go over some money management. If you're new to trading, I want to go over some money management. When you get into trading, I'm going to take 500 shares of this, and I'm going to buy it at the market. So I'm going to market. Spread's only 428, 429. Should probably take the trade at around 429. Okay, 429. It took the trade. I said it would take the trade at 429 because when I was looking, you know, in my Interactive Brokers account, I saw 428, 429 bid ask. So I thought it would take it at 429, and it did. Okay, so now when you get into trading, the way I trade is I always have a checklist. I'm actually always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Not to take a trade. All right? I have a checklist. Unless I can check every box, I don't take the trade. Now, most of the things are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to be in a stock that is not trading plenty of, like the volume I want, the relative volume I want. It's never going to be outside of a price range that I want because these are all part of my scans. Okay, so a lot of the things that I would normally check are already checked, or otherwise I would not see the alert. And just one moment, please. My headset is going to die. Just give me one moment as I switch. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I just have to establish this the Bluetooth connection. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys, man, that Microsoft upgrade last week really is screwed up my Bluetooth a bit. Anyway, so when you get into trading, so I just covered the fact that, you should be really looking for reasons not to take a trade. You have to have a checklist of some sort, and I don't mean to have 100 things on it, otherwise you'll never take any trade, okay? And I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. I mean, that's why you have to practice, practice, practice. But let's just say you get into the trade. Well, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have what we call, again, if you're new to trading, I'm not trying to be condescending out there, but if you're new to trading, you have to have what we call a stop. And stop is a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, that is that's why you've got to practice. How I determine where I'm going to get out of a trade is I typically look at a chart and I look at it and go, okay, if this stock drops to this price, and where I see maybe there's a lot of support, where I think there's a lot of support on the chart, a lot of action at a certain price, if it drops below that price, I want to be out of the trade and I just move on. Okay, so that is the stop. In fact, I think really what I should say to you, if you're starting out, because people's idea of a support area can be very different. You can, again, somebody asked me about support and resistance. It could be all over the place, all right? My idea of support might be completely different from yours. To make it really easy I would suggest you practice like this. Put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle when you get into the trade. That's a very defined number, okay? You don't have to sort of guess about where you might think support is or anything like that. And a lot of people do that, They get into a trade and they put their stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Then that is you can just see it right on the chart. So if you get that idea that not every trade is going to work and you have to have a stop, you get out of the trade if it's not working. So that's number one. Number two, okay, how much are you going to risk on the trade? How much are you going to actually risk on the trade? Risk meaning if the trade doesn't work, how much are you how much are you willing to lose dollar-wise on the trade? So I mean, you're starting on with a $5,000 account. Obviously, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You know, 5 trades, you could be gone. All right. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. Okay. So if the trade doesn't work, I'm going to be taken out of the trade for a maximum loss of $100. And that share sizes me, because I don't take the same number of shares every single trade. How do I determine how many shares I take? Well, in this particular case, and I just want to make the math easy, I'm now going to put a stop. Now, I would know this before getting into the trade. I'm going to put the stop at $4.09. I got in at $4.29, and I'm going to show you why I'm putting that. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart and it'll say approximately minus $100. It says minus $98.50. You can see it right there. What this means is that if I allow this trade, and I'm in this trade, and it starts working its way down, at the worst I want to do in this trade is to lose $100. And that, now, so why did I take 500 shares? Again, this is, sort of on the go, a little bit of math, but I got in at $4.29. My stop was at, okay, you know what, just give me a moment here. This is a new, Sean, why did they do this to us? I did not know that we were back to this version of E+. So anyway, let me just add this stop price. There it is. Well, look at the order entry in the beta. It's the old order entry, not the new order entry that we've been using. Well, it's possible, but I didn't know. Did you know they were going to do? I'm talking to Sean at Trade Ideas in our YouTube room. I didn't know they were doing that. Anyway, there's my stop. Okay, my stop price is $4.09. My entry was $4.29. I made the math simple. The difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, what I do is I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. That's why for purposes of this demonstration, I took 500 shares. But my share size will vary depending on the difference between my entry and my stop. And you'll notice right there's the line that shows up. Okay? So, this is really important. Money management is very, very important. Because what you don't want to do, and here's something that, it's easy enough in a simulator, to maybe obey your stop. Because it's not real money. You let it go down, you take yourself out of the trade. I'm down $100 in the simulator. When you start trading, though, remember I was talking about the checklist. Well, you've been able to check everything, and more than that, earnings and great earnings or great news and all this sort of stuff. Okay, it looks like this is the best trade in the world. Guess what? Even the best setups don't work sometimes. So human nature, being what it is you start second guessing yourself. You start thinking, you know what? That's stop. That can't be right then, because this is too good a trade. So I'm going to disobey my stop. So it goes down through the 100, and now it keeps going down. Now you're down 200. Now you're down 300. Now you're down 400, 5, and finally you sell for a much bigger loss than what you planned. So important to obey your stop. If you want to last in this business, so important. Hope and prayer is not a strategy. Almost as worse is this scenario. You don't obey your stop. You're down 2, you're down 3, you're down 4, and then whoop, it comes all the way back, and now you're up 2, 3, 400, and you start patting yourself on the back. Sure glad I didn't obey my stop. Will that happen? Of course it will. Of course it will. You'll always have situations where it'll come back, and then, not obeying your stop will work sometimes. Of course that will happen. But you're on the path to ruination, okay, if you do that, in my opinion anyway. Here's the deal. you get stopped out, and then later on you can get, the stock can set up again in the same way, and you can always take the trade again. I mean, commissions are, they're so cheap, either free or, the horrors of interactive brokers charging half a cent a share. But there's no there used to be in the old days. Man, I don't want to get in and out of trades. It's costing me a fortune in commissions. So that is not a reason, to not get out of a trade because of commissions. And, maybe it just sets up again the same way, and you can take the trade the second time. Maybe you're just a little bit early. Maybe market conditions, just weren't aligning for you the first time. Justin, you can't really. I mean, you're talking about a top list. First of all, the max you can put in it. So the question was, how can I see all 8,000 stocks in a list, short interest from high to low? Okay, you can't. Our top list goes up to 1,000. Okay, you can have as many as 1,000 stocks in a top list. So that would be it. But as I mentioned a little earlier, if you have several top lists and you all have the maximum count of 1,000, and it indeed is, because remember the top list gets updated every 30 seconds. It's got to go through 1,000 symbols every single top list. Your system will really slow down. So you can put 1,000, okay, but I warn you, don't have very many top lists like that. I do. Somebody asked, do I have? I have these two that came through. I understand, guys. I mean, I'm obviously answering a lot of questions today. So I'm not really paying attention to really trying to trade. But, these are the two that I got, BDSI and SB. So that's for you, Christine. Why you're not getting them, I don't know. But BDSI at 1048. Well, to create 1,000, I mean, you'd have to. I mean, the SPY has 500, obviously. I mean, we do have a SPY symbol list. You could attach that to a top list window. I'm not sure how you would get. Maybe I don't even know if we have a symbol list for the New York Stock Exchange or others. But first of all, I think you're. Don't take me wrong here, but I think you're trying to maybe complicate things by trying to see all 1,000. Like, what is wrong with only seeing the top? Like sorting, like you're trying to do, and concentrating on the top 10 in the list or the top 20. Okay? There's no trade journal integrated into Trade Ideas, no. How do you get the red stop lines? When you get into a trade, then you just right click and you add the stop order. So I do another trade, take SLI. Again, I'm just going to, make something up 400. I'm going to go in at the market, buy. And then, so there's SLI. So now, there's SLI. Now I can add the stop. Okay, when I add the stop, I'll put $6 just to make, show you. Now I've added the stop, and you'll see the red line will appear. So when you get into the trade, and you just add the stop order. Again, you know where your stop is before you get into the trade. This is not, oh, well, I think I'll make my stop here. There has to be some reason for placing a stop there. A lot of people, I hear this all the time. Well, I want to have a 10-cent stop every trade, or a 20-cent stop, or 0.5%. I mean, I'm not saying that's not the way I trade. Okay, that's not based on anything, in my opinion. That's just that's almost like saying, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. It's not based on anything. Okay, I'm going to answer. Justin, give me a moment. Is there any way to reset search filters on an alert? Okay, so here's something else which I'll try to hammer home. Okay, there may be a way to get it back, but when you create an alert, okay, let's say you create your alert window. Save it to the cloud. Okay, you create an alert window, save or share to cloud. So you right click, okay, and save or share to cloud. And you can give it a name and save it, okay? Save your layouts to the cloud. Save everything to the cloud. The reason being is that there are a couple of reasons. 3 reasons probably. Remember I was saying earlier that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only load trade ideas 1 device at a time. So I'm obviously on a desktop right here, but I've got my laptop, okay? So all I have to do, if I save all my work to the cloud, all I have to do on my laptop, I just have to download the program, and then I file load from cloud, and I can load. I've got my layouts here. This is all searchable, like on layouts or alerts, and I can load a layout. So in other words, or an alert window, or whatever I want to load. In other words, I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, 1 device at a time. Save everything to the cloud. For those of you who are taking the test drive, save everything to the cloud. Why? Because if you decide, once this test drive is over, that you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and by the way, should have put this in here, you can still sign up for the test drive. Give me a moment here. You'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. Let me just put the test drive link in. All right, so when you click on this, when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so obviously today is the 14th, so it started this morning, and it's going to run to the 28th inclusive. That is, you'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. Okay, there's a President's Day is in between here, so obviously the market's not open, so that's why we extended it to include the 28th, which is 2 weeks Monday, right? It'll cost you $11.11. And when you sign up, it'll be as if you were a premium subscriber. Okay, the only thing you can't do any auto trading. But other than that, it's just as if you were a premium subscriber. And when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay? Now, why I'm saying to save everything to the cloud if you're part of this test drive, because at any point in the future, you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. As long as you use the same email that you use for the test drive, everything you've done, if you've saved it to the cloud, will be available to you. Okay? So save everything to the cloud. Whether it's a day after the test drive is over, a week after, a month after, 2 years after, doesn't matter. If you save it to the cloud, it'll be there available to you. As long as you use the same email. It's attached to the email. Okay? Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay, let me, now if I missed a question, I'm trying to answer induction performance. So these are the AI alerts today. Two of them have already been stopped out, okay? Obviously not having a great day, but you know what? Use it as a watch list though. I mean, these can come back later on in the day. You know, I'm not saying they will, but they can come back later on in the day. These are the three. So are you brand new? Are you taking the test drive induction? First of all, this is how I would look at the trades, okay? I wouldn't look at any other, I mean, there are other ways, but this is how I would look at the trades. You know, just click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Don't do anything else. And if you don't see these three, okay, then there's something going on because, you know, these are the only filters you can say, only the open positions or the long strategies, or I don't check any of them ever. And or I could, for some reason, only, you know, check certain strategies. I don't do that. I like to see them all as they come in. So let me know if that worked just by going into our toolbar and clicking on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And you just watch it all day. It's a watch list all day. TIF means time in force. In other words, how long do you want this? How long do you want the strategy? Like how long do you want to hold on to the trade? Yeah, well, actually, we even have a re-entry, okay? So nothing highly scientific. When you get into it, when the AI takes an alert or you know, gives an alert and it gets stopped out, you notice here it says re-entry price. You should have these two columns, re-entry time and re-entry price column, okay? Because this is saying, okay, here's a second chance to get into it. Now, is it 100% going to work? I don't know. But you can see right now the re-entry was 57.80. It's at 57.96 right now. I mean, I'm not saying 16 cents is a big deal, but and how this is calculated is, and again, this is not highly scientific. You notice the entry price was 58.16 and the stop was 57.44. Halfway in between the entry and the stop is 57.80. Notice that these other two have not been triggered, okay? It is not got back halfway between, and there's no time. But you can have the time is right. Well, obviously right there. That's when the alert happened at 11:40, and there was the price. Up to you if you want to trade it. Well, the sector information again is just. I mean, you're you know. I mean, if you're getting into an energy play and you look at the energy stocks and they're all down for the day, you know, you probably have to say, I guess I won't trade energy today unless it's a specific stock that has maybe earnings or some great news. Otherwise, you're trading against the sector. So Clint, I can help you there, and but first I just want to Justin. Okay, so you have to start off with a top list. You know how to make have you taken the introduction? You know how to make a top list. By the way, guys, DWAC and CFVI are rebounding here. Look at CFVI. Do you know how to make a top list window, Justin? All right. I think what, again, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I think you really should take a look at the introduction, okay? This is a software program, and there is some time you've got to spend, a little bit on things like this, the 20 lessons, okay? So if you look at that, the 20 lessons, I'm just going to put them in here, and you click on the link, you will see, what is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? Create an alert window. Guys, this is a software program. If you're just thinking, if you know nothing about this program and nothing about how to trade, you've got, there's a learning curve ahead of you, okay? At the very least, take a look at these lessons, okay? It's very quick. Sean put them together, okay? And, these outline the basic features of trade ideas. That's the first thing you should do. I can show you how to build a top list and all that, but it's way better for you to take a look at this. So it's it's drummed. You'll know how to do it yourself. I'm not always going to be here. Okay. I think it was a great thing you did a long time ago, Sean. The other thing is, again, on my home page. We've got a great user guide. I would look at this first, and then we've got a comprehensive user guide. And you can actually go here if you want. This is a T window that shows you how you create a top list window. This is an alert window. This is all sectioned. Okay, different areas. But this is also searchable. A full table of contents. Normally you'll see them over here. You can search. You're wondering again, you can search in our user guide for virtually, to see, number one, how to do something, see if we have something, okay? But I would look at the 20 introductory lessons first. So what do you mean, I don't see short? You mean you want to see stocks that are near I don't understand what you mean by short. I know what a short is, but you mean stocks that are potentially setting up for shorts? Is that what you mean? Okay, now I'm going to have to send a top list is you can rank the top list. Oh, okay, short interest. Oh, okay. Well, again, here's your big clue for everybody. You're wondering if we have anything. Right click, configure, because the question is, how do I find stock? How do I rank stock from short in short interest? Right click, search. I'm going to type in short. We call that the short float, okay? So that is it right there, short float. So you could show the column, add it as a column, and then sort on that column. Okay, you would just Senna, I promise I'll get you. Okay, so we call it short float. That's the percent of the float that is short. I think that's what you're talking about. Okay, so you just add it, show column, add it as a column. Then when you have it as a column, you can just you double left click and you can sort it either ascending or descending. It's like this. Okay, here's my pre-market actives, and as I was explaining before, in a top list, each one of these is sortable. So if I click on the short float percent right now, and I double left click on it, this is showing me the least, in this list. And if I double left click again, double left click again, and it'll show me the biggest short interest. So it's sort of a rapid double left click, and you can sort in any column. So all you have to do is add the short float percent, and now you have to have a symbol list attached to that top list. You maybe add the SPY or something. So for instance, if I wanted to only track the SPY in here, I right click, configure, and you go to symbol lists. And then I click on add existing list. Because it has to be shown over here. And I think the SPY is one of the ones we have. You just have to now we have the SPY, the top 20. I'm sure we have the SPY as a symbol list somewhere. There's the Russell 2000. Okay, maybe you want to do the Russell 2000. There's the S&P 500. So you just click on it, and it'll move over here. You have to be in this list, and then this is a drop-down menu. Typically, most people just want all symbols, but then you just select only the following list and check it. Then that would mean that list, that symbol list, is attached to your top list window, and it's only going to search on that. Senna, how do you reset the channel bar alert window to default settings? Okay, so I don't really know what you mean by that, because the channel bar, you're talking about the dock channel bar? And here? So Meta, we have actually a channel. You can take a look at that. It's called Short Squeeze. You can take a look at that one. Question was, I want to see a list of stocks with potential for short squeeze. Where is it? It's got to be. Here it is, Short Squeeze. Okay. So you can take a look at this. Okay. So again, you just go from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, and then we have a Short Squeeze channel. You can take a look at that, click on some of the alerts, see if it makes sense to you. So Senna, I don't understand what you mean by to reset the channel bar alert window to default settings. I don't know, because if you're talking about anything in the channel bar, there's nothing to reset. If this is what you mean, if you made a change here, and then you leave the channel and come back, well, you're back to the default. Because remember, if you stay on a channel, if you make a change here, I'll just go to this. Whoops, where are you? Configure, summary. Okay, stock where the price is at least 50 cents. Let's say I wanted it completely different. I want it to be between $10 and $100. Click on my summary, there it is. Okay, there it is. But if I leave this channel and come back, it goes back to the default, if that's what you mean. There's nothing, you don't have to reset it, it just does it. Because your change, as I explained earlier, the fact that you want to make a change to the channel isn't necessarily what everybody else wants. So while you're on the channel, of course your change is in effect. But if you leave the channel and come back, it's back to your default settings, if that's what you mean. All right, so live information. So Dennis, do you have a green ball in your, because that at least that's a start, okay? So if you look in your toolbar, do you see a green ball? Hopefully you can see my screen. I'm pointing at a green ball. Yes, no? All right. So when you say you're not getting any alerts, now, I mean, a couple of things. I mean, it's possible, possible that maybe, oh, Sean, okay, great. It's possible that maybe, some filters are blocking so that you have some really tough filters so you're not getting any alerts. It's possible. The other thing is that even though you have a green ball, the possibility is that you did not fill out the exchange agreements correctly. So you might get a green ball, but you're still not going to get live data unless the exchange agreements were filled out. Even though you're on a test drive, those had to be filled out. So let me ask you this. Do you know how to give me a cloud link? And then what I'll do is I'll load it on my platform and see if I'm getting alerts. You know what? The problem is this is why I don't like YouTube, because you can't post that link in YouTube. You'd have to come to the main room and give me the link, then I can see, if you should be getting any alerts. Tell you what, Dennis, do this first, okay? I'm going to get you to go to our homepage and have them look at your account to make sure that you are connected correctly. Even though you've got a green bar or a green ball, it may be something to do with, okay, Sean, just give me a moment. I just want to, okay, Dennis, so go to the homepage and say, hey, give them your email so they can check your account to make sure that everything looks good on their end, okay? So guys, normally I take a break between 12 and 1. I'm going to take a sort of what I call a mini break today, okay? And so I'm only going to take, so Sean, I'm going to stop streaming now, so have fun.
All right, Barry, thanks for the handoff. I think we just handed off. Thank you, Barry. Barry, you've earned the break, my friend. You are working hard today. All right, so let me make sure you guys are seeing everything you need to see. Okay. All right. So how's everybody doing? Hope you guys had a great weekend. How about that Super Bowl last night, huh? I was rooting for Joe Cool, but, I'm a Bills fan, so I had no horse in the race. Anyway, welcome to the test drive, all of you new test drivers. If you were here in the room with Barry, I assume you've already gotten a lot of help, but we're going to give Barry a rest here, and for the next hour, my job here is to take any software-related questions you have and do my best to answer them. I can't hold a candle to Barry, but, I know a thing or two about a thing or two, and I know enough to be dangerous. And certainly if there's anything I can't answer for you, I can point you in the right direction to get those questions answered. So, you guys been checking out these stock races, the real-time stock race? I got one here up on my screen right now. These are really pretty cool to surface stocks that are moving right now. Like here's this UBX. Look at this stock. It's a cheap stock, $1.07 if that's the type of flavor of stock you like to trade. But boy, just popping up here on the top of the race panel, I'm seeing that this stock is breaking out. I might not have caught that otherwise. Let's check out this ARVL. Nice stocks. If the bounce in the S&P is going to hold, I got an S&P chart over here. We've been downtrending pretty consistently for the last, this is 2.5 days of trading action here, or 2 days of trading action. This is Friday, this was Thursday afternoon. So from the breakdown on Thursday afternoon up until this morning, pretty persistently down. But if this bounce is going to stick, well, maybe some of these stocks here will be leading the charge. Okay, Mike, I see your question. How do I change voice on my Momo scanner? So if you have a voice alert where you know, every time the stock shows up in any alert window, so I got an alert window right here on my screen, and let's go to the configure, is it configure or properties? Properties. Let's go to properties, actions. You've got the play sound activated, and in setup sound, you have text to speech. Right? Well, unfortunately, Mike, the text-to-speech audio alert is just a default sound that comes from your computer. So we cannot change it here in Trade Ideas. It's not a Trade Ideas sound. It's a sound that it's pulling default from your computer. So I'm no Windows expert, but you might be able to go into your Windows setup and change text-to-speech audible alerts there, but I'm not sure. That's definitely outside of my wheelhouse. I am not a Windows expert by any means. I'm an Apple guy. All right, Clint. Any way to reload a layout always to a particular monitor? Each reload comes back to the main monitor. All right, Clint. So I can show you how this should work, but I can't actually show you working because I only have one monitor here, right? And I only use one monitor for my trade ideas. But what you want to pay attention to is if you go into your TI menu bar up here at the top and you go to Tools and choose Options, then you want to go down to the Layouts section right here. And then here where it says loading layouts, I always get this, I always not entirely sure, you might have to play around with this, but I think you want to have this open relative to main window box unchecked like I do here. Okay, if I have this checked, then whenever you open a layout, it's going to load right to whatever your primary window or whatever your primary monitor is, right? If you got, let's say you got 4 monitors, one of them is going to be your primary monitor, right? So if you have this checked, it's going to open relative to that main, what we call a main window. But if you leave that unchecked, then it is my understanding that it will, when you save your layout, it'll always open in the same monitor that you always open it in. So play around with this. You might want to, toggle this on and off and see if it makes any changes, but that should get you what you need there, Clint. Okay, so you have tried that. So you did see that, and that's not working. Trying to think what. So when you move a layout. So, right, like, I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying you've, actually, no, let me rephrase this. So when you change a channel, so I'm on my main channel right now, right? I'm on my main layout. So you're saying if you go and click something in your channel bar, like if I click on the Strength Alerts channel, you're saying this loads on your main monitor and you don't want it to. I think what you need to maybe pay attention to, maybe you haven't tried this yet, is your TI menu bar, this thing right up here, this needs to be at the head of whatever monitor you're using, okay? So again, I can't really show you this because I only have one monitor here, but if you try moving this menu bar to your, to your adjacent monitor, whichever one you want to have, as long as that's over there, and you maybe create a channel bar to be open over there. Try that out. It should open relative to this menu bar. If it's not, then I'm out of ideas, man. You might have to hit our email support, and one of our tech guys can walk you through it. Debbie is confirming. Good to have some confirmation, Deb. Thanks. Okay, Ibrahim, how do I save all my items in a layout to a docked window? So when I shift tab to it, I come to the whole layout and not one item in the layout. Okay, so with docked windows, let's say we go to my TI menu bar up here, go up to New and choose. This is how I always do it, by the way. I just click a docked channel bar, and then I hit, then I open up one of these channels here, and I have this in the docked channel bar. That's what I use the docked channel bars for. Sounds like you want to have a custom layout in your docked channel bar. I think the custom layouts is kind of buggy because check this out. At least this is what happens to me. When I try to use, I got 4 custom layouts right here, just like I do in this channel bar, which was my original setup right there. But here's a docked channel bar. If I click, let's say, my pre-market channel, watch this. It opens up my pre-market channel over here, but it didn't change in my channel bar or my docked channel. I don't understand why it does that. This is something I've never understood. I don't know if it's a bug or if I'm just thinking through this wrong. It's not intuitive to me. But the way I just use docked channel bars is let me show you. Like I just have this is my main layout that I keep open every day. Don't know why this just opened. So this is my main layout that I keep open every day or most of the trading day. And then if I want to keep this open but go check something else real quick, check out a different channel without leaving my setup here because, I don't want to have my alert windows reset or my race to reset, then I'll just open up a docked channel bar, go to New Docked Channel Bar, and then find the channel I'm looking for. Let's say the NFT and crypto one. And then here I am. I see all the crypto stuff that I want to see. Bing, bang, boom. All right, I'm good. I close it out and then I'm back to my layout and I never had to reset. It was always there. But as far as the docked window, whenever I do these docked windows, oh, here we go. Yeah, it's got a whole user guide here. I can walk you through it. That's new. Awesome. Can I make the layout as one window? No, a layout is composed of multiple items, right? So I got a chart here. I got a chart here. Right? These are all separate windows that are all part of a layout. I could save this layout and access this anytime, right? But I can't just treat it as one window. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're asking there. Blue Moon's asking, how would be the best way to find stocks like GT? Big move down recently and now consolidating. So let's bring up a ticker like GT. Oh man, that's right. This thing got killed on Friday. I remember that. How would I find a stock like GT? Well, I mean, we have to define, Blue Moon, what GT actually is, right? How's the best way to find stocks like GT? Well, what is a stock like GT? A stock that lost, I mean, what are we defining here? A stock that lost 20% in one trading day, or a stock that's at the low end of its 5-month range, a stock that's trading on high relative volume? I mean, we have to kind of define what that is first, all right, before we could start finding more stocks like it. Although there is a little feature here. Do we still have this? Yes. So check this out. I'm not saying this is the tool that's going to solve your problem, Blue Moon, but we do have a feature here in the single stock window that whenever you bring up a stock like GT or any stock, check this out. If you go to this little tab here, similar to GT, you will find stocks that these are not stocks that are similar as far as they do the same things, but they're similar in that the stock is, according to some algorithm, the stock is performing similarly. So if I'm pulling up these charts to see, I don't know how that algorithm actually performs. I'm guessing it's based on the daily charts. The stocks are getting killed over the last, several weeks, all very similar to GT. You might want to play around with that. All right, Brian says, I'm connecting to Thinkorswim, but every time I close out something, I have to reload as admin on both. Any way I can avoid this? So with Thinkorswim, one of the things where people mess up, if you've done external linking, I'm assuming you're talking about external linking. If you're not talking about external linking, interrupt me. But with external linking, if you've external linked trade ideas to Thinkorswim, for the external link to always be maintained, so every time you launch trade ideas, it's already set up. You don't need to reset it up every time. You have to make sure that you shut everything down at the end of the day in the right sequence. So what has to happen is at the end of the day, when you're closing your computer down or turning off your softwares, you need to close down trade ideas first. Close down trade ideas and then close down Thinkorswim. And then when you restart, you need to open up Thinkorswim first and then open trade ideas. And the reason why that is, and I know this is complicated, it's because at the end of the day, if you've got the linking set up, when you shut down trade ideas first, it shuts down thinking that it's externally connected to Thinkorswim. Okay, great. And then the next morning, when you come back, you got to turn on Thinkorswim first and then turn on trade ideas, because when you turn on trade ideas, it's going to wake up and say, oh, there's Thinkorswim, everything's good. Okay. If you open trade ideas first before opening Thinkorswim, it's going to open up and it's going to see a busted connection. That's how it's going to think. It's going to think busted connection, and then it's not going to work. So always make sure trade ideas gets shut down last at the end of the day. And then always make sure the Thinkorswim is opened first the next day. I hope that made sense. It's just a funny way computers think. Sometimes they're very dumb machines like that. They're not very intuitive. All right, folks, if you haven't caught on already, for the next 45 minutes or so, I will be handling the live Q&A here. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin, and this is your opportunity to ask questions of the software. I know a lot of you are test drivers, and thanks for already hitting me with questions I couldn't answer right up front. So we've made that clear that Sean doesn't know everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. Okay, so Blue Moon, recent 10 to 20% down move in the last 2-3 trading days, then 1-2 days of consolidation. That is my starting point. Relative volume, moving averages, secondary filtering, that I play with after. So, all right, so Blue Moon, if you're looking for stocks that have gotten crushed in the last few trading days, let's play around here. Let's open up a top list window. This will be instructive to everyone who's building a top list window for the first time. A top list window is what you use to just surface stocks that meet certain criteria. It doesn't mean they're actionable. It doesn't mean you want to trade them right this second. It just means a stock satisfies certain criteria you're looking for. So Blue Moon's looking for some stocks that are have been hurt pretty badly in the last few days and now are consolidating. So let's play around here in the search terms box. By the way, when you're on the search tab, if you guys are seeing this for the first time, you'll see every filter we have available in Trade Ideas. There's hundreds of them, right? I don't expect you to scroll through here looking, hunting and pecking for the things you need. The better thing to do is just go into search terms box and start typing in keywords. So I'm going to type in change. So let's see if we have a change. Let's see. Okay. So Blue Moon, in day terms, the smallest day filter we have is 5 days. So let's start with that. Change in 5 days. All right. we have a dollars based and a percent based. I think percent based is going to work, best for 99% of you most of the time. So we'll just do a change in 5 days. We'll add this filter. And then I'm going to add, here it is highlighted, I'm going to add a minimum change. So you want stocks that got crushed. So we want a minimum change of minus, what did you say? You said 10 to 20%. So let's say 10%. All right, and we'll just check our work to make sure I did this right, which I always do because I sometimes get these backwards. Hit the show me button. And price was up from 5. No, we don't want that. See, so I may have done this backwards. So let's try it this way. If I do the max. There you go. Price was down at least 10% from 5 days ago. Okay? So that's the first filter. We're only going to see stocks that are down. Let me just hide my unused here. Got a lot of things shown. Not sure why. I got a couple other filters in here. Let's just clear this out so that we're truly going from scratch here. So change in 5 days. Must be, first hurdle, it has to be down at least 10%. Okay, great. Now, the second thing you wanted to know was there some consolidation happening? So let's find a consolidation filter. Let's go back to the search tab. And we got a couple ideas here. Let me just type in consolidation, see if that brings something else. Okay, oh, here we go, perfect. The consolidation filter, it measures a number of days, right? So if I add this filter and set a minimum of 2, okay, that's going to show me, actually let's do a minimum of 1, okay. So that's going to show me a stock, now the 2 filters, show me stocks that are down 10% minimum over the last 5 days, but has been consolidating for at least 1 day, okay. If we check my work, show me stock has been consolidating for at least 1 day. Now I'm not saying this is the best filter to use. Another one you might consider, and we could even add this in additionally, is I would recommend playing around with the position in range. So if I do a position in, let's just do position range. This is just the normal intraday filter. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. Let's do the position in 5-day range because we were looking for stocks that are down at least 10% in the last 5 days. So let's try to be consistent. Position in 5-day range. If I hit add filter, and I want this stock to be kind of near the bottom of that range, right? Because it's down and now it's consolidating and you're looking for maybe catch the bounce off the bottom. So I want this stock to be somewhere between the bottom of the range and let's say highest, the 20th percentile. So if I check my work here, stock is no more than 20% above the low of the range. So basically you're looking at stocks that are in the bottom 5th of its range for the past 5 days. All right, so let's just let's hit OK and let's just see what this looks like real quick. We'll call this down and consolidating. If I could type, it would be great. Down and consolidating. There we go. So let's see what we find here. We got a little top list. Let's click on some of these. Now we're going to see some stocks that have some very low trading, which is low trading volume. You know what? Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's add a minimum trading volumes here. Also add a minimum price. We'll hit price, do a minimum price of let's say $5 a share, and volume. Let's do. Let's go back to search. Let's do average trading volume. Average, or just type in volume to get all my volumes. And average daily volume, do the 3-month average daily volume. Let's set this to a minimum of, I don't know, 500,000 shares. Just so that we see stocks that, actually do volume. Okay, let's see if this changes things. Okay, so we have a much smaller list, which is good. Let's check out TWOU. So here you go. Here's a stock, got crushed. And now maybe if I zoom in a little bit, stock got crushed, and now for the last 2 days, it's been kind of consolidating. In fact, might be setting up for a bounce here. I like it. Let's check out the next one. This thing is definitely down 5% or 10% in the last few days. Not necessarily sure I'd call that a consolidation, although it is inside the previous day's range. So I guess technically you could say that's consolidation. Here's another one that's down 10% in the last 5 days, still above the previous day's low. So this might be a place for you to start playing around. Who was asking? That was Blue Moon. So Blue Moon, I'll go into the configuration real quick and just remind you of the filters that I used. I used the consolidation filter, minimum consolidation of 1 day. And maybe if we change that to 2, you get something different. Position and 5-day range, I set the maximum to 20. So that's just showing me the stocks in the bottom 1/5 of its 5-day trading range. And I set an average daily volume of 500,000 shares. Oh, and change in 5 days. I use the change in 5 days filter. Yes, Debbie, I can share this. That's a good idea. Let's do that. So I'm going to share this this top list with you guys, and the way I do that, and this might be the first time you guys are seeing this, but anything I could create or anything you can create, you could share with your other friends who have Trade Ideas software. The way you do it is you share the cloud link. So I'm going to right click in this window, and it's just for this top list right here. I'm going to hit save or share to cloud. All right. Here's the name of it. I'm just going to clean up these numbers. I don't need the numbers in there. It's just the timestamp. So we're calling it down and consolidating. I'm going to hit save and share. It's going to give me a long, ugly URL. Okay, don't let that scare you. I'm just going to copy all. I'm going to paste it here in the YouTube channel, down and consolidating. Top list. Okay, there you go. And now for those of you who are seeing a cloud link for the first time, the way you load that cloud link is you'll have to click on that link first. Click on the link in YouTube, and that's going to open up a browser. I'll show you what that looks like here real quick. When you click that link, it's going to open up in your browser, and it's going to look like this. Okay? Don't worry about anything that's on here. All I want you to do is just make sure you're copying this full code, right? So just right click and hit copy or hit Control C, whatever it is that you do, but copy that whole URL code, okay? Then you can close this browser down. And then to open that window, this down and out, let's close it. To open up that top list that you just saved, that you just copied the URL to, go to your TI menu bar, go to File, hit Load from Cloud right here at the top. And then it might already be saved in here in your clipboard, but if it's not, just hit Control V or right click and paste, right? To get that URL code right in there. And once it's there, just hit load, and that top list is going to load right there on your screen. And there you go. And then if you like it, you want to make sure you save this to your cloud. Just right click in it and hit save or share to cloud and save it to your own cloud. Okay, hit save. Or save it to your layout if you want to do that as well. So now if I ever want to open up this top list, it's in my cloud. It's permanently in my cloud. If I ever want to see it, the easiest way to do it is just to go to, I'll close this down, is go to the My Cloud button in your channel bar. This is where you can access all of your cloud files. Just click on the My Cloud, and there, well, I've saved it twice, but there it is. The most recent thing I saved is right there at the top. But while I'm here, let me show you something. Let me stretch this out a little bit. If I scroll down here, you're going to see every alert window, every top list, every layout, every stock race that I've saved over the years. If I scroll down, and I mean, these things go back years. I mean, look at, here we are in 2017, right? I got files that go back as long as 2017. You will never lose any of the files in your cloud. You can, however, delete them if you choose. You have to actively delete them. So you would have to go through this, find something from years ago that I'm sure I'm not using anymore. Okay, this BTFD ProScan X ETFs. Actually, no, I use that from time to time. Let's just use this upgappers. If I don't want that anymore, all I gotta do is just highlight it and hit the delete button. Boom, and it's gone. All right. But otherwise, as long as you don't actively delete anything in your cloud, you will never lose any file in your cloud, which is wonderful. Okay, I see some questions came up here. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well, DS. Is there a way to send price alerts through text or phone or email? If not, I can think TI of doing it near. So we cannot send price alerts to your phone, but we can send alerts. So like stocks that come through from an alert window, like one of these, the A windows, they can be sent to your phone. Now, here's the thing about that, guys. Once the alert is sent from Trade Ideas, we have no control over how fast you receive it. That is totally at the hands of your ISP provider. So if you're wanting to get, immediate notifications of alerts, in most cases you will get them, but not always, and that's out of our control. We cannot control that. But there is a way to set that up. You have to go, let me go to Trade Ideas real quick. You got to go to the Trade Ideas website to set that up. So if I go to trade-ideas.com, let's bring up the site here. And if I go to the login up here up top, if I log in, this brings me to the account management page. And you will find, I believe it's down here. Yes, in the account section. See the email, text messaging? Oh, you know what? I'm not logged in. I got to log in first. Okay, so now I'm logged in. And I want to go to the, right here, under section 3, account. Excuse me, go to go to email, text messaging. And then here you would type in your email address, which, by the way, this is also how you get the text message. I use wow, I'm losing my voice. Hold on a sec. A little frog in my throat. Now, I use Verizon. I don't know who you use, but if you use Verizon, Verizon gives you an email address. It's like, whatever your phone number is, 555-1212, right? At I think it's vztext.com. I believe that's how the thing works for Verizon, or it might just be vtext. It's either vtext or vztext. You'll have to confirm with your phone provider how that works if you don't already know that. But if you, I know with Verizon you could do it. And so you would put your email address in here, and that's how you would set that up. And then you would you would set up the alert windows that you want to get alerted for in this window here. So if I wanted to, so I've got 2 strategies in here right now. I got them enabled, right? So if I enable these, then they will send texts to me. If I want to add a new one in this one of these empty spaces, I click edit. And let's see. Does this show me how to set one up from manual? That's not what I want. I'm going to put a strategy in there. Oh, I'm sorry. Very easy. You take the cloud link. Duh, I was having a little brain fart right there. What you do is so remember that cloud link that I just saved for, well, hold on. Let me minimize this for a second. Say I want to get these all-time high alerts sent to my phone, right? Or sent to email. I would just make sure that I save or share this, save this to my cloud, right? I'll just hit save and share, and I'll get the URL code. There it is. Hit the copy all. And then I would paste it in here and activate it, and then I'd be good to go. I have to hit update strategies. And there we go. So that's how I would get that in there. Not something I use very often, so as you can see, I'm kind of clumsy with it. Ramen, can you please explain how to trade Barry's watch list? Well, no, Ramen, I cannot. I'm not Barry. I don't know how Barry trades it. You're going to have to ask Barry. Good news for you is Barry will be back here on this channel when I'm done here at the top of the hour, so you can ask Barry yourself. I don't know how Barry trades it. Okay, Debbie asked about the stock race. So you want of the names from that. So you want to do a stock race from that top list that we created a moment ago. So easy. well, not easy, but let's go to the My Cloud button here in the channel bar. Let's find that list that I had right there, down and consolidating. Okay, let's load it. Let's get this thing going. And now if I wanted to run a stock race on these stocks right here, I would just right click anywhere in this window, hit launch real-time stock race. And make sure I got the parameters set. We'll just do a quick one here, a little 1 minute one. We'll sort on price. Yeah, that's what we want, or based on price. We'll replace cars. And auto rerun. And let's go. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. Now, the team tells me, they promised me that they're going to reduce this starting gate from 30 seconds down to like 5. So I hope that happens soon. I hate launching this thing and then having to wait 30 seconds. It seems kind of weird to me. But we'll get this thing going. Debbie, I don't want anything. I'm just trying to get through this quickly. I don't know the optimal way to run these things. It's just, you got to play around with them until you find what you like. But really what I'm just trying to highlight to you is to run a stock race, this is for anybody, to run a stock race on any top list, just anywhere in the top list, just right click on it and click launch real-time stock race, and then you can get these things set up. Maybe a 1 minute race was a little cutting it too close. Because these things aren't doing anything, or they must be going down. That's why they're not moving. So pull up one of the charts there. Apron one. Because it had a little pop, a little micro pop there during that minute. That's why it won. Yeah, I mean, not the best idea, but yeah, just that's how you launch a stock race on any one of these top lists. Just right click in them and go to launch real-time stock race, and then work through the settings and get it all set up the way you want. You just got to play around with it, like I do. Well, Debbie, there is no best. There is no best for anything. You just got to play around and find out what's best for you. I don't know what's best for you, Deb. Definitely want to err on making them a little bit longer. Like this one here on my screen is a 10-minute race. I just feel like a 10-minute race gives me a little bit more time for these things to really, give me some meaningful signal. So if anything, just default longer. That would be my advice. Yeah, DS, you're not the first person to ask for push notifications on price alerts. Believe me, we would love to do that. And I have to imagine it is in the roadmap of things to be built, but it's not something we have currently. Trade Ideas, the tool, is meant for you to be live engaged with the platform. It's not meant to be a tool that you use on your mobile device. We don't have a mobile app. It's just too much stuff to try to add to a mobile app. I know the developers would like to have it, and I know that there's talk of trying to figure that out, but I'm not a developer. I'm not on the developer side, so I know there's a lot of work that has to be done to make that happen. But no, unfortunately, we have no push alerts, push notifications to mobile phones, because Trade Ideas is software that is meant to be engaged with on your desktop. That's really what it is. It's for hardcore traders who are trading hardcore, and you're not doing that on your phone. So while we seem to have a little bit of a well, hold on. I see a question from Colin. Colin says, I don't see that in my window. Colin, what exactly is it that you're not seeing? Happy to try to point you in the right direction. Bear with me here as I answer a question here from my team. Okay, Colin, the reason why you're not seeing this particular stock race on your screen is because this is one of my custom layouts. All right, so this is one of my, no one else has access to this. This is just my layout that I've built, created on my own. But if you want to launch stock races, an easy way to do it is in your channel bar, right down here. See this real-time stock race channel? If you click on that, that's going to launch our stock race channel, and you'll see some stock races here. And these will load automatically. And if you want to have some more stock races, I don't know why these are hidden on a docked channel, but if you go to a TI menu bar and you go to new and you launch a docked channel bar, so it's a channel bar in a separate kind of container, we got some other options for stock racing. We got the S&P 500 stock racing, we got the Fang and Friends stock racing, we got the price and volume stock racing. So if I launch that, you'll see some other stock racing options. So Colin, you can find those in your channel bar. Or on any layout, we relaunch my main layout, on any layout that you have a top list, if you want to see a top list in a stock race form, you just go in the top list here, any top list at all, and say open positions, right? And just right click in it and hit launch real-time stock race. And that will get you into the setup window. You just make sure the parameters are what you want and then hit the play button and it'll play it. So, okay, good question there, Colin. If you're not seeing stock races in your channel bar, then that sounds to me like you're running an outdated version of our software. We are currently running, let's see here, we are at I'm running version 6.4. So if you're not on 5.5.64, head to our homepage, trade-ideas.com. Right at the top will be the download button. Hit that. You'll find the latest download version. I would strongly encourage you to do that. Then you'll get all the latest stuff. Sean Drew, these sessions are recorded on our YouTube channel, but it won't be available until after the market closes today. And unfortunately, I don't know why we do this, but this support session is all lumped in with the whole live stream of all day. We're live streaming all day long from a half hour before the market opens until about a half hour after the market closes. And so there'll be a 9-hour recording of all of this will become available on our YouTube channel after the market closes. I'm not exactly sure what time it goes live up there, but you will be able to find it on our YouTube channel. So where you're at right now. All right, the download gave you 6.3 today. Okay, well that must be the last one we've got going. I might be out of date. Am I behind? I'm frequently behind. Oh no, you're behind me, 6.3. Well, let's see. Let's go to the page. Let's see what's up there right now. We are constantly updating the software. I can't even keep up. So if I go to the download page, and let's see. So, okay, so here's the production version. Don't do this one. Always keep scrolling down. Go to our beta version. The beta version is tested well enough that you can trust it. It's just minor. If there's any bugs, they'll be minor. And yep, sure enough, yep, 6.3 is the version that's available for the public. But as you can see, it's got stock races in it. They show you right here. So as long as you're running this .63 version, you will have access to the stock races. JP, would you mind going over the send to stock race again? Sure. It's really quite simple. Any top list you have open, okay? You just open up the top list on your screen first. And so let's say I got top list right here, up movers since today's open. If I want to make a race out of this, all I simply do is right click anywhere in this window and choose launch real-time stock race. When I click that, it'll open up the settings. I just gotta make sure I got the settings what I want. Let's change that to, I don't know, 5 race lanes. Let's change that to, let's say 10. And you might want to, we'll do based on change of price, and we'll just leave the sort as it is. Replace cars, auto rerun. Okay, we'll hit start. And in 30 seconds, this thing will go. But how you launch a JP is just how I showed you here. Just in any top list, just right click and choose launch real-time stock race. Or if you just want to see the ones we've already got set up, you could go to in your channel bar, your basic channel bar right here, hit real-time stock race. Or if you launch a docked channel bar, we've got some additional stock races there. So if I launch a docked channel bar, you'll notice we have some additional stock races right here. These 3. All right. Hope that helps. Ramin, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. What's the function of the stock race? Look, that's a great question, and we're going to get that a lot. What is a stock race and why is this important? So let's riff on that. So let's compare a stock race to this top list right here. In fact, let's run a race based on this top list. So I'm going to launch a real-time stock race based on this. We're going to run it for 5 minutes. We're going to have 10 lanes. And we'll go ahead and launch this thing. We bring it over here. I'm going to cover up the one that's already there. So this thing will start running in 23 seconds. So here's what is different about a top list. These are going to be the stocks that are showing up here in the race are going to be stocks pulled from this list. So if I'm looking at this top list right now, this is showing me the stocks that are up the most since the open. They're sorted by the change from the open. You can see this column here. The highest stock is RELI. It's up 15% since the opening trade of today, right? So if I'm looking at this window, I'm like, okay, well, RELI is the stock that's up the most since the open. Great. But does that mean that stock's moving right now? Not necessarily. If you look at my race real quick, look at this RFSH. It's right now it's moving faster than everything else. Let's do the click. This stock, since we launched has gone up, I don't know, 10 cents. Okay. Now, where's Fresh on this list? Fresh it's down here in the middle, right? Here it is. It's like 7 stocks down. If I'm just looking at a top list, I might not be able to tell that Fresh is making a move right now. Okay. Because I'm naturally drawn to the names at the top. But these things have moved, right? They have moved. It doesn't mean they're moving right this second, but a stock race can highlight stocks that are moving right now, more so than the others. Does that make sense? It's like a kind of a way to see relative performance. So since we launched this race about 2 minutes ago, this stock right here, COLO, is moving, right? In percentage terms, is moving. And here's another one that's starting to move. So it's just a different way to visualize the data. And guys, by the way, this is like a beta tool, and we're still working out the kinks and still working out ways to make this visualize better for you. There's definitely room for improvement, and we know that. But that's the intent here. So here's ZG. I just clicked on it, starting to make a move. Where is it on my top list? It doesn't even show. There it is. It's right here in the middle. Would I have known that Zillow was starting to move if I was only looking at this top list? No. But here, it's leading the pack. And look at that chart. It certainly is. It's moving right now. So that's what the races are intended to do, guys. They're intended to really draw your attention to the stocks that are moving right now. If you're an intraday trader, this is a very valuable tool for you, right? You want to get in the stocks that are moving, not the stocks that are going sideways, right? We need movement to make money. And so right now, Zillow clearly, of all these stocks that are up the most on the day, so stocks from this top list, this is the one that's moving right now. Okay? All these others, they're not doing anything. In fact, they're probably going down. That's why they're stuck at the starting gate. If I click on EBIX, this thing's gone down in the last couple of minutes, right? So there you go. I hope that made sense. Run it on Barry's watch list up. Well, if that's in his channel here, we can do that. Okay, so Barry, so here's the thing, guys. Barry's watch list up is an alert window. You can't run a race on an alert window, okay? Alert windows and top lists are not the same thing, guys. An alert window is a window that triggers a real-time alert when a catalyst happens. It could be any number of things. It could be stock printing a new high, stock making a new 52-week low, stock crossing a moving average, stock climbing on rapidly changing volume. There's hundreds of alerts you can choose from. But an alert window, see the little timestamp here in this DIDI at 11:27 Eastern was when that alert fired. So these are real-time alerts. That's why there's only one stock showing right now in each of these, because there's nothing happening right now. But the next time a fire or a stock fires in this list, it'll pop up. You don't do races on alert windows. You can only do races on top lists. Okay? Colin, you want the top list setting. Not sure which top list you were referring to. I shared one up above. If you scroll up in the chat, just scroll up just a little bit. I have the down and consolidating top list. If that's the one you were talking about, it's right up there, up higher up in the chat. Just scroll up. Or are you talking about the? I'm sorry. Let me open up my layout. You're probably talking about the change the most since the open, the one that we were just running. That I don't know why this keeps opening. I gotta close that down. You're probably referring to this, right? The stocks up the most since the open. I will share this with you. I'm going to right click, save or share to cloud. Up the most, up mover since today's open. I'll hit save and share, copy all, and I'll put it in the chat window. Up since open. And you know what? Why not? I'll share with you the down since open as well. So that's this top list right here. Same thing, but just showing me stocks that are down the most since the open. So I'll share this to my cloud for you. Copy all. And here is down since open. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, you guys seen the? You guys taking a look at the Strength Alerts channel today? I usually talk about Strength Alerts on these Monday Q&A sessions. For those of you who don't know, especially for those of you who are taking our test drive, Strength Alerts is a standalone email subscription that you could get. You don't need to be a Trade Ideas software subscriber to get it. It comes out once a week on the weekend, and the email looks like this when I'm scrolling through right here. And it's always 5 names that are setting up based on our Strength Alerts algorithm that people who are swing traders might be interested in. I'm going to close that down because if you're a software subscriber, you don't need to pay for the Strength Alerts. It's included free with your subscription. It's right here in the Strength Alerts channel found on your channel bar. And this top list right here shows you the 5 names that are this week's TI Strength Alerts. And so I should have prepared this here. Let me bring this up real quick. We got enough time? Yeah, we got enough time. So let me bring up this link because I want to show you, because some of you are probably seeing this for the first time. I know there's some of you regulars that are here and you've heard this spiel before, so I apologize. Go grab a coffee if you'd like. But for the rest of you, I want to draw your attention to this chart right here. This chart is the performance of the TI Strength Alerts going back for 4 years relative to the S&P 500. The white chart here is the performance of the S&P. Great performance, right? Looking great. Over the last 4 years or so, it's S&P's returned something like 70%. Wonderful. Well, during that same time, TI Strength Alerts has crushed, absolutely crushed the S&P 500. Now, how did we achieve these results? It's in our back test, okay? Just full disclosure, this is a back test, it's not real money. But how did we crush the S&P using TI Strength Alerts? I will tell you how we do it real quick. Now we're not telling you have to trade these this way. You could trade TI Strength Alerts any way you like. I would recommend using a stop loss. I would recommend maybe using a profit target. Whatever makes sense for you and your trading plan is what you want to do. But what you need to know is that these stocks, the reason why these showed up in the TI Strength Alerts algorithm is because they are stocks that are displaying characteristics of past swing trade winners. We've done the work, we've done the research, we've done the back tests, and we've uncovered common characteristics of stocks that have gone on to make great, 5 to 10 to 15 day runs, swing trades, okay? And so right now, or at least over the weekend when we ran the scan, these 5 stocks were the stocks that most looked like previous past winners before they went on their run. Okay, so if any of you are familiar with Investors Business Daily and their IBD 50 list, similar idea, right? It's stocks that meet certain requirements that had to be met before they made their big run. Now, this is not a guarantee that these stocks are going to rip higher or become huge winners. We can't guarantee that. We don't know. But that's how these stocks surfaced. Now, how did we achieve the results that I was showing you before? We did it very simply. Again, I'm not recommending you do it this way, but if you want to, it's really simple. All we simply did is we rotated into each of these 5 names every Monday at the open. That's it. So let's say we're starting from scratch. You've got nothing but cash in your account and no positions on. Let's say you got $5,000 in your account. Let's keep it simple. All we simply did is we invested an equal amount of money in each of the 5 names. So if I've got $5,000 in my account, I would invest $5,000 in NOC, $1,000 in NOC, $1,000 in EC, $1,000 in CAG, etc. However many shares $1,000 buys, that's how many shares I would buy. Right? So this NOC, it's a $387 stock. So I'd probably only buy, a little less than 3. I'd buy 2 shares. That's all I could buy, right? EC, I'd buy, I don't know, a lot more, right? But the common thing is that we'd invest an equal amount of money. And then all we did, we had a market order to enter at the open on Monday. That's it. Opening price, whatever it is, buy. And then for the rest of the week, we took our hands, put them in our pockets. We didn't do anything. We didn't execute a stop loss. We didn't take a profit target, nothing. We just sat in those stocks no matter what they did, no matter what the market did. Come hell or high water, we held those names. Again, I'm not saying this is right for everybody, but I'm just showing you how we achieved those results. Sat on our hands all week, and then the following Monday, when we have a new list, because we'll have a new list to work with every weekend, okay? The following Monday, all we simply did is those stocks we've been in now for a week, we just simply closed them. Market order to sell right at the open. Closed all 5 stocks, win or lose. And then took that cash and divided it 5 ways and reinvested it into the 5 new names. That's all we did, guys. Simple rotation into the new names at the open every Monday. That's how we achieve those crazy results. You might do it differently. You might use stop loss orders. You might use, you might use a stop loss on all your trades. You might have a profit target. That's fine. You do you. The real gift of this list is that these stocks look like stocks that have gone on to be big winners in the past. And so if that can skew the edges in your favor, even just a slight little bit, that's something you want to execute against, guys. Because as a trader, I've been trading for 24 years, and I could tell you, whenever we have an edge that's a profitable edge, the best way to realize that edge is to execute against it as often as possible. And so TI Strength Alerts gives you that edge as a swing trader. It's not going to work every day. It's not going to work every week. It might even go a month stretch where it's a net loser. But over time, you saw those results. Over time, if you're consistent with it, we think you'll do pretty well. All right, folks, I got about 3 minutes left until I hand the room back to Barry. So last call for questions. I see some questions came in here real quick, so let me see if I can catch up. Shrimpy George, is there a way to test my scanner filters on a historical date range? I'm not sure I understand the question. Do you want to see what the filter values were back at a certain point in time? Check this out. If that's what you're asking, let me open up a web browser here real quick. If you just go to Google and just type in stocks like this, hit enter. The first selection is going to be right here. It's going to be a trade ideas link, stocks like this. So check this out. If you go to this page, you can let's say there's a stock that you liked. Let's say Microsoft. I liked Microsoft back on February 1st at the open. What were those filters? So I could go back in time here, February 1st at the open, 9:30 Eastern time, and I could run a submit here, and this is going to show me all the filter values for, or actually it'll show me all the alerts that fired in this 5-minute window here. See the duration says 5 minutes. It'll show me all the alerts within our system that would have fired in that 5-minute window. And then it'll show me the filter values for every filter we have in Trade Ideas for that stock at that time. So that's one way you can go back in history and see these values. This is pretty useful if you're, if you saw a stock that ran today. So let's say XYZ had an awesome move today. How do I find more stocks like that? Well, first go and look at what the values were, and that might give you a clue on what filters and alerts you want to use in the future to find more stocks that are moving like that. Sean, first day on Trade Ideas and boy am I lost. Yeah, well, just like your brokerage platform, there's lots of bells and whistles. And we don't expect you to get it all on the first day. This is day one of your test drive. And hey, I'm glad you're here, by the way. The fact that you're here means you're taking this seriously. But this is day one of the test drive. And we got the live trading room is going all trading day long, every day. So you can always look over the shoulder of Barry and watch what he's doing, see how he's using the platform to inform all of his trading decisions. All right. We do dedicated live Q&As like I've just done here for the past hour. We do it every trading day at noon Eastern. We're also doing it starting at 3:30 Eastern. Chris Varley hosts those. So there's plenty of opportunities to ask questions and have us walk through on the screen how to do everything. If I didn't get to your question here, guys, I apologize. I see a bunch came in at the end. But just hang out. Barry might be able to help you. If you need immediate help, you can always send an email to our email address, info@trade-ideas.com. I'm going to type it in here for you guys. info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. Or you can go to our website and there's a live chat feature that's available on the website during regular business hours. So if it's during market hours and you need to chat with somebody, text chat, you can do that live on our website as well. So folks, I'm glad you're here. It's day one of the test drive. Cool your jets. There's lots to learn, but I think you're gonna get a lot out of this. So let me just, I gotta ping Barry here, make sure Barry's ready to take back over. Barry. Colin, you're welcome. Thanks for that. Brian, the two links I shared, you're talking about the most up and the most down. Will they update themselves every day? They'll update themselves all day, throughout the day. It's just showing you the stocks that are up the most. Here, if I bring it up here, I'll bring it up real quick while I'm waiting for Barry. It's just going to show you all the stocks that are up the most in real time. Well, it updates every 30 seconds. Okay. So this list is changing throughout the day as the market moves. Okay. So every 30 seconds, a top list will refresh, and it's going to show you the stocks up the most, or in this case down here, the stocks that are down the most. Okay, and it's constantly updating all day long. So all you need to do is just save it to your layout and have it up, and it'll always show you the most up-to-date information. Okay, guys, Barry is back. I'm going to turn it over to him. Take care, everyone.
More than likely, that's on the way down, where all of a sudden fear takes over. Fear takes over from greed. I just mentioned AMC just a little while ago. I think it's dropped about 40 cents since I mentioned it. AJRD. So this is the one, I don't think it's, well, they have earnings on the 17th, but of course this is the one in which they deal with Ooh, was it Lougheed? Has fallen through. So this is getting. They were going to be bought by Lougheed, and the news came out that right here, that the government doesn't want it. Basically, the government's saying, you know what, too much of a monopoly, or I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to be dead forever, but right now, people who are buying here expecting that buyout or takeover to be in effect, they're not happy. KSCP. Oh, this is that night scope. I haven't seen this one for a bit. Yeah. So this one was a crazy one. Got up to $27 about 3 weeks ago or so. 2.5 weeks ago. Of course, it fell flat. We don't even have any float information on it. It's so new. Okay, so let me try to answer your question. So what you're saying? Oh, wait a minute. What was the ping rate? 140. That's a little slow, but I mean it's not terribly slow. So when you say you download the program, Faisal, you're saying all you have is a toolbar, or is it a big shrunken toolbar like that? All you have to do is grab the right edge. So I could do. Let me just do this. I mean, I can grab this and I can shrink it. Okay, so what I would do is I would just go to the right edge, and once you get your mouse pointer to change that icon, just start to grab it and get it bigger. Number one. Sean, I can absolutely do that. I'm assuming Sean is out of the room now. Sean, so Sean, SHAWN, Sean, can you hear me? Sean might be still in the room. Maybe let me know. Yeah, I don't know which Sean though. Sean, okay, my name is Barry. So did you hear that? So I know I don't know if Sean has left the room yet. That's all. If you're talking to him, or can you hear me? Just say yes, Barry. I can hear you. Okay, gotcha. All right. So the question in the YouTube room was how to set an alert sound. So one of the nice things about Trade Ideas is that you can create the different alert windows, and what you do is, now, first of all, you shouldn't have so many that you're overwhelmed, okay? But what you can do is you can create a different sound alert on each alert window. So, and the idea of that, of course, so here's how you start. So here's an alert window. I right click, and I go to Properties, Actions. It does, yes, it does. Market Explorer works in this TI standard subscription, yes. Okay, so Actions, and then check Play Sound. All right, and then Set Up Sound. Now, you notice we've got these, but some of you might want text to speech, so have, it's a female voice, to read out the symbol, okay? And that's fine, but you can only have one window doing that. The reason being is that the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on the different windows, so when you hear for instance, text to speech, you know what window to look at. If you had every one of them all text to speech, you'd have no idea which window to look at. So you could have one. You don't have to use it at all, but I know some people want that. Otherwise, click on this, use custom sound, and select. Notice that we've got these 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts. And all you do is left click to highlight it. Okay, so I clicked on monkey. Open it. And then you can play it. All right, if you like it, if you like that sound to be attached to that alert window, then just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert is attached to that alert window. Okay? Yeah, so Faisal, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's hard for me to answer you. Oh, okay, so this is what I was trying to show you. I mean, won't look quite like that, but first of all, if you there's the toolbar. Hope you can see what I'm doing. There's the toolbar and it's all shrunk down, kind of like yours, okay? And so you can grab it and pull it so you get more of the options, number one. And then you can also, I mean, I could make my toolbar like yours. Okay, this is just grabbing it, the bottom, top, okay? Now, so hopefully that makes sense, okay? So you can adjust the size of that toolbar just by grabbing the window or the left-hand side or doing this up and down, okay? This is just left-clicking on it, and so once the icon changes, you know, my mouse pointer changes to that icon, I know I'm on it, and then I just do this. Now, but why you're seeing a black screen is now you have to open some scans. Okay, so the first thing you can do is if you click on New from the toolbar, let me see if you even have that. Yeah, you see you have to, so hopefully you understand, by just grabbing the right corner, left clicking on it, and grabbing and then moving it so that your toolbar expands so you can see the various options up here. So let me know if you can do that. So I'm just waiting for Faisal to answer, make sure he can expand the toolbar. And that could be other people too, you know. You might see a gigantic toolbar and all you see is what Faisal had. See, this is what Faisal is seeing right here. You know, so all he has to do is just grab it and move it. Grab it and pull it. And then just move this up, grab it and move it up. But after that, then you can start to, if you go to our channel bar, or sorry, you click on New and then Channel, Dock Channel Bar. Now here are some layouts, you know, that we've got. These are all themed channels, so you can click on the momentum layout as an example, and then you'll start to see, you know, some of the scans that we have created. So Blue Moon, so I have a question about what does the percent represent on the 60-minute hammer? And I'll answer your question too, Sean, just give me a moment. So if you right-click, configure, and search, and you talked about hammer, right? Okay, and there's the percent. So If you want to have any sort of a definition about anything that's going on, wondering, well, what does this all mean? You just click on the alert and click on help. Okay? And then when you click on help, you'll have a definition. Okay? And hopefully one of it is percentage. So it's probably to do with the percentage of the, in this case, the tail compared to the body, things like that. Okay, but if you're ever wondering about, well, what does it mean? Like, what does this mean? You just find the alert and click on help. As long as you've highlighted it, so you just left click on it to highlight it, and then you click on help. And that, of course, is with every single. I mean, you can start right from the beginning, and you don't have to learn every alert or filter. But, if you've got nothing to do for a few hours, you can just kind of scan through, and it gives you information about what it's looking for, what it's supposed to do. If it's not in the help, let me see if it's in this one, in the user guide. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send you to somebody who might know. I don't use that particular scan, but let me just see if it's in the user guide. Yes, so maybe DS can't hear me. DS, yes. The question was, does Market Explorer work with our standard subscription? Yes. You need our latest beta, though. You need the latest beta. Okay. So let me just see. Let me start closing down some of these. Oh, here's the user guide. Okay, so let's just type in. Let me just see if I can find it somewhere. Give me a moment, okay? Okay, so that is not in the user guide, okay? The user guide is okay, let me see if I make sure that that is not in the help. Ah, good, okay, Faisal, okay, good. I'm pretty sure it's you took 50%. I think that means that's the relation to the bottoming tail to the body of the candle. Okay, so you had to click on more, so I might be wrong. It says 0% means there's no match at all, and 100% would be an ideal match, but you probably get very few alerts close to 100%. So I'm sorry, so I was wrong. It does not refer to the percentage, okay? I've never used this pattern. I've never used that particular alert, so I have no experience with it, but this is what it's saying. 0% no match at all, why you would want to have that. But 50, so I guess what you can try is putting 50 in there and just see what sort of alerts you get. Are you getting enough alerts? Are they looking like what you want? But it does not refer to the ratio between the body of the candle and the bottoming tail or the topping tail. Okay? Okay, so how to zoom in and out of a chart. No, I don't think it is blue moon. No, looking at the definition now, it's more a relationship between, how is the pattern, how close to the pattern. And as I said, 100%, if you put 100 in there, you may not get any alerts at all. You put 0, you probably get a million of them. So, because at least that's what it said. So how to zoom in and out of a chart, and I'll answer your question in a minute, Ramin. So left click on the chart, you want to zoom in and out of, okay? Left click on the chart, just so the trade ideas knows the chart. Let me just bring up a new chart. Okay, so I left click on the chart, trade ideas knows I'm here now, okay? Control key press down, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and now with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you just scroll in and out. Just make sure you keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay? Okay, Faisal? So I think so the step is, remember, left click on the chart so Trade Ideas knows you're here, and then keep the control key pressed down, and then now with your scroll wheel it'll scroll in and out. Okay? So, Mike, there are no ways. Trade Ideas, the only hotkeys we have are these. If you're using this Brokerage Plus window, these are the only hotkeys we have. Okay, so there's nothing to set up. These are them. So flatten gets you out of a position, half gets you out of half your position, and double will double your position. These are the only hotkeys that we have. Now, how to trade my watch list? Well, it's a watch list, okay? So my watch list, which I haven't gone over at all, what I do is, at the end of the day, I start doing some scanning well, I have some scans that I look at, and I make a determination whether I think that, this stock could be watched tomorrow, okay? So it would go into my watch list. And today's watch list, there could still be some stocks that I may want to watch tomorrow. So it's not like the watch list is completely new every single day. Some stocks I'll drop, some I'll add, and based on the scans. Now, how you trade it will be up to you. I mean, it's not that, okay, you get the alert for DD at 420, you take the trade immediately. This would have looked interesting. I mean, it still might be okay. I mean, 429, if it continues, from 420. AMC, a short, 1833. But, it shopped around, it's okay now at 1814. Blue Apron, I don't know what happened from Blue Apron, 562. So it's a watch list, though. This is not like most of the alerts that you get. This is not, okay, I got the alert, I take the trade immediately. Okay? And why these are the don't repeat versions, okay? And this is a good example here. You notice I've got basic new highs and lows. Notice there's hardly anything with the filters that I've got that have triggered today. On Friday, there was a lot more action in both of them. Based on what the market's doing today, not getting as much action. You can't tell from one day to the next. But what this does is the basic new highs and lows the don't repeat is something I really, really like. Because this tells me, okay, you had an alert of IONQ at 9:38. The price was 17.24. What did it do from there? Okay. And yeah, it got up to 1772, but you remember what the market did. Okay, after that. So this allows me to go back in time to see, okay, what happened? Remember, this is not a strategy. This is an idea generator. So if I look at KSCP, the first alert came in at 10:14 at 8:11. I will not see it over and over again. Okay, in a typical alert window, that I'm looking for new highs, I would see this stock over and over again as it kept making new highs. But I only want to see it the very first time. Then I can kind of go back and say, okay, 8:11 was the alert. Not bad. 8:87 now. All right. So that's what the don't repeat is, and I love the don't repeat because again, I can go back in time and say, okay, what did I do from that alert? No time. There's no time in sales, no level 2 with trade ideas. I'm sure you're aware of the fact that every broker has that. I have interactive brokers. This is time in sales, with interactive brokers. So we're not a broker. Yeah, remember when we look now, let's just take a look at the tech stocks. Remember how they were pretty good, half an hour ago, whenever I looked at the sector status? Let's take a look at this. Yeah, now it's only 50%. I think when we looked last, it was about, what was it? Almost 70%. So you can see right now that it's witnessed by the NAS. I mean, I think when we looked last, the NAS was up about 150 or so. Now it's only up 44. You can see the SPY, the candle. So there was a lot to go into trading, guys. You get into a trade that is more or less following the market, and all of a sudden something like this happens and starts to really drop. You've got to really be paying attention if you're long a stock. Because it might start tracking the market way too closely. Yeah, so IPO, so this is what I do to track IPOs, or this is the website I use. Okay, here's my, I use that 99% of the time. That, of course, has nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just it's a website called IPO Scoop. You just have to load my my scan from my Ramin. You just have to go, not my scan, but if you go to new, and then dock channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list, that'll bring up the race right here. So you go to click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then Barry's watch list, and then here it is. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's outstanding today. For me, for something to be outstanding, it would probably have to be like 2, 3, 4%. Okay, but I'll be honest, I haven't really been paying attention. Okay, there might have been something earlier, but I haven't been paying attention. And again, the whole idea of the racing. Let's just take a look at the SPY as an example. So we did create some channels dedicated to racing. So S&P 500 stock racing. I'll let this thing load. okay? And so S&P 500, who's moving up? S&P 500, who's moving down? Have to wait for the race to start, 30 seconds. This is an interesting way to, keep track of just like it's saying, the change from the close of various stocks in the SPY. And remember, what this is doing is because in a typical top list, you have it sorted in a certain way. So you may have your top list sorted on the ones that are up the most, okay, and your eyes are up the most for the day or from the open. But that doesn't tell me that even the ones at the top are moving that much. Okay, they're just showing me that, okay, this one's up 30%, the next one's up 25%, next one's up 21%, but it's not showing me if they're moving. What the race does, from when you start it, it shows you on your top list what stocks are starting to move now. It could be a stock right at the bottom of your list as you have your list sorted, or it could be in the middle somewhere. So, nothing earth-shattering with AMD, but it, 9.99%, $1.12. So you can click on the alert, and you can load the chart. It's a 10-minute chart, a daily chart. I mean, personally, I won't be using this, but we're going to try to create enough races to satisfy all the sorts of different sort of traders we have. I won't be using this, but doesn't mean you don't have to. Racing is open, yes. You need our latest beta, but racing is open. And if you want to know more about racing, I'm going to force you to go to the user guide, okay? Because there's a video. It's very detailed about how if I click on the user guide, and you can actually scroll down, and here you see TI stock race. You click on that, and here it is. Okay? I mean, here it is. It's all laid out for you. A couple of videos, everything. Okay? I mean, I could explain things and all, but I mean, you really want to have something because you may forget what I say, okay? So I'm just showing you how you can use the user guide and, spend some time, and they can really learn about it if you're interested. And the user guide, you can actually access the user guide from our help too. Help and user guide. And alerts and filter definitions, channel descriptions, okay? If you click on our help. And, and to user Thomas. And I wouldn't expect there to be any huge percentage moves in a stock in the S&P. But, you might get surprised. So for instance, NOC. NOC was talked about this morning. Somebody said, well, how do we play this Russia-Ukraine thing? All right. Well, if you look at NOC, you can see that as tensions were, increasing, and this is a defense stock, it made sense that this was starting to move. Now look what's happening today. But look what happened on Friday when it seemed like, the war of words was really escalating. And today, I haven't been following it. I haven't looked at the news or anything like that. I don't have to look at this bar right here is telling me that, okay, maybe, you know, there's moderating positions taking place. Maybe. Doesn't mean that tomorrow we could be right back to where we were on Friday. Doesn't mean that. So there's your news. I don't have to look at what's happening between Russia and Ukraine right now. I can almost, for sure, I know there's no invasion taking part right now. And I can also know that because I look at the energy stocks. 100% of them are down from Friday's close. Obviously, if there's a disruption in energy because of an invasion, of course energy prices are going to skyrocket. All right, give me one moment, please. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. Just a second. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at our friends GameStop, sorry, GME and AMC drifting, drifting, drifting. Now, one of my favorite scans right now, guys, during earnings season is this gap continuation or reverse, okay? I sort of resurrected it, I think at the beginning of last week, I think. This is a scan I used to use a lot, and let me explain why I like it. You don't have to like it, but I'll explain why I like it. So you notice it says M, okay? And it's one of the scans I am sharing, and it says M. M stands for multi-strategy window, okay? What does it mean? If I right click in the window, in fact, let me just get it out on its own. Okay, so I just free floated it. I took it out of the that window. So here it is. I right click and strategies. Notice when I highlight strategies, this little box pops up. It says gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. Okay, and if I wanted to, all these are alert windows. Okay, that's all they are. These are all individual alert windows that I was able to put into a multi-strategy window. So typically, the use of a multi-strategy window typically is when somebody doesn't have a lot of screen space. You know, so they want to be able to take one window and put a lot of strategies in, alert windows into, okay? That's the typical reason. Screen space is not an issue for me, but I also do like to create a multi-strategy window with sort of similar scans within, okay? So you can see gap continuation or reverse. These are all kind of similar, and let me explain what they mean. So, and you know, you hear the term gap, like I want a good gap scanner. Well, I think this is pretty good. So gap up and go, what that means is that a stock gapped up and it kept going. Now, does that mean it's going to keep going for the rest of the day? Of course not. But at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up and it was moving higher, okay? Gap down and reverse. That means the stock gapped down and now it's starting to reverse. That's probably pretty popular for a lot of people who like to, maybe get some stocks that have been beaten up and maybe starting to come back. Okay? Gap down and reverse. Gap up and reverse. I'm sure it's pretty obvious. There's stocks that maybe gapped up, maybe they're too parabolic or whatever, and now they're starting to reverse. And then last, but certainly not least, I love this, gap down and go. Weak stocks. Stock that gapped down and kept going down. Now again, when I say kept, there's no guarantee that when you get the alert, it's going to keep going down or reversing or whatever, it's alerting you to. But I sure want to know these stocks. I don't get too many alerts. And one of the things is that, in fact, look at this. I only have 4 alerts today. And this is an earnings play, and I think HLTH was an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. This is an earnings. So 3 of them are earnings play. Only 2 different stocks are earnings plays, and this was not an earnings play. So that's why I was saying that this scan will be pretty good during earnings season. And we have 500 stocks this week, 400 next week. I think it'll be more active tomorrow because not that many companies release before on Monday morning, but we'll get a ton after hours and then tomorrow morning. Those are the stocks that I pay attention to. The stocks that release after hours the day before and then in the pre-market. Those are usually the stocks that are very active during the day. Now that's interesting, going long ASTR, after the disaster on Friday. Well, they had a couple, they know if you don't know anything about they were supposed to launch a rocket, I guess, and it didn't. They had a delay one day, and then it was supposed to happen on the Friday, and well, you can just look at this. What happened? So the green room, when you say where do I get all this information from, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by all this information? You're talking about my scans? I mean, if you want my scans, you can just go to my homepage, if that's what you mean. And I'm sharing a lot of scans, if that's what you mean. Including that one I was just talking about, the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, again, my homepage. Let me just get rid of some of these. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see, and here is the scan section, okay? You click here, and here are the scans, and here's the one I was just talking about, gap continuation or reverse. Now, test drive, I should put the link in again, because you can still try us out. You get the balance of today, which is not that much, of course, not that many hours left, but of live trading anyway. But you'll get 9 days then after today. And let me just put the link in. Whoops, sorry about that. I'll answer your question in a minute, the green room, okay? Okay, so test drive. So again, you click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. It will still cost $11.11, okay? You still have actually up to Friday, this coming Friday, to sign up for it. You know, you won't get the full 10 days, 10 trading days, but, you know, if you don't mind spending 11, if you sign up on Friday, you'd get Friday plus 5 days next week, okay? Actually, there is a holiday on the 21st, but that's why we have extended it to the 28th. So you actually do get Monday also. So it's actually, for those of you who took the test drive and signed up for it, you'll get 10 trading days. If you signed up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 9. If you sign up tomorrow, you'll get the balance of tomorrow plus 8, okay? So you don't get 10 days no matter when you sign up. And signing up gives you access to the full premium service, except no auto trading anything. But other than that, the full premium service. And once the test drive is over, it's over. And why I say that, there's nothing for you to do. That's probably one of the common questions. Well, you know, what if I don't want your well, first of all, you're not in a subscription. You're just in this test drive. You just as if you were a premium subscriber, yes. But when it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay? So don't worry. If you want to take out a subscription, we'll have a nice promo code. But, you know, that's up to you. The only thing I will say is that anything you do during the test drive, if you create some alerts, if you create some layouts, save everything to the cloud. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud, save. All right, why? Because if you decide to take out a subscription, no matter when, you know, the day after the test drive leaves, or 10 days, or 10 years later, assuming we're still around, everything that you did in the test drive will be saved for you in the cloud, as long as you use the same email address to sign up if you do take out a subscription. Everything you do, so you won't lose any work. So the question from in our YouTube room, how do I know what companies are releasing earnings after hours today and then tomorrow before the market opens? So I have an earnings scan right here, okay? And this is today, and I'm going to show you what it looks like. So we have an earnings date filter. By putting minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, that will only show me stocks that released after hours the day before. Very, very few companies release after hours on a Friday, but if it did, okay. But let's say we're watching this tomorrow. Minus 0.25 would mean that they released after hours today. And again, we're watching this tomorrow. So after hours today they released, and also when we're watching this tomorrow before the market opens. So these are the earnings plays for me, okay? Because these are when a company releases earnings, typically that's when, you know, there's most excitement, either in the upside or the downside. That's why you see is Kelia. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of you have never heard of this one. Okay, so why is it active? Why is it doing this? So why is Kelia doing this? Why is it up 21%? Well, it released earnings, and obviously the reaction to its earnings release is good. It's through the 200-day moving average, you know, so it obviously was a great reaction. So, where is it? Just give me a moment. It's hidden behind something. Just a minute. Okay. So I'm sharing this. This is one of the, you know, the earnings plays up, earnings plays down. I'm sharing this if you want to follow. And again, it will have an active week this week and next week. And if you're interested in stocks releasing earnings after hours today, for instance, which I'm not. I mean, because I'm not. I mean, listen. I mean, if you're interested in that, then you just change this where it says minus 0.25. You keep that the same, and then you can put that to 0.75. Okay, and that'll include stocks releasing earnings after hours today. If you just wanted to see stocks releasing earnings after hours today, you would put 0.75 in both of these, and that would limit it. Then you'll see stocks just releasing earnings after hours today. Okay, so you put min, 0.75 in the min, 0.75 in the max. Again, guys, like, don't get, oh my gosh, I can remember all this. You know, you can ask the question several times. Whew. You guys are talking about, oh, I haven't even looked at my Hulse resumes today. Here's AWRE. I see what you're talking about, guys. Let me just do a couple of things here. Oh, I appreciate that, Cesar. So, yes, some days you're going to see a lot of stocks that are halted and then they resume. And if you're unfamiliar with this, what this means is typically, you know, and this is maybe not the exact definition, but just think of it like this. You'll notice that the halt resumes and it says reason for the halt, volatility. So a stock has had, you know, gone up a certain period, a certain amount in a certain period of time. Very, very fast. And so the commission decided a few years ago that if that happens, we're going to put a halt to the stock, typically for 5 minutes, sort of a breather. And we'll see. This stock got halted at 147.08. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 152.08. Okay, so it's right now, I'm just looking at my computer clock, it's 150 and 40 seconds. So this will open, you know, if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically they are 5-minute halts. And again, halts resumes, one of the scans I'm sharing. All right. Yeah, just, I don't know if anything is really extraordinary happened in my my race. I know last week, I think some really good ones showed up. Good in that you could just see that the percentage was really increasing. You know, 4, 5, 6% really draws your eye to it. And of course, you know, I would encourage you to take a look at the racing section in our guide. All right, but I mean, to start a race, it's, you know, you just have you have to have a top list window, and you just right click launch real-time stock race, and you'll get this menu. But watch the guide, take a look at the guide, and you can race on the different columns you have. Okay, and typically, I mean, people will want to race on things maybe the change from the open or the change from the close or increasing volume, things like that. But, you know, and you got all these options, auto rerun. But watch the guide, like take a look at the guide. Auto rerun just makes the race run over and over and over again. Instead of when the race finishes, you have to start a new one. No, it'll just automatically start a race again. But you can add your own symbol lists, you know, to you can if you want to only watch the stocks that you're interested in, you create a racing list. Racing list. You create a symbol list. Again, go to the guide. It shows you how to do that. Okay, so this will tell me that DIDI, over the course of the day, won the race 12 times. Okay, that's what this. So there's an argument to be made as you see something that's, you know, maybe it's not moving that much for some reason it keeps winning a race. You know, maybe pay attention to it. Maybe it's gathering steam at some point. So that's what these numbers refer to. Should expand that a bit. Okay, Justin? And this was not a bug. Okay, so that has been fixed. Good. It wasn't a bug, but this was not clickable at one point. It was thinking the stock was called DD minus 12, but okay, so that's good. Ideally, I think this should be sortable. You know, make it sortable so you see the ones that are winning the race over and over again right at the top. And I'm sure these are all things that I'm very sure will happen. I wonder what good trades I've missed today. GSK, look at this one. GSK. Oh, this is Glaxo, of course. GSK. Wow, look at what happened here. Boy, I know I mentioned AMC earlier. Probably a dollar move now from where I mentioned it, right around here. Broke down through this little consolidation, started to move down. Just got to be careful. But look at the market. So something's happening, guys. Let's take a look at oil. Let's take a look at energy. I mean, there's more. Yeah, obviously, there's more to this market than just the potential of a conflict. Okay, and inflation. You've got all these other things that are happening. So it's not just. But let's see if energy has made any sort of a move. The answer still is no. Every energy stock is still down. Down from Friday's close. Well, you know what? Actually, Mike, Mike from our YouTube room, oil popping. There was some CNN news that may or may not have spooked the drop. Well, that would be a case in which to set up a race. See if I can do that. Because this is just a top list. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this into a free-floating window. And now we'll launch a race on this. Because, yes, maybe they're all down still from Friday's close, but maybe now they're starting to move. I don't know. But I'll launch a little race here. Let's say 2 minutes, or let's do a 5-minute race. Just give me a moment here. Okay. And we'll do the change from the close. I'm going to do an auto rerun, delta descending. Okay, let's run the race. Let's see what's happening. Maybe some of these energy stocks are starting to move. In a moment, just going to expand it a bit. There we go. I forgot to do one thing. Okay, so Jay is pointing out that gold and silver or precious metals are probably moving now. I mean, satellite imaging showing Russian troops moving to formation, etc., etc. So, this is obviously causing some concern in the market. Anyway, I'm just showing you what you can do. Okay. Because just by simply looking at this top list, and you think, well, I guess maybe nothing's moving. Well, who knows? Maybe something starts to really move, or they all start moving, which makes sense. I mean, again, if that's true that the Russian troops are forming, etc., on the border, I mean, but you're still though, 100% of them are still down from Friday's close. But I did something wrong here. Not wrong, but anyway, I just wanted to show you. So you could take any sector and do that. Look at the financials. Look at financial. Virtually every one of them is down now from Friday's close. Look at tech. Well, I mean, you can just tell. I mean, look at tech. How long ago? 50% of them were above. Now only 13%. So again, if you want to keep an eye on this, you could shrink it. If you're just interested in the percentages, you could just sort of shrink it down. Okay, you could just tuck it away somewhere. I mean, why would you want to be taking any technology stock right now? Why would you? Again, maybe energy stocks are moving, but there's really at this point going long in anything right now is a little suspect. Just one moment, please. Sorry, guys. Just... Okay, I'm just following some internal discussions. I want to catch up on that, and then I'll get back in here. Okay. I was wondering why BFRA wasn't showing up for me, but I have my filter. It has to be at least 20,000 shares. My halt's resumed, so that's why it's not showing up for me, BFRA. Well, and you can see, I mean, this is exactly what happened on Friday, guys. I mean, on Friday, on Friday, the market was pretty good. Well, good. I mean, I don't really. I mean, listen, it's easy. It's probably most people don't want to short. I get it. You know, you're not used to shorting. All you've heard of shorting is either evil, unpatriotic, or it's too risky. Well, if you won't short, you're not taking advantage of a big section of the market. But you know, I can't convince you. I would say this, the mechanics of shorting, you can practice in our simulator. All right, so if I wanted to short Sophie right now, I'm gonna pick how many shares I want, say 200 shares. I'll go at the market, I just click the sell button. Okay, and then it shows up right here. So, again, just a brief word about shorting. When you buy a stock, of course you click the buy button and you hope it goes up in price and then you sell it, hopefully for a profit. But even if it goes down in price, you know, you want to get out with a loss, a manageable loss, of course you sell it. So, you buy the stock and then you sell it. When you short a stock, just never mind, just you sell it and then you buy it. Okay, it's just another way of looking at it. When you sell the stock, short sell, you're hoping it goes down in price, and you buy it at a lower price, and that's where you get your profit. Okay, you just hope the price goes. That's all you really have to know. You short something, you hope the stock goes down in price, and that's how you make money. If it goes up, you lose. The only tricky thing can be is that, you know, your broker may not have shorts available for you to short. Depends on your broker. Some brokers are, have more inventory or shorts than others. Interactive brokers, for me, is fine. But look at this. I mean, here's a bank, BCS. I mean, remember the financials. Remember we looked in the financials. Virtually every one of them was down. But you'd be hard pressed that you're not going to find a strong sector right now. Now we may see XLE starting to. Let's take a look at XLE on a chart. You see what's happening. Still down. I mean, there was the close on Friday. Okay, and then tensions seem to ease. Okay, and tensions easing, and whoop. Maybe they're back again. Okay, so Aman, I actually did create a layout, okay, but I warn you, it is a doc layout. So you can have it. Anybody wants the layout that you see here, including what you'll also see, I believe, is the AI. I've tucked it underneath, okay? It is a doc layout. So hopefully it will not be too disruptive. And there it is. So when you click on it, so if you got a blank screen, okay, like you've got everything, all you see is the toolbar, and then you click on my link and load it, file load, then you should get virtually what you see on my screen with the addition of the AI. Yeah, I mean, energy is looking good. You just have there. Here's the main energy ETF, which makes sense. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. That's a big wow, guys. I mean, look at that big candle, that big red SPY candle right there on the 15-minute chart. Yes, you only had 3 alerts. Yes, Christine. Only 3 alerts a day. All right, guys. So if I were trading right now and I only wanted to go long, I'd be sitting on my hands. Okay. It's, but how interesting is it to me anyway? I mean, Weber was one I couldn't. I wonder if the shorts have come available now. No, still not available. So Weber was one I really wanted to short this morning. Interactive Brokers, when I wanted to do it. Now I'm glad I didn't. Obviously, it didn't keep moving down. It's an earnings play, but here's Weber moving higher with the market. I mean, it's just running counter to the market right now. Yeah, I have 0 tips for futures, Mike. I don't trade futures at all. Somebody asked me about tips for Futures, I have no tips, 0. Sorry. And that's actually a nice break. I mean, if the market were ripping higher, I mean, this is a nice break at a consolidation for Weber. In fact, now Weber is now a gap down and reverse. Also, okay, Mike, did you not hear me? So, I mean, yeah, so I don't trade futures at all. So I have no tips for trading futures. Unless I'm not understanding your question. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, all we can do, let's put a big SPY chart up here, guys, and just see what really is happening. If you look at a monthly and a daily, so there's, not a good, we had a low of last month, down around 416, but it closed up here at 451. Poked up to 455, but this is the monthly chart. I mean, obviously this area right here, where it got down to last month, pretty important level to try to keep, which is about 426. Now, I have not talked about our price alerts, and I want to talk about our price alerts because if you're not using them, you should be. I'll explain why. First of all, our price alerts are here. You click on New, and then Price Alerts window. Okay, if you do that, you're going to have a blank window. If you obviously have never used it before. So I'm going to show you what it looks like and how I use it. So this is what the window looks like. I'm going to get rid of these two. They triggered already. I don't need to see them. Okay, so the first thing I do is I can put a sound alert on here also. Okay, right click, actions, and just following the same thing, set up the sound, etc. Why I do that is because I do have a wireless headset. So every now and then I wander away from the computer. And, I know, of course, the sound I'm using on this. And so if I hear that sound, I can come racing back to see what the alert was. Okay, what price was being alerted, or what stock was being alerted. That's number one, okay? So that you can do that. The other thing I do is I minimize the window. I don't have to be staring at this. This doesn't have to be taking up any screen space whatsoever. And in fact, even if I had, 100-inch monitors and I wouldn't do it. I want this minimized because what happens is when you get the alert, then the window pops up on your screen. So you cannot miss it. So let me show you what I mean. Let's try to pick something that might be moving a bit. Look at Weber. Silly Weber. So what I'm going to do, and this is how easy it is to create price alerts, okay? I'm going to move this window off. So all you do is you go to the chart and you can position your mouse, your pointer, exactly where you want the alert to be. All right, so I'm going to put an alert at 10 for Weber, okay? So I'm right-clicking, create price alert at 10. Now, if I wanted it to be $9.99, of course I could change that. I don't typically put any notes other than if it's an upcoming IPO, but that's something different. I typically don't put any notes. I just say save, and that's it. See how easy that was? I'm also going to put an alert and a shoot. You have to believe me that. Look at this. Look at Weber going crazy. Let me put another alert here. You didn't see it pop up on the screen. I was just going to show it. See, now you see, well, you see that what happened is if you had seen this and you had minimized, this window would have popped right on my screen and I would have had the alert, and then I can click on it and see what's happening. Okay, now I just put another alert for Weber. You can see it's at the bottom here. And let me put another alert for Weber. That was pretty extraordinary how it moved as we were talking about it. So now let me put an alert. What's our price right now? Let me put an alert right underneath. Okay, I'm going to minimize the window now. Okay, now hopefully one of those will trigger. Let me put an alert at 10:12. See how easy it is? Now watch it not move even a penny. I don't believe it. I mean, now it's not going to move at all. Lazy boy. Or Lazar, not lazy boy. I keep saying that. I'll put an alert. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? See that? Cannot miss it. And you sort on the triggered time column so that you'll see it right at the top. Okay, I'll see the last alert right at the top. So notice how I even changed colors, and then faded back, and I had a sound on it. Can't miss it. So at this point, you see, and when I set a price alert, it doesn't mean I just take the trade immediately. At the point when I get the alert, then I can click on the symbol and I can see what's happening, and then I make up my mind. Do I want to take it? I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about Weber like this. I mean, this has been a great comeback. This could go positive, for gosh sakes, in the face of all this. Now, is there a relationship between what's happening in the world and Weber? And that is coming also from the gap down and reverse for Weber. Gap down and it reversed. Just use the same email, Alex, okay? If you decide to take a subscription, just use the same email. And there we go again, but this time on the way down. So just use the same email that you used for the test drive, okay? And sign up that way, and then everything should be the same. Now, I mean, it's possible that you can create a new username and password, if using the same email. I guess it's possible. I'm not sure, to be honest. But the big one is if you take out a subscription. Why I say use the same email, because again, everything you're doing here, everything you're doing right now, saving scans, saving layouts will be available to you as long as you use the same email to sign up. Okay? Now, if you need to know it now, you can always ask. Let me give you our homepage. You can ask the question. Just give them the email that you use to sign up for this, okay? I mean, it's possible somebody, I'm sure they just look at your account and they'll be able to see what your username and password was, okay? Okay, so Mike, you asked, is there an average daily volume in the top right? Are you talking about up here in this single stock window that I'm pointing at right now? Are you talking about that? There isn't. I mean, you can put one. I don't care about average daily volume. One of the reasons I don't is because being more of a daily momentum trader, let's just say for argument's sake, I said, you know what, I only want to see stocks that are trading at least, 300,000 shares on average over the last 5 days or 10 days or 20 days. Now, nothing wrong with that. The problem I have with that, though, is that some stock that doesn't normally trade very much all of a sudden is exploding today for some reason, trading millions upon millions of shares, and you wouldn't see it. You know, if you have that as one of your filters, saying that, you know, it has to have traded 500,000 shares on average over the last 10 days or 20 days, you'll never see that stock. So consequently, I never use an average daily volume. Doesn't mean, you know, a person shouldn't, but that's just not my style of trading. But if you click on search and then volume, you can see what we do have: 5-day, 10-day, and 3-month. Okay? I just don't use it. Okay, Mike, answer your question? Okay, so when you say how do you trade inverse ETFs, I hear they don't trade like other ETFs do. I'm certainly not aware of that. I mean, typically people want to trade an inverse. So here's the short, okay? You don't want to if you don't want to short the market by, you know, kicking the sell, so you're buying this, and that's like shorting, you know, the market. SPXQ trades like anything else. You just buy it. Well, typically it'll tell you, you know, it'll have an explanation. So for instance, here's LABU. It's a 3 time. I don't trade ETFs, okay? I don't. And if I were going to, and I were brand new, I probably wouldn't trade it 3 times. I mean, they just move faster. That's all. Okay, but they're riskier. Well, you just got to be careful. You really, what you want to do, because I can't give a detailed explanation, okay? But they get recalculated at the end of in the evening, and so sometimes you can get really lambasted with that. I think that is what they're talking about. You know, I mean, I know that, but I'm sure there are people that have held some ETFs for a long time and have worked out. It's not for everybody, though. But I'm not an ETF trader. I mean, there are some in the room, I think, that maybe have held some for, you know, several days. I don't know. But it's because they get you have to look it up. I mean, I can't explain it in a very educated way, to be honest. It's something about they get recalculated, recalibrated every evening, so it doesn't trade quite like a stock. So you really got to know what you're doing. Okay, so you want to see a list of 52-week lows, Justin? Right click, configure. Give me a moment here. Just a minute here. Position year to year. Just give me a moment here, Justin. I'm trying to see if it absolutely requires a custom filter. Because we have year lows. Yeah, I think it requires a custom filter. I'm just asking the other guys. But just give me a moment here. Again, just give me a moment here. Yeah, well, Weber, they had shorts available pre-market, but I guess not since the market opened. The question was Weber. Okay, we're just trying to get to the bottom of this. See, we have a position in year scan, okay? In which case you could position in 2-year, position in year range. Well, actually, let me just see. Maybe the help will tell me if it is a 52-week or is it just this year. No, I guess it does. Interesting. I thought we had one though that just looked at today or this year. All right, so you can use the position in your range then, okay? So you want to find stocks that are really, really, you know, low, very, very close. My computer is just stalling here just for a second, okay? Okay, so what you could do, again, you use this filter called position in your range. Now, what you want to do, I mean, you want to put 0, then that'll be right at the low, okay, at the 52-week low. And then after that, it's up to you to create a price range. I mean, I don't know what price range you want. You know, a minimum volume that you want, but that is the filter that you can use. So for instance, if you put 5 in the max, these are stocks that are no more than 5% above the 52-week low. Okay, Justin? Okay. So, I mean, I can't tell you what price range you want or minimum volume you want, but if you want to see stocks right near the low, 52-week low, you can use this. And again, if you want to put 0, they'll be right at the low and maybe even below because it kind of looks at the day before too. Okay, so try 0 because look, when I type in 0, look at the summary. Prices below the low of this range, which, you know, I know it sounds crazy, but that'll mean it's definitely at a 52-week low or right at the low. If I type in 5, you know, is going to be between, you know, the absolute low or no more than 5% above. So just use the max. And then after that, again, what other filters you want in terms of price range and minimum volume and all, that'll be up to you. Yeah, there is a filter. I was looking at it in the position. I can tell how often I've used this. Never. But yeah, we have the change from January 1 on. Where are you? There we are. Changed since January 1. So if you just wanted to know what's happening this year, this current year, then you could, you know, this will give you an idea. Meanwhile, look at Weber. Easy come, easy go. Trading is easy, guys. Look at that. No rhyme or reason, you would think, and then all of a sudden, boom. In fact, this is like, this is crazy, guys. This is like trading not with the market. Market's moving down like this. Weber was moving up. Market's starting to move up a little bit. Weber's moving down. So this is like a contrarian indicator. So Senna, I don't use the exits at all, okay? Listen, I'm not a big user of the AI, number one. For me, you get an alert. I first of all only really like the stocks under $20 because, and that's just me. But if I were going to be using it a little more, I never get hung up about, okay, there's an entry because it's a real-time alert. Then I'll start to look and see, what do I like this at all? Do I see any resistance? If this was a long, and so do I see any resistance nearby? If I see some resistance nearby, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. Okay? And then I don't pay attention to the exits the way they do it, the way the AI does it. Okay? I have my own way of taking profit on the way up if I'm long something. So I'm not a big help, okay, in that regard. It's really user dependent. It really is. I mean, we like to call it like this: it's man and machine. The machine is giving you an idea, but how you manage that idea really is up to you. Okay, so I don't pay any attention. I mean, the only thing I would pay attention to is a stop. Okay, if I got into a trade, I will absolutely 100% pay attention to the stop. But for instance, the AI a lot of these AI or strategies, they have time holds. And so for instance, let's just say one strategy has been optimized for a 1 hour hold. Well, what if the stock was moving, and still moving higher and higher, and then all of a sudden some kind of an artificial algorithm kicks in from the AI saying, nope, getting out of the trade because you've held it for an hour, I'm out. But what if it's still working? Would any trader in their right mind do that? I hope not. If the trade is still working, you stay in the trade. So that's why I don't really pay attention to the way the AI exits things. Okay? So I'm probably not a good help. I just don't pay attention to it. The only thing I would pay attention to is the stop. But after that, if I'm in an AI trade, I manage the exits on my own, based on what I think, what I'm seeing. Especially, I would never. Some have a target. They're optimized for a certain target. $1 above. Why in the world would you get out of a trade if it hits the target, but the trade is still working? So those sorts of exits I pay no attention to. Look at Weber, how crazy. Well, my checklist is based on, certain. The question is, what is my checklist? In other words, why do I take a trade? We talked at the beginning. Usually I start my little spiel about, having a checklist and actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Most of the things that I check are already covered in a scan. So I'm never going to see something that's outside of a price range that I like. I'm never going to see something that is not trading enough volume. I'm never going to see anything that is not trading enough relative volume. Okay? Probably for me, it has to be up a certain percent, but don't. This is just the way I trade. So when I get an alert, a lot of the things I've already been checked. Typically, it's because I want to see the stock. Now, it's okay. What does it look like now? What sort of a pattern is it coming from? Is it coming from a little consolidation break with some volume? If it is, okay, I'm interested. But, as always, I'm looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see where's the next high. If I look left on the daily chart, say this stock was at 192 and I look left on a daily chart, let's pretend the next high is at 2. I wouldn't take the trade. Okay, I just wouldn't take the trade. I want to have I want to feel that it has enough room to keep moving before it hits the next high looking left. Thank you, Rubber Toe. So I'll just pop that into the other room. Rubber Toe in our room. So, Bill, you were asking about rebalancing. This is what I was trying to say. And you were talking about it's not just the inverses. I mean, it's any ETF. It's not just the inverses. So guys, typically this room is open until 3:30. I usually go off, I mute myself at 3. I'll stay open till 3:30 on the mic also if there are some questions. And then at 3:30, if you still have a lot of questions, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And Chris, he did a fabulous job, I thought, on the weekend and Friday afternoon. He spent hours trying to help people. So he's there 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday, not just test drive, but I mean he's there 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday also. But again, he spent a lot of time on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and also Friday evening, trying to help people. So another resource, okay? So here's a little gold. Boy, the gold stocks were really on fire on Friday afternoon. The gold, precious metals, gold, silver, precious metals were on fire along with the energy stocks. You see, look at this candle right there. So it's come back. TRQ. What's happening on the market? Somebody mentioned earlier that, announces senior management changes. This is for Rumble. Whoa. That happened right on the, look at this. It's interesting because that news was in the pre-market, but the reaction didn't happen until the market opened for Rumble, RMBL. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so I'm starting to see in my thumbnail charts, I'm starting to see some bounces now and going right along with the market. All right, Jabito, let me see if I can help you. Okay, so when you say you try to, so when you file load from cloud, and you say you saved a layout, right? A layout. So if you click on all file types and you click on layouts, do you not see your layout that you saved? Let me do that again, in case I went too quickly. Okay, you see it, but it does not load. Okay, so File, load from cloud. And we went layouts. So you're saying you see it. And so when you highlight it, like I just said, I left click, so it turned blue, and you load, you're not seeing it. Okay, for, a couple of things. Do you have anything else on your screen? So you were saying that all you have is a toolbar, nothing else. Nothing else. You just have a toolbar, you saved it to the cloud, and then so you have nothing else. And then file, okay. Okay. Okay, no, why wouldn't it load? Do you know, if I give you a link, you obviously knew how to save it, okay? Can I give you a link and then see if you can load that link? Okay, can I give, okay, good. So let me give you, okay, so this is the link. I'm going to right click, I'm going to save or share. Save and share. Okay, so there's the link. Now, first of all, when you click on that link, now you've got a blank screen, right? So when you click on that link, what's supposed to happen is you click on the link, and then it'll show up in a tab. Okay, then you just copy it, Control C, not Control C, just highlight it. And now, when I file load from cloud, that link is there. Okay. So let me know if you could load that link onto your screen. That is step one. You know, I just clicked on the link and there it is, okay? That's step one. Because once it's on your screen, then I'm going to get you to save it to the cloud, and then you're going to delete it, and then exit out, and then I'm going to get you to load it from the cloud again. I would ask you for your link, for your layout link. The problem is that my layout will disappear, and so I can't do that. When you say, okay, maybe you're doing it, but no, I mean, if you saved the layout to the, okay, maybe this is what we have to start from. I don't know, you obviously had some windows, some alert windows, maybe some charts or whatever, and then when you had to save it to the cloud, save or share to cloud, and then it'll say entire. Usually you click on entire, and then give it a name, and then save it. But you said you could see it. You could see the name that you gave it. No. Because I asked you if you said you could see the name of the layout file load from cloud, and you said you saw it. You said you saw it. So you must have given it a name of some sort. The other thing is, are you sure you saved it to the, well, you say you see it. You see the name. You must have given it a name. If you say you saved it and you see the name and you highlight it, but it doesn't load, I mean, there are two ways to save a layout. You know, the one is, of course, to the cloud, which I always recommend, but you can also save your, or just not just a layout, but a scan. You can also save it to your computer, like your local computer. Okay, so if I go File and then Save Layout, instead of Save or Share to Cloud, then I can give it a name, you know, and it'll overwrite. And so if I make any changes at all, you know, it asks me, do I want to save it? Do I want to, because it'll actually ask me save, and then it'll say, do you want, well, you've got this already, do you want me to overwrite it? Like most computer programs, right? So if I say save, you know, it already exists, do you want to replace it? That's when you save it to your computer. And then, of course, they're saving to the cloud, because saving to the cloud allows you to, just a minute please, I got to get rid of some nonsense on our YouTube channel. I forgot to mention one really important reason of saving things to the cloud also, because if your computer malfunctions, okay, you've got a desktop computer or your laptop, whatever, and something happens to it, no problem. I mean, you might have to get a new computer or reformat, but as long as you've saved everything to the cloud, when you load our program again, you can access everything. So I'm still kind of waiting to see what's happening with your layout. You know what I could do? I mean, I could load, if you can give me your cloud link for your layout, I will load it. Okay, I'll just I'll just make sure I save my layout before I do it, but I can do it if you can give me the cloud link to your layout. All right, let me just see something here. Well, okay, that is it. Okay, let me just see. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure I do save my layout. Save my layout. Okay, save, yes, okay. Just for you, I will do this. I'm going to close all my windows. Okay, I'm going to load and see what it says, and it is a layout. Okay, there's a layout, and let's see what happens. Because all I see now is this. Okay, and I'm going to highlight so I can see what your layout is. Control copy, and then I'm going to file load from cloud. There it is, right there. Load. Okay, you must not have saved anything. You're probably right. You probably had to select entire layout. Yeah, when you went to the file save or share to cloud, click on entire, give it a name, and then save it. I'm not sure what you did, but you obviously did not. You could not have clicked on entire or give it a name, assuming you had things on your screen. Because right now I just loaded your layout. There's nothing in it. So that's what I wanted you to do, was to take my that scan I put in. Let me just load my my layout again. Yeah, you did not say, you could not have saved your layout to the cloud. So this is, again, this is fairly important. I'm going to give you this one again. Halts resumed. I'm going to, well, actually I've got it up here so I don't have to. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to share this with you. This is a link I'm sharing with you, okay? All I want you to do, because right now you probably have a blank screen, all you have is a toolbar, right? Oh, I see. You did, so you do know how to change. Okay. You did save my scanners to the cloud. Okay, so you don't have to do that. I can't answer the question. It's probably then, because you saved my individual windows to the cloud, scans to the cloud. It's possible then that what you did was you did not give it a name or something. The file save layout. You could save it to your computer by giving it a name. Or file, save or share to cloud. Yeah, and click on entire, okay, and then give it a name, and then save it. The problem is that if you created a bunch of stuff before, obviously that layout was not saved. Okay, and now I would give it a name, Jab's first layout, and save it. So what was your layout before? What was in it? Like some of my scans, and because at least hopefully then you can at least bring those back, put them on your put them on your screen, and then properly save it. Okay, so can you bring back, Mike? It's in my my home page. Okay, just go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page, and then no, it's on my home page. Just click on my link and then go to the scan section. And when you go to the scan section, right here, scans, click here. And here it is, halts resumes. This saves me from having to, locate it and type it in over and over and over, or paste it over and over and over again all day long. Okay, when people ask me, where's this scan? I just send you to my home page. You have to do a little bit of work by clicking on my link. and then going to my, these are sections, and going to my scans. There's a section called my scans, okay? Otherwise, that's all I'd be doing all day long. I'd just be, people would say, can I have that scan? Can I have this scan? All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. What time is it? 3:05. Boy, this one is just getting clobbered, guys. This AJRD with the, because of the Lougheed calling off. Well, they didn't call it off, but I guess the government. This is what I'm trying to say. Lougheed aborts the $4.4 billion after antitrust regulators filed to block it. Wow. All right, guys, so there's a couple of things also to, I always like to show these columns here. Max P&L, total P&L, and distance from the exit price, okay? So, I allowed SLI to get stopped out. Now, remember, I was demonstrating how you put a stop in, and so the total P&L, look at this, interesting. So when I got into this trade, this is again in the simulator, not even at one point did it get to 595, okay? I'm sorry, 611, sorry. I entered at 610, not even one time did it get up to 611, because what the max P&L is showing you is, okay, when you were in the trade, the most you could have made when you were still in the trade would have been this number, okay? And so when it says 0, that means, boy, when I got into that trade, it didn't even move up a penny. What this max P&L is telling me, and again, this is nothing fabulous, of course, but at one point, I was up $12 on in the Sophie short. Now I'm only up $1. What's really important though, because it's one thing getting into trades, the other thing is, okay, when to start taking profit and all that. So for instance, you would never want to see the max P&L, say at $500, and now you're down $1. Okay, I hope that makes sense. You know, you got to be able to manage, you know, your exits too. So this is a good gauge, you know, to show you, okay, how good are my exits? Because now when you get out of a trade, the distance from the exit price, that is also going to show you, okay, I got out of the trade. What did it do from when I, what's the distance from the exit price? So, you know, if I get out of this trade right now, I'm just going to flatten this DD trade. And that's all that does. I just flatten the trade, I just highlight it and flatten, and that takes me out of the trade. Okay, so it's out of the trade. Now I keep an eye on this distance from the exit price. So where did I get out at? I got out at, again, sorry guys, this is, just got to get my exit price in here. Wait a moment. So there's my exit price right there. Okay. So at this point, it's still there. But if I was long this, okay, what I don't want to see is something like a big positive number, which would mean, boy, you got out and look, and it's way above where you got out. You know, obviously you wouldn't want to see that. What you really want to see is a nice big negative number, okay? Because that means, all right, I got out and it really dropped from where I got out. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a good way of keeping an eye on how good are your exits. Move this over a bit. The other thing is you can practice swing trading here, because if I don't get out of a position by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. And again, it's just a matter of clicking on Sim. And then it will say select account. And you just select simulated trading. Okay. Boy, look at Weber. Talk about a bit of a schizo stock. Look at this. I mean, now it's come right back up. So it got up to 1028. It drops all the way down to 956. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. Look where it held though. Look at that 15-minute chart. I'll get a big 15-minute chart, and you can start to see, okay, maybe that's what he means, or anybody, when they talk about support. See all this right here? So let's just say, for argument's sake, I took that trade right there, okay? I would be looking at this area as saying, you know what? If this doesn't hold, I want to be out of the trade. No, that's how I visualize things, okay? I look at support, no less than, for me, no less than a 5-minute chart. But, you know, a 15-minute chart, you could just sort of see. And look where it got to when it fell back down, and here, you know, almost to these support levels. So it's kind of bouncing off these support levels a little bit. Now the gradient is just, if you right click and chart style, okay, sorry. So let me just start again. Right click on the chart and then go to chart style, select chart style. and then color. And here's how you do it. Okay, you have a background color. So you have a palette here you can pick from. Oops. And then the gradient. Okay? And again, it's just a matter of picking whatever you want. Okay? So again, right click. And here's how you can adjust, the colors and everything of your candlesticks, I guess. And I think, let me just see, color. Yeah, you got your up candle, down candle, colors. You mean the red? So again, it's just here, up candle, down candle colors. Is that what you meant? Syracuse, is that what you meant? Ah, up here. You mean you're talking about this and down here red. Ah, okay, that's different. Okay. So every time you get into it, every time you click on an alert, let me click on Weber again. Where is Weber? So what this is telling you, when I click on Weber, what this is telling me that if I took this trade right here at 10.19, the system gives you what's called a smart stop. So they're saying, okay, if you took this trade right at 10.17, your stop, as a guide could be 9.78. Okay, that's what that means. So if I took the difference between, it's already moved a bit, but 10.17 and that. And all that's doing is it's starting to get darker and darker red as you start approaching your stop. Okay, the target, this is all this is doing. The target is no fancy number. It's just double the stop. So whatever that distance was, say, let's just make it math easy. Say that alert was at 10 and the stop was at 9.75. Okay, then the stop would be up at 10, or the target would be 10.50. Like double, again, getting in at 10, stops at 9.75, that's 25 cents. So it's nothing scientific. They're just saying, okay, here's a target, double the stop. Okay, double the stop, which would be 50 cents if this were a 25-cent difference. Yeah, you have to click on an alert. Every time you click on an alert, every time it'll generate a new, like that smart stop will not be the same. Obviously, if Weber kept moving higher and higher, and you clicked on it, that smart stop would not remain all the way down here. It will start moving up. No, it's not the stop at the low. The smart stop is generated by, it's an algorithm, okay? And don't ask me what the formula is, but it takes a look at the volatility of the stock, the high and the low, and it gives you a smart stop. I mean, you can see right there, the smart stop is nowhere near the low for Weber, as an example, okay? If you want to trade directly from the chart, you have to do something like this. And I don't do it, but let's just, I'm going to have to get, okay. So first of all, you have to load, and this is all in the guide, okay? You have to load a strategy into, you have to first of all have your strategy tab, okay? And you have to load a strategy in. And a strategy, it's up to you. I mean, here, it's detailed in the guide. Edit the trading strategy. It's detailed in this Brokerage Plus window or video. how you create your own strategy with your limit offsets and all that sort of stuff. Let me give you the Brokerage Plus link. Okay, and the second link shows you. So, once you've created a strategy, I don't know why this is on, but let me oh, I see why. Okay, so once you create a strategy, then you can designate one of your strategies as being, if you want to trade from the chart, as your long strategy, buy, and one of your strategies, if you're into shorting, as your short strategy. Okay? And again, your strategy is up to you. So, and how I designate one of them is, if you notice, if I right click on a strategy, it says I have an option, default chart long strategy. I would check that. Now again, you create your strategy, you bring it in here, and then you check one of them to be your long strategy. Therefore, every time you click on the buy button, it'll follow the rules that you established in your long strategy. Okay? And so if I were going to use this one, edit the trading strategy. Now, this is up to you. You know, you have to tell like when you want to enter the trades, when you want to exit trades, order details. You want it based on, you know, I don't use this, okay? But I would be always basing on a stop loss. Okay, I'm always somebody who wants to base on a stop loss, and then then their risk value amount will always be the same every single trade. So, you know, if I pick $100 or 200 or whatever, but you got to watch that video because it goes into all the detail. Some people say, hey, I did everything and it didn't execute a trade. The limit offset is very important. What does that limit offset mean? Well, if I get an alert here, and this was my strategy that I want to trade, and I get an alert here, and the price is $4.30, if, you know, I may not be able to get a fill right at 4:30, even though that's when the alert happened, okay? Maybe this is a very fast-moving stock. So the limit offset says, okay, how far outside of the alert price are you willing to go to take the price? Is it 2 cents? Is it 5 cents? Is it a dime? You know, and that a lot of that will depend on you know, the types of securities that you are normally trading. I mean, if it's Facebook or, you know, something, you know, that's $100, $200, $300, $400 stock, you know, if you have a 2 cent offset, you'll never get a fill probably. Okay, because, you know, to try to get something with a 2 cent offset, and it's a fairly expensive stock, it can run 2 cents in half a second. So you may not get any fill whatsoever. So that's the trick, really, is to play around with the offset. If you don't feel you're getting, you know, how far outside of the actual alert are you willing to take a trade? Now listen, if you're brand new to all this, you know, you don't have to listen to all this. This is advanced stuff, okay? You know, if you're brand new to trade ideas and you're brand new to trading, don't worry about any of this stuff. This is more advanced, okay, that people want to create their own strategies and start trading them. But the bottom line is you have to create a strategy, and then you notice it says load from cloud. You would click on this window, load from cloud, and then you would find your strategy that you have created and you would load it in. But you have to watch that video. The second video goes into all the detail about how to do all that. And then you pick one long strategy to be the way in which you want to trade if you click on that buy button. And if you're into shorting, then you click one of your short strategies for the sell. Okay? And it's probably, you know, you could also go to our guide, the user guide, and I'm sure it is there also. You know, just look up Brokerage Plus. Just a second, my headset died on me again, so I'm going to switch. All right, guys. So I've got about 7 minutes left, and I'm on the mic and in this room. This room will be shutting down at 3:30, but you can absolutely head over to our YouTube room. Chris will be there, and he'll be there 3:30 and probably at least to 4:30. Okay. If he gets lots of questions, he will stick around. Don't tell me I deleted my link for just a minute. There we are. Phew. Boy, the old undo. The undo sure helped. Okay, so here is the YouTube link. And as I say, Chris will be there momentarily. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. I don't get live on the mic until 9, but I'll open the room no later than 8 o'clock. You know, those of you who are rubber toe, you're always, the second I open the room, you're always there. Very cool. But it's no later than 8 o'clock. But sometimes it might be 7 o'clock, 7:15 or so. And then I say we go to 3:30. And maybe tomorrow, you know, the questions certainly dried up towards the end of the day. So maybe tomorrow I'll be able to actually take a trade. Yeah, the SPY's putting on a nice little recovery. Some bottoming tails and all, but the SPY is putting on a nice little recovery. Boy, this is where you get, you know, if you're not paying attention, this is where you get whipsawed out of trades. You know, this has been a choppy day. All right, guys. Again, are there any other quick questions here? We've got about 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left actually, before I shut down the main room. And again, don't feel overwhelmed. It's day one. If you're brand new to this program, you know, you got to manage your expectations. You cannot expect to learn this program overnight. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. Weber, did it actually go positive at one point? I bet you almost got positive. That's amazing. But it is interesting because Weber released earnings pre-market. It actually at one point was positive, because there's the close on Friday, so it was up above the close, quite a bit, in fact, quite a bit above the close briefly before it just sank and an all-time low. Now it's 4% above that all-time low. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. There he is, Mr. Varley himself. Okay. All right, guys, so I'll just put my the YouTube link in one more time. You want to head over there. Chris is there right now. I'm going to shut the main room down. Chris, I will stop my streaming right now, I promise.
All right, looks like we got video. Checking my audio. All right, video and audio. 3:30. Welcome to Trade Ideas Late Day Q&A. We do this here every day at 3:30 Eastern on market days. I always do this as an open forum Q&A, meaning that I don't have anything pre-done for content. I let you folks drive the content with your questions. So fire those away for me. Of course, if you're all giving me the silent treatment, which does often happen, I'll try to come up with something interesting to talk about, go over some charts, some market thoughts, things like that. So take a look here. All right, firing a question right away. TRD question, slightly off topic. Do you believe Moderna can recover from big drop today? It's weird to see big float stocks. So first off, Moderna is one of those stocks that whips all over the place regardless of their float. Throw that right out there. Just a really strange stock like that. I traded it a lot when it was sub $50, and that thing, I mean, it could move $1 in 30 seconds with a, 400 million float or something like that, mRNA. Forget what the float is in that thing now. 350 million. So, do I think they can recover? Sure. They just need to make a better vaccine, I guess. I don't know. They're going to have to do something more than what they are doing now. They're very news driven. They're relying on news. So, mostly I stay away from the news, but I can't help but, on coming across my Twitter feed, where I'll get more news. I don't watch the news. I haven't turned on cable news in 6 years or something like that, over 6 years. But, from my understanding, there's a lot of countries that are scrapping vaccine passports and restrictions and things like that. And so that doesn't bode well for, a company who's entirely dependent on a COVID vaccine. I mean, that's the entire makeup of Moderna is a COVID vaccine. They were a nobody company before that. So, unless they come out with something mRNA related that's going to be, accepted or widely used or works well or whatever you want to say about it, that'll be the only thing that recovers them at this point. They're 100% dependent on their product supply or their manufacturing supply, and their innovations. It's hard to do technical analysis on a chart that literally, every one of these big gaps and everything that goes on here has to do with their earnings of the COVID vaccine, literally. All this stuff in here, this is all, one of these times I'm going to get this right here on my drawing tool. This is all related to vaccine news. It has nothing to do with anything, anything other than that. So that's kind of, where you're stuck with a stock like Moderna, essentially. And then, hey, Chris, can you go over how to use Holly's entry exit? I was trying to learn program of the weekend, did not touch the AI at all today. I want to use it tomorrow. I have no idea how to read or use it. Yeah, so we can, let me pull that up. Well, Holly was unfortunately punched in the face today, and that was the end of it for her. But essentially, to pull up Holly, we go new, all right, Holly, we go AI Holly strategy trades window. That's where Holly lives. That's where the trades will be, not the strategy window. The strategy trades window is what you're going to want for Holly. And when you pull that up, you're going to get a window that looks similar to this. I have mine set up for the columns that I want to see. Again, as I always, like to say, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. So if we right click Holly here, we can see columns and you can go through and take a look. The right side is your master set of columns, meaning all the things we can view. The left side is what we are viewing. So right now, this is how I have Holly set up for myself, what I like to see, and in the order that I like to see it. Mike C, how are you? All right. From there, though, once you have this window open, if anything happens with Holly, she makes an alert. You're going to find that, in these columns here, what the symbol was, an entry price, and again, the order that you have these in and what you're specifically displaying, entirely up to you. But that's the real short and skinny of Holly. Essentially, you're gonna have your different things: change from entry, what her stop price is, exit reason is always going to be your conservative reason. All right. So yeah, you're welcome, TRD. I mean, the other thing, just I guess to finish off mRNA, is the fact that you have this. You're gonna have overdone bounces or oversold pullbacks or whatever you want to call it. Meaning that there's a lot of people that trade this because it has big ranges and makes big moves. So there's probably a lot of people on a technical intraday basis that are going to look at something like this. It made this big move down. It's put in a floor basically here. Can't really seem to get out of here, but all of a sudden this range gets broken and maybe you got a dollar, $2. I couldn't, obviously nobody's going to know for sure, and everybody's going to be looking at different indicators, whether they're using a moving average or Bollinger Bands or ATR or a specific range over a certain amount of time. So on a daily basis and as a swing trade, because my mind a lot goes to swing trading positions whenever I talk about a stock, and in a sense like that, mRNA again becomes completely news driven, where intraday, you can look at ranges and how those ranges may break up or break down. And I think that's a good way as far as day trading. It's a great day trading vehicle. The thing is, 2 times its normal volume, and it's done almost 15 million shares to this point. So, again, it's a very liquid stock. It can move very fast. So you want to be sure that you're not getting caught on the wrong side of a trade. But, you have your plan, you trade that plan. So, for me, again, if someone put a gun to my head and said, hey, I want you to make a trade in the last little bit here going into the end of the day, how are you going to manage this? Well, I think we're pretty clear around this 140 level is where we're finding some support right now. And I think that's no happy accident. That does happen to line up with that there. And then, you decide intraday based, is this the resistance level? Is that going to be a resistance level? Is that going to be a resistance level? No way to tell that. Only hindsight will tell that. But you try to find a trend or a change in trend, whatever time frame that you want to work on. So, and then, head back to Holly. Kind of a bummer that, especially the first day of test drive, that Holly looks the way she does today. But that's there's not a whole lot there other than this. You pull up any of these alerts and you're going to do the chart work yourself here, all right? While Holly does have some really great statistically weighted entries, more often than not, today wasn't a great day for that. And especially when we think about what happened here intraday, all right? We find that, look, this stock really kind of just headed right down with the SPY, all right? And then the SPY moved up and this moved up. And the SPY moved down and this moved down. I mean, this almost follows the SPY to a T right here. So you're going to want to always consider that when you're getting in any position, especially with Holly. Did the algorithm just find something because it met it, or is this, also trading alpha on its own? We can even take it a step further and say, look, we're doing normal volume today. There's nothing special happening about this stock today. So the algorithm just happened to be met by the stock, and unfortunately, was not going to have its way today given what the market was doing today. And then let's bring back, again, take a look at another alert here. Get rid of my drawings. So it's AFLAC, BCOR. And again, this right here, it's 10 o'clock, so it's not really a chase, but that's unfortunate. Makes this big move up and like so making a pullback, and that's what Nickelback looks for, a slight pullback and then a move up. But unfortunately, that was just not what was going to happen today. Again, this one you do have a little bit of an alpha move here, only 500,000 or 600,000 shares traded on the day. But to this point in the day, it's doing 2 3/4 times its normal relative volume. I do wonder if that ran into some resistance here. Not really. I mean, just looking at a daily chart, you have this big range going way back to last year, and it looked like it might be trying to break out of that big range right there. So, just kind of what I'm looking at for that. So, if you have more Holly specific questions, of course, happy to answer those. But again, finding Holly, we go new. AI Holly strategy trades window, and that's where you can pick up Holly from there. And like I said, it's going to give you this window right here that we're looking at, and you're going to right click and decide what columns you want to look at. So sorry, just a message coming in for me here. So is there anything to configure for Holly, or do you just have to open it on the side and let it do its thing, pop up? Yeah, that's really it. There's no anything else. I mean, if you want to filter things, you can, meaning if you only want to see, long trades or short trades, things like that. For some reason, if you have just one strategy you want to look at, I don't recommend personally doing that. I think you should look at all of Holly, but everybody likes their own data set, what they want to look at. So fire those questions away, Sean. While I'm here, let's get them in. As I always like to say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. That's what I do these Q&A for. Whether you're a Trade Idea subscriber or not, I do these Q&As to answer questions, to hopefully, if you're a subscriber, get you pointed in the direction you want to go. If you're not a subscriber, hopefully get you on board at some point. Sorry, just going to look at a position that I have right now and trying to figure if I want to sell this thing or not. As I'm a believer in oil going to the moon still. So yeah, go ahead, fire those questions away, Sean. If not, take a look at what the market's really done today. The trusty old SPY chart. So lots of chop and slop. Just the theme right now. The market is schizophrenic and can't find its meds right now. But I think we've got a pretty clear range that we've established recently here. Okay, so how can I make my own list of stocks and then make them into race cars? Sure, so we could do that. All right, we go to make our own list. All right, we call it a symbols list. All right, let me just delete that drawing. We go to tools. So we're up here on the menu bar. All right, to follow along with me, we go tools. We go symbols list here. We're going to select that. That'll bring us up this menu that's right there. I just want to answer this message real quick. All right, so here we can create a new list. You're going to title it, whatever you want. So I guess for you, you're going to call it stock racing. All right, so there we go. We call it stock racing. And I see now the questions starting to come in, so I will circle around to all these questions. So don't feel like, if I'm answering one person, I'm not going to get to you. I get to everybody. All right, so we've got the stock racing list that we created here, and you're going to come in, you're going to double click it, and you're going to add whatever you want here for your symbols. All right. Once you've added all those symbols, you're going to click OK. All right. You're going to refresh from server to make sure that the server's updated to what your list is. All right. And then you can get out of here. You can close this. And next to race, you need to create a top list. All right. So you're going to create a top list. You're going to go tools, or excuse me, you're going to go new and top list, and you're going to create this scan based on what you want to create a race scan on. All right. You're gonna, start with searching. What do you want to build in this top list? How do you want to scan? So, the scan's gonna work twofold essentially. Do you want to add filters because you already have your set stocks that you're looking at? Meaning that normally a top list is finding the stocks for you, and then you convert it to the race. So you find the stocks with the top list, and then you race them. But if you've already found the stocks, you may not want any filters. You may not want to build a full top list. You may just want a blank top list that's like this, no filters in there or anything like that to decide to look for stocks. And all you'll need at that point is decide what column you want to race on. So that's essentially saying, are you racing on relative volume? Are you racing on a change from a certain, distance from a certain time frame? Things like that. So for example, if we wanted to just take our list, all right, so what we do is we come to symbols lists. All right, we're going to find add existing list. So here's stock racing, all right, that we just created, and we're going to put a check mark in it. So now it's only the following list. So this is only looking at the stock racing list. That's all it's going to look at there, Justin. And then once we do that, all right, we can decide, what column do I want to race on? All right, do I want to race on a range? Do I want to race on relative volume? Do I want to race on, 5-minute volume? Do I want to race on, a change from, a certain time period, a change in percent 2 minutes, something like that? When you decide what you want to race on, you're going to click show that column, all right? And once you've done that, you've essentially created the scan. Because like I said, I don't know that you really want to filter anything at this point, since you're already got a defined list of stocks. Like I said, the top list finds the stocks for you, but you already found those stocks is what I gather. So once you're here, you've selected that column to race on that you've decided, all right? You'll press OK. You set the symbols list here. You're racing on that symbols list, and you're going to call it, name it whatever you want, top list of stocks to race, or whatever you want to call it. I'm just giving it some generic name, all right? And you'll have your top list that's here, and then you can start the race. You'll right click, you go to launch real-time race. Now my list doesn't have anything in there. My list doesn't have any stocks because I didn't create, I was just showing how to create a list. I didn't put any stocks in the list. And once you've got once you've got to this point, then you're going to decide how many lanes do you want. You can have up to 20 lanes. How long do you want to run a race for? Recently, personally, I've been running 3-minute races, but you're going to have to determine that yourself. And then this is where the secret sauce of the race comes on. Do you want to do it where you want to do it? So this is the filter that we put as a column. We're not filtering for stocks on this. We just use it as a column, all right? And so 2-minute change is what I happen to select in this example. All right. And now we want to go with a delta value set here. That's the sort on, meaning I want to see what's happening now. I don't want to see what happened in the past. All right. I don't want to see what's leading up to now. I want to see what's going on now. So that's why you choose that delta value. And you can select replace cars, meaning that, I guess for your symbols list, this won't matter because you've got your selected list of stocks you're looking at. But if you were doing a regular top list that, could have stocks coming on and off that list, replace cars would do what it would do is that if you had a stock that no longer met the top list, it would get dropped out of the race and replaced by a car or stock that might meet it. And you could also select auto rerun, and that's the end. Now you're going to choose, now you're going to go and you're going to set that race up. To get to the race there, Sean, pulling up the race is just a top list. So you take a top list, right click, launch real-time race. That's how you get to there. And again, for anybody that wants more on this, where I'm always, sending people is that the user guide has a lot of videos on this, and that's not because I want to cop out and not answer questions now. I'm going to answer any questions now and demonstrate things now, but at some point I won't be here and you're going to have questions still, and our user guide is going to hopefully help get you those questions answered. K2, I have a question for you. You were talking yesterday. I believe it seems like you know a little bit of programming. I don't know if you have a lot of C++ programming capabilities. Can you, K2, if you can hear me, can you send us an email and just say, hey, Chris Varley asked me to send an email about C++ programming to info@trade-ideas.com. And then I see all the questions coming in. I'm going to circle to everybody. Get your opinion. How long do you think this bearish market will last? Well, it's not a bear market. It's a sideways chop market first. And I think a lot of it's going to last. I think we'll have some resolve when the weather in the northern hemisphere starts to actually get warmer and the world decides what direction it's going in. There's a lot of headlines out there, that still revolve around the virus and economies being partially shut down and quarantines and travel restrictions. And then is Ukraine going to get invaded? And, how bad is inflation? And is the Fed going to hike rates and things like that? So, that's what you're going to, find. That's what you're going to find as far as that goes there, as far as, but I wouldn't call it a bear market. And I think we're in two markets still as usual. Look, here's the SPY, here's the RSP. RSP, that's an all-time high for it. This is an equally weighted S&P 500. We're not even 10 points under an all-time high for the RSP. So, very far from a bear market overall. So, there's a tale of a few different tapes. And, we are in two different markets. I guess you could call it a bear market for growth and values in a bull market. You could also say that too. And how would we decide that? Well, we're going to look at ARKK is what I love to give an example of. ARKK is in a bear market. That's a straight up bear market right there. All right. But BRKB, that's a bull market right there. I mean, that's a real nice, lively bull market. We had this beautiful run. We consolidated all through here a long time and blasted off, pull back, and right back up at it again for almost all-time highs. And that's value, all right? And so we're in a bull market in value, and that's just how it is. So a lot of people have to also accept that things that you might like to trade or might have wanted to trade or how you want to trade and stocks that you're scanning for and looking for, they're just not going to be the same that they were in that nice trending market that we had for all that time. You're going to have to, we have to search elsewhere for those ideas now. Okay, so for large caps, I want to make an alert list and have sound for stocks moving within 5 minutes. So, what you could do there, Sean, for your question, if you got new, you're going to need an alert window if you want sound, all right? And you're going to search, market cap. All right, and you're going to decide what that is. You're going to select add filter, all right? And you're going to decide a minimum of, I don't know, maybe you consider 10 billion. So there's that, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's your 10 billion, all right? What your price range you want it to be, I don't know, 8 to, $2,000 or something like that, What else? You want to see a change within 5 minutes, all right? So you want to see stuff moving within 5 minutes, so go change. So, change 5 minutes. Do you want, a dollar or percent? You got to decide that. Put that in here. How much do you want to see it moving in the last 5 minutes? Do you want to see it up, a 1/4% at least, or, 1%, something like that. That's where I would point you towards. And then, once we've got this here, I'm going to share it with you to give you a template. We'll call it large caps for Sean. All right. Now you're going to have to go through and decide, do you want to use the alert type that I just selected here, crossed above resistance? Do you want to use something else? So, you can come into the configure and start to changing the stuff around. But just to give you a template, and I'm also going to set this up so that it has sound. And for anybody that wants to know how to do sound within any alert window, price alerts window, or multi-strategy window, like everything else in trade ideas, we're going to right click. All right, properties. We're going to come to actions here. All right, make sure play sound is checked. Then we come to setup sound, and you're going to make a choice here. Really, these four are all the same sound. You have a text to speech also, and you could always use a custom sound path through Windows. So, if you have a sound that you want to use, you want to import a sound, you select custom and then select sound. You're going to find it in wherever you distort it in your computer for your sound files. And that's how you do that. So I'm going to put this on text to speech for you though. All right. And then you're going to get this, and you're going to immediately share this, save this to the cloud to at least have this template saved for you. All right. Because one of these days I'm going to go through and delete a bunch of stuff from my cloud, and this will be one of the things I do delete. I don't want filters. You're right. Yep, we're good to go there. I got top list set. Just missed where to start the race. I think you should be clear now on starting their race. Let me know if you're still not clear on that there, Sean, for starting the race. I went back over that. I'll do it one more time again real quick here. I have a top list. All right, so if any top list, here's just a random top list that I have. And you right click, launch real-time race, and then you got to select all the things you want to do in this race here. I always recommend delta value, but you're welcome to go through any of these other things that are here if that's what you really want to do. All right, let's keep cruising. I can monitor my portfolio that way better than a pie chart. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, K2. I like this. I like the races. It took me a while to come around to them. More took me a while to come around to them because I wasn't able to use them at all. Meaning that I wasn't able to get into the configures and do anything because I was busy with support and some other items. So all right, we're good to go there. Sure, I'll send an email. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Sending that email. I'm pretty sure I'm not able to pull up the stock race with the current settings I have. All right, so Sean, that will mean you're on an old version of the software. So an exercise that everybody in here that has the software downloaded is going to do, because we should always be on the latest beta. In my personal opinion, anyways, there's usually never anything wrong with the beta. Anything that happens wrong with the beta will be with the new items that are only in the beta itself. So anything that's a legacy code within the system, there should be no issues. It's only going to be it's only going to be issues with something like, for example, in this beta, the stock racing or the new charts that we've given people. If you right click and you come into chart style, we've given a bunch of different chart styles that you can find in here now. All right. So, this is how we're going to do this. All right. Everybody that's not currently on the newest beta, or if they're not even sure, I want everybody to go to tools. You're going to go options. All right. Tools and options. I'm going to give everybody a second to catch up here while I take a sip of tea. And then voice of reason. Is there a template for this setup? I mean, I can share these windows out with you. The only issue is like some of my windows are pointed at personal symbol lists that I have. So they're not going to work for you in that regard. But give me a moment. I'll put together something for you there, voice of reason. All right. Now that we're all here, and we're going to go upgrade. And everybody is going to select all releases and upgrade. All right. Right there. All releases. All right. Not production. Don't select production. Forget about that. And you're going to go ahead and click save. All right. And every time we make an update to the software, this new tab up here, all right, on the menu bar, that new tab is going to go green, bold green, and here will be an option to upgrade to the latest software. It's going to say some message like that. I don't know the exact message. And what you're going to then get is this. You're going to get sent to our download page. All right, and on our download page, You're going to scroll down. The first thing you always come across is the production version. We're going to scroll past the production version all the way past these notes. I do recommend reading the notes. For newer users, they'll probably mean less than for veteran users. Once we get past all those notes, we're going to come to download the newest Public Trade Ideas Pro AI Beta version 5.5.63 is what we are currently on. You're going to download and install that, and below is some more notes. These notes now moving forward will look nice like this with pictures and some links to what these changes are, what they mean, how they function, what we can use them for. All right. And so that's what that's what everybody needs to be if they want to use the stock race. You got to be on 5.5.63. And moving forward, once we've selected, like I just showed you in tools, every time we update the software on a new beta, you're going to go green, bold, bright gold, bright bold green right there on that new tab. All right. So that's there. And like I said, voice of reason. Give me a second here. I'll get you some kind of and then we're having Chaz work with Schwab Street Edge. Oh, okay. So that was you that emailed that. I saw those emails the email chain that came in there. I think I responded one. Andy might have responded one too for you there about the Street Edge. Yeah, some of the rules will work for different items, for different external linking items. So, all right. Now, voice of reason. I'm going to share with you kind of a layout that I built over the weekend doing some live Q&As with people. So here's a layout that I built, and you can check these out. All right. Share. Copy. All right. So there's a layout that I built over the weekend with some people here. All right. And get you started here. If anybody wants this race here, I can share this race. Hang on, let me find the top list. What do I call you? I just got to find it in my cloud. Hold on. Two-minute race. Let me make sure I've got the right one here. CNR, Calazine, Cole. And then I'll go over how I set this race up, and I've done well with this race so far. So hide unused. 45. All right, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm giving everybody the right race here. All right, so let's do this. Load from cloud. Share. Copy. Paste. There you go. So anybody that wants to use this race that I've been using, I've had some pretty good success with it over the last week plus. All right, you'll have this window right here that I just put out. Just making sure. Yep. All right. And so this is the way I run this race. This is how I set it up. All right. Walk you all through this. All right. And then of course you can do whatever you like from here. I saw what was based on and what was sorted by. Oh, sorry. Here, Debbie. I cruised over that somehow. I have missed you somehow, Debbie. I apologize. So I'm going to show right now, Debbie, what I'm sorting by and doing on this specific race here with that top list that I shared. So if we come to the configure of the actual scan, let's go over first what I'm actually doing in the scan. All right. So the scan's looking for stocks in between columns. 2 minutes. Okay. So the stock, this is looking at stocks between $8 and $100. Relative volume's got to be 3, meaning it's doing 3 times its normal volume over the last 10 days. We've traded at least 125,000 shares today, and the 5-minute RSI is between 45 and 75. All right, and then I have it sorted on change from close, meaning that the stocks that have the largest change from close will be on the top of the list. All right, and then I've added the column of 2-minute change because that's what I'm actually racing on. Even though 2-minute change, look, 2-minute change has no value in this here whatsoever. I want stocks that meet this criteria, and then I want to race them on a 2-minute change. That's what I've been doing. All right, and so we're gonna right click and we go launch real-time stock race. All right, and it gives me this window here, and this is exactly how I've been racing it. I'm going with time is my goal. I've been going 10 lanes. I run my races for 3 minutes at a time. I am based on that change 2 minutes. All right, that's what I'm based on. And Dylan, I see your question. I'll get to you in just a second here. Let me finish this exercise. So based on 2-minute change, and then I'm sorting on the delta, meaning that I want to see what's happening now. All right, right now, this is what I want to see. I want to see what's changing on a 2-minute scale right now, and on a percent. All right, and then I replace cars just in case anything moves off, and then I auto run the race. All right, and that's it. And then I hit play, and my race is off, and that's going to look the same as this race right here. It should look the same as this race. Well, this race started at a different time than this one. That's why they look slightly different right now. But they should be similar anyways. Oh, I know one other issue. This one that I have here, I turned it down to only have a maximum of $40 for a stock. This has a maximum of $100 for a stock. It'll race on it'll race on a server sort unless you choose something different, Debbie. So here you see sort on for the race itself. Unless you choose delta value, it'll always sort on. Stop it. It'll always sort on server sort. That's why. So I select delta value. That's what the other guys here have been doing. So I kind of followed suit with them in that regard for that. And then, all right, so. Yes, all the windows can be docked together. So let me get rid of this. That's went over that race. All right. All your windows can be docked together. What you'll have to do, so the stocks are selected for the race by the sort of the top list itself, essentially. Yes, I have this here. There's a whole section from our user's guide on this here, on racing. This is our whole section on user's guide. There's videos in there to go over things. So there's 2 different sorts. There are 2 different server sorts, essentially, I guess we can call it. There's a server sort of the actual top list, Debbie. That's deciding what comes on this, what order these things go in. So my server sort on this list is change from close. That's how this is sorting this and this here. Then once we get to the race, how the cars actually move is based on the delta value of a 2-minute change. Here's the setup. The delta value of this 2-minute change is what I'm moving on. It should load basically instantly. If it's not loading instantly, that means you're not logged in. Voice of reason. So what I would say to you is check your username that you got in the welcome email. It's case sensitive, so make sure that you are putting your login information in the exact case, both username and your password in those exact cases. All right. Otherwise, you won't get the right login. If you're having trouble logging in, and make sure you have a green bar up here that says connected, and you're going to look and you're going to have a green, you're connected as, count expires in. All right. If you're not seeing any of that and you're having trouble still even, looking at all that from the email on your name, email us here, info@trade-ideas.com. All right, and we can take a look on that. Your cars are going to pile in from the top list always. That's where the cars will come from, is the actual top list. Now I'm almost to you, Dylan, on your question. Um, for the docking here, I'm going to send a couple of videos and I'm going to do a quick walkthrough on the docking, or I'm going to send the user guide section on docking. Docking, all right, right click, copy address. All right, so this is for getting the container windows or the docked windows. All right, and then I'm going to show right here how it works. All right, so I've got this random scan here that's free floating on its own. All right, and if I want to put it in a docked window, I right click. All right, and I'm going to see what dock windows I already have because I've named these dock windows, or I can do a new dock window. So if I wanted this going in a new docked window with a bunch of windows, I click that. All right, and it's going to open a new docked window. Sorry, it opens on another screen for me. So I'm going to bring that over. So there's the new docked window, all right? And if I had other windows that I want to be docked, now I can first name this docked window so I know what one I'm looking at. So we right click the top of the dock and we're going to go change title, all right? And so we're doing this for late day Q&A dock. All right, that's what I've called it, so I know what it is. Now if I right click anything and I want to duplicate it into there, right here I find late day Q&A dock, and I can keep duplicating anything that I want into that dock right there. All right, now the first, they'll all be tabbed together. Okay, so you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 all tabbed together. I can pull any one of them out, and now you're going to see this tool here, and when I hover my mouse over whichever section of the tool I want, that's where that will get docked next. So if I put it back right in the center, it'll still be tabbed. If I pull it off and I put it to the right, now we see that it's to the right. Now I can pull the next one and I can put it underneath, all right? And that's how we can, we can start to build a dock just like this. And, there's some trial and error to get things exactly how you want. And once things are in here, then I can size them differently like this, all right? But that's docking 101 right there for you. And then, all right, Dylan, hi Chris, new TI. I've been digging through the alert types glossary when scanning for volume that is above average for whatever reason. Should I be using relative volume alone or volume percent today? Great question, Dylan. So I'm going to go over a few things that I think you're going to find really helpful and I think that are extremely important. Let's get into a configure of a scan. And this is for everybody. Everybody, please pay attention. This is very important how our volume filters work, all right? We're going to go volume. All right. We're going to go for right now just filters on volume. If it does not say, first off, see we have average daily, 5-day, 10-day, 3 months. Everything else here that doesn't say, all right, that is taken over an average of 10 days. That's where that's where the average is going to come from in this. Even our dollar volume is an average of 10-day volume times the share times the price, all right? So that's how these filters all work. Now, relative volume works like this. It's in a ratio. So 1 means normal of 10-day volume. 2 means it's doing 2 times what it's normally doing over 10-day. But remember, it's relative to the stock. So for example, if I have a stock that trades 1 share a day, all right, its relative volume is 1 at 1 share a day. If it trades 10 shares that day, it'll have a relative volume of 10. So someone might look at something and say, well, it's got a relative volume of 10. That doesn't mean it's trading a lot or that it's liquid. It means it's trading a lot compared to what it's done over the last 10 days. So that's where a combination of these filters come in place. So now you could take a volume today and shares filter and you could say, well, I don't want to see anything that's traded less than, for example, 125,000 shares today, but I also want a relative volume of 3. So that's how you'll get, to see stocks that are liquid with a higher relative volume. Hopefully that's making sense. Now let's take it a step further. Relative volume also does this, all right? When we see relative volume that's right here, or we see it in a scan, all right? So for example, do I have it here? Yes. So for example, these 2 alerts that came in on this scan, at the time that these alerts came in, this is what the relative volume was at this exact second today. All right, at this exact time, the relative volume here, it was doing 5.68 what it's normally doing to this period in the time of the day. If the stock continued to do the volume at the exact pace that it's been doing it right now, that's how it would finish for the day. But if the volume slows down, this number will go down eventually. Now, it won't be reflected here because it's a time-stamped moment in time, all right? But if I looked at it in my single stock window here, all right, let me get rid of this real fast. I would see that reflected here. So for example, let's just take a look at INVA, all right? It was doing right at that time when that volume came in, all right, at 10:11 and 52 seconds Eastern time, it was doing 5.68 on the relative volume. But its volume declined throughout most of the rest of the day here after this, initial rate here, this initial spot right there. We can see the volume decline for the rest of the day, how much was going on, and we can see that reflected in the volume of the single stock window. So that's how relative volume will work. Now, if we come back into the configure, we're going to go volume again. Oops, search volume. Filters. Now, we also have, because relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, however, here is the workaround. We have volume percent today. That works on the same 10-day time frame. But the difference is, this is going to say, we have done this much volume today, and that's it. We can't take that back, all right? So if I've done, and it works in a percent, so 100 is your baseline on that 10-day average. 200 would be 2 times, 300 would be 3 times, so on and so forth. So if I have a scan that says I've done this much volume to this point in the day, it's not saying I'm on track to do this much. It's just saying I have done this much, and I can't take that back. As the day goes on, that number will have to go up as long as the stock continues to trade. It can't go backwards like the relative volume filter can. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's the same concept on any of the percent volume filters, all right? All these are taken on 10-day averages here, but these ones can go up and down in time because obviously what you're doing with volume this minute might be different than the next minute. That might be different from the next minute. All right, and so that's how these volume filters, they can all kind of coordinate together to find liquid stocks. Like I said, you could have a stock that has 100 relative volume, but if it only trades 1 share a day, that means 100 shares traded would be 100 relative volume for that stock. So hopefully that makes sense there. And that would work Dylan, whether you're doing topless or you're doing alert windows. And then I think we've got that. I went over voice of reason. If let me know if send in an email if you're having trouble logging in still, because if it's not loading quickly, it's going to be a login issue. Yeah, I know some guys from the Permian. They're happy campers right now, to say the least. I'll just say that about them. I know some folks down there. They're having a good time right now. So, all right, I think I'm caught up and I touched everything. If I missed someone or someone needs me to go into more depth about anything here, please let me know. Sorry, I'm just trying to scan through to make sure I got everybody here with what we're trying to do. I don't want to leave, I never want to skip anybody, but there's been some spam people that have come in here too that have taken my chat and messed it all up. All right, excellent. I'm glad that worked out for you, Dylan. And if there's something I wasn't clear, you need me to touch on something more, let me know. Also, for everybody here, please understand there are lists of filters and alerts that don't work in the pre-market or post-market but work in regular market or vice versa. Okay, I have a PDF I can send you, or we have a PDF I can send you, or we can send you. Info again at trade-ids.com. All right, we can get you that PDF there. Generally, this is the way it works. If it works in the pre-market, it'll work in the post-market, with the exception of things that specifically say pre-market or post-market. Pre-market highs, obviously not going to work in the pre-market. Post-market highs, obviously not going to work in the post-market, so on and so forth like that. But that's generally how it works. Thanks, Mike C. I appreciate that. So last thing, I want to continue to configure my list, etc. after hours. You can change time frame, right? So things will still populate while configuring. Yes, it'll populate. Just the caveat is this: you can't be using a filter that doesn't work in the post market, for example. Otherwise, it'll block data. But I forget. I know that relative volume doesn't work in the pre market. I can't remember if it works in the post market. Let me check here. Yeah, so relative volume does work in the post market. Like here, this is a great example of what I want to show about relative volume. Look at the relative volume on this stock, all right? Off the charts, this relative volume, all right? I traded 5,400 shares today. So, so again, relative volume becomes relative to a specific stock. Look, 125,000 times, or 125 times what it's normally doing. All right. Now, granted, these things are either new issues or they're acquisitions, they're SPACs. But my point being, all right, I think you kind of get what I'm getting at here. All right, here's one. This thing, 100 and 112 essentially times what it's normally doing, but traded 12 million shares. So yeah, Dylan, you should be good to go. Just changing the time frame on a top list. If you right click and you go time frame, live always will get you, pre and post market. If you do use relative volume, don't sort on relative volume for pre-market. Don't put relative volume in your scanner for pre-market, but instead use the volume today percent one, and that'll work. That's the substitute teacher, if you will, for the relative volume. Sorry, again, reading through, making sure I'm getting all this. I had a question about holding positions overnight, and I wanted to do your criteria for choosing stocks you hold, and also want to know if the strength alerts should be stocks held overnight. I mean, my conditions for holding overnight, I just have to like the chart and have, my stop. And then, I guess there's a prayer that I have to say that it doesn't gap down past my stock somehow and crush me. I don't have criteria like Barry does, where Barry says for holding a stock for him overnight, it has to be closing near the high of the day and breaking resistance with volume and some things like that. I forget all of Barry's rules for holding overnight. But for me, first off, I like to have a market that's a little more conducive to holding stocks overnight. This is not one. So, and why is it not one? This is why. It's not a trending market at all. This is, we're here last year, we're here this year. That's not exactly a trending market. Just a lot of chop and slop. So I'm not as inclined to hold overnight these days anyways. If I'm holding overnight, if it's something I'm really, really planning on holding overnight, I'm probably taking smaller share size than I would normally take in a trending overall market. And then, and that's basically the basis of it. I'm going to look at a chart. So for example, I'll give you KPTI. Now I day traded KPTI today, but a few weeks ago I had a swing trade in it. We had this move that started happening here, and I took some here on this day in anticipation that I might be able to crack through this, and I didn't get all that move, but I got a day and a half of that move, and then I exited it timely, would seem, and then that happened there. Then today I decided it was in a race, in this race actually, as a matter of fact, and I took a shot at it here and sold, and I didn't want to hold it overnight because I felt like that was extended. We're running into room right there, so it just has to meet all of like my personal trading stuff, my risk to reward ratio for wanting to hold something overnight. I'm seeing, this is kind of like if I was trying to share size this and decide to hold overnight, I'm seeing my risk down here as my stop, and that's where my reward is. So I'm not going to take anything that's, that when an R is right on top of my entry, essentially. That doesn't make any sense. My reward is on top of my entry. Now, if we could pretend that's not there, and maybe that was my reward, now maybe we're talking a little bit different, but that's still kind of a lower stop than it is a higher target. And my targets aren't hard, all right? My targets are where I'm hoping the stock is going, essentially. My stops are, if this does not work, this is what I'm doing no matter what I'm getting out, all right? But my targets are, this is where I believe the stock has a chance to go, but you better believe if we're moving up and we start to sputter, I'm selling some. That's really what I do for any of my swing trades, essentially. I don't have a swing trade layout, but I have I have my evening scan that I call it, that I look for my swing ideas from. So first I'll share my evening scan, and then I'll go over what it is. My evening scan, updated one. Whoops. Load, share. And this is probably not going to have a lot. This is not conducive to swing trading, this market. This is a day trader's market, or closer to a day trader's market as you're going to get. Copy, okay. Cancel, paste. Is there a coder to build? No, there's no code compiler. Blue Moon Trading. Our abilities to create customs come from existing blocks of code within the system. You can't just, for example, we don't have EMAs in the system, so you can't write a code for EMA. Here, I'll give you the user's guide section on custom formulas. So that's the user's guide section on custom formulas. All right. Now, I'll go over what's in the scan first, in the sense of what the scan's looking for. So if we right click and we come to configure, and this is the scan that I just shared in the chat, we come to this. All right, so I'm looking at stocks in between $4 and $40. They have a relative volume of 1 and traded at least 750,000 shares today. They have to be 75% above the low of today's range, and then they also need to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range as well. So I'm trying to find stuff with some volume in between that price range that's breaking out of a 20-day range and closing strong today. Now, there are some things that are going to come through here, some stocks that are going to be very extended. So, for example, I'm not going and chasing that. That'd be ridiculous to chase. I want to widen this out a little more, because we're talking about swing trading, so let's look at more swing trading charts. And someone would say, well, why wouldn't you chase that when you've got this big gap from, things can return right where they came from real fast, all right? Number two, look at that. Do you think that happened to stall right here all day long because of an accident? No, it stalled right there because that's where the price action is going to stall. That's where resistance is, all right? Now, if we get through here and we consolidate for a few days, perhaps this looks good for a risk reward up there. So for example, moving forward, I might, or you might, or someone might decide I like this stock. I'm going to put it on my like list and follow it for the next few days. And then let's say this thing consolidates this way for a couple of days. All right. Now we know that this gap, we could use that as our stop loss, okay, on the downside. And so here's our risk down to here. So that's going to be like something like a $19, so a $2 stop. And we're looking at possibly a $5 target. So it's a nice risk to reward ratio going on right there. If this were to move sideways, our reward being here and our risk being here, all right? And the reason why you want a nice risk to reward ratio like that is this. Most profitable traders, most pretty good traders, their success rate is probably 55% or lower on win rate. But what they have is a huge reward to risk ratio. And so by having that ratio bigger like that, that allows you to have less winning trades and still be profitable. If you have a bigger risk than reward in general, you better be winning 75% of your trades. And I don't know anybody that's winning 75% of their trades. Maybe you do. Maybe you're going to be that person. I don't know. But for the professional traders that I know, and what I've experienced in my short period of time trading, anyways, that's the secret to success, if you will. That's the best way to go about it. A higher reward to risk ratio. And so these are the things that I do when I go over, I use this scan at night and I start going over charts and I start marking things up and thinking to myself, what's my game plan moving forward if I decide to get into the stock? All right. Let's see if there's anything that actually interests me in this here. Nope. Nope. This would have interested me the other day, but no. Nope. Because a lot of these things are extended now for me. Had I seen this the other day, I've got this, nice swath and a swath here like this. These horseshoes up and explodes out of this. But this is going to be something, you're coming out of this range right here. So this is something that I would look at again. It's gold, so I kind of stay away from gold, to be honest. But, a day or two consolidation here, and we can think about if we can push through this level, but it's got resistance right there. Again, I don't think this is any happy accident. This gapped up, ran into resistance here, pulled back, tried to ram right through that resistance, because this line, watch this. All right, so this is what we have to do as traders. The scans return us the ideas, and we as traders make some decisions. That's no happy accident. And please, anybody that's, just kind of getting into what's resistance and support and things like that, these lines are approximations. Think of them as zones. Never think of them as exacts, all right? And so, we had this poke through back here on this, all right? But, we can see that that line is a magnet for price action coming all the way back to here. It got back to, came back, got below it, came back to it, got up above it, came back to it, got down below it, came back to it, all right? So this line is a major magnet for price action right here for this stock. But this is what I do. I go through these charts, and if I come across something I really like, I'm going to put it on my like list. I'm not coming across anything that I like right now. That's another one Mike C just mentioned. See, I'm not a pullback trader. That's why I don't think in that term. But Mike C has a really good point right there. You could set an alert for a pullback on any of these items here, right? Set a price alert for any of it. So here we go. KPTI, maybe you're seeing something here that I'm not, for example, and you decide, this $11 breakout, here, maybe something good, but maybe if I can get a pullback to a 1075 level or something like that, that gives me a nice entry, and maybe, 1070 is where I'm at right now. So maybe I set a price alert below here, and I want to go price alert, and I'm going to select long, all right, and I could put a note, pull back. Entry with a question mark here, and I save that, and now it's going to be in my price alerts, all right? And if we get a pullback to that, I'm not jumping right in it necessarily, but I may say that may make me interested. And this is, the many ways to use the software. Thanks, Mike. See, that was really good, good point and good looking. And kind of keep cruising through these. Again, like I like some of these chart patterns, but we're past now, all right? I like this. This is what I look for. These are the things that I look for, this stuff here, but it's past it. Now this I've been looking at for days, or well, more than days. I don't happen to have it on my liked list right now, but I actually traded it a few weeks ago. So hopefully that's all kind of making sense and clicking, the difference between, scanning and returning the ideas, and then taking those ideas and making them part of what your trading plan is. A lot of miners coming through here. So another thing that I do with this list is, all right, look how many miners have come through here, precious metal miners, all right? So now I can say to myself, this might be something interesting to think about. A lot of precious metal miners are coming in here, and what does that mean for us here? Moving forward, are miners going to be breaking out? Is it possible? Have they broken out? Am I late? Am I early? Am I right on time? But we start to go through. We can see right here. This is this is a resistance zone right now. All right. Every time we get up around this area, we've been rejected, going all the way back to here at this point. Since we came down below it in July, rejected. Flopped around, rejected, 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 rejected. We'll see. All right, we'll see. Can we push through? This might be something a little more interested in. I mostly stay away from miners. Not that I won't change my mind, but for the moment, I'm not going to change my mind. And I ask myself, where's my risk reward? So what does my eye see here? This is what my eye sees right now. All right, gun to my head. I got to take a position. I'm kind of looking at this level down here where my stop might be. And if I had to take a position today, I'm thinking, well, if we can get through where we are right now at this 1037 level, give or take, perhaps that $12 range is okay. So that's not a bad, my entry's here, my reward is here, my risk is here. That this reward R is bigger than this one. I'd like it a little bigger, but I like that. When scan can be made, button support. So yeah, that keep circling back there on that for you, Blue Moon. We don't have anywhere else to send you. There's no way for us to add something that's not in the system outside of the developmental team being able to put it in, if and when that gets decided. And that's not just the dev team's decision. That's more the managing partners and the people that run the show here. But I don't know what you're looking for, Blue Moon Trading, for a scan, but this is a horse that I beat to death at this point, but there's a lot of outside the box ways to build things within Trade Ideas. My go-to example is this bull flag scan. All right, we don't have bull flag pattern recognition. All right, first I'll share this. All right, it's not exactly bull flag setup environment right now, but all the same, I'm going to share the scan. All right, and I'm going to load this scan, and I'm going to show how this was accomplished. All right, first let's see if I can find a day where we actually had some bull flag alerts on here. 3:30. Let's go with the. Let's see if we got anything on the 8th coming in here. All right, so quite a bit coming in at this time on the 8th. And let's take a look at some of these. So Apple. So now we're going back in time, back to here, all right? But that was, we had a bull flag happening back here, all right? So here's the poll. There's our flag when that was happening, all right? Take a look at some of these. Same thing here. We had a bull flag that happened here. And kind of a bull flag. Not perfect, but it's kind of there. And again, this is outside the box way. And kind of a bull flag. Not perfect. That was a better one right there, all right? So... But there's no pattern recognition in this, but we found some decent bull flags right away out of this, all right? Again, here's another one that just happened now. The drawing is not matching all of these like that, but look, there's our pull. Here's where we were flagging, all right? Now, the flag didn't work, but, it was a bull flag all the same, all right? And here's how this scan was created. We right-click and come to the configure, and what Andy did with this was he gave it a price range that he decided. Maybe you're going to want a different price range. And he said then the stock has to be up from the close today. Put an EPS filter in here to get rid of any ETFs. And then he said we need a 5-day range. We're moving only in between 1 and 5% over the last 5 days. But the change in 5 days can't be more than 1 to give us that flag. So these two filters combine to make the flag, all right? Then we want to see we're above yesterday. That's one part of the poll, all right? And the second part of the poll is we're at least up 3% over the last 10 days. So there's your two parts to create the poll. And he added an average filter for 10 days, our average volume for 10 days, and he used our composite rating just to get quality names, based on our composite rating that updates real time. And that's, he built a bull flag by thinking outside the box. What he did is he looked at a chart and he said, okay, how can I use the filters that we have here to build what I'm trying to find here? And that's what he did. So while I understand that there's limits and things like that of the software, with over 500 data points, there's a lot there to build stuff with. So hopefully that example might, help something click in your brain and you might be able to pull off what you want. We won't be able to pull off everything, unfortunately. It's just that's how it is. As someone who's in support and I'm out here in front of the firing squad, I want to give you all the yes answers. Unfortunately, I don't have the keys to do that. So building an inside day scan, I'd point you to these filters, So time frame, configure, all right? Let's start looking at change and range. Change, all right? Look at these change filters. Whether we want it, intraday or what we want to do here. We have different change filters on different days or, inside here. All right, these change filters over this. We have range filters. All right, so I start looking at these ranges in different times and how they might translate into what you're doing. And then here's the thing. Odds are, I think this is something you could probably build, but it's going to return some ideas that you're going to consider quality and some ideas that are not going to meet what you're looking for at all. It just, that's how that's going to go, unfortunately. Um, that's how that'll work. But that's where I would point you towards those. The double inside day, I'm not sure. That's going to be even harder, obviously. But those are the directions I'm going to point you. You got it, Blue Moon. And like I said, I want to tell everybody yes on everything. I realize there are things we cannot do. Um, Market Explorer does give us some more options on some of these things, but not all of them, unfortunately. Um, in fact, now that I think about it, I just asked, is it something we can do with the Market Explorer? I mean, it is asked pretty often, to be honest, inside days. So Blue Moon, maybe something's going to come down the pipe from the Market Explorer. We haven't really talked about that at all. So, all right, we're at 4:30. Um, we seem to have lost steam on the viewers here. People piling out after the market close, it looks like. I'm going to just, shoot over the Market Explorer real quick for those that don't know about it or those that want a little more thoughts on it real quick here, and then I'll probably wrap up for the day. For those that don't know, we have a new technology. It's held on our servers, or well, a different set of servers that we can't push out to the public. Perhaps someday we will. That day is not anywhere close, just so we're clear there. But if we go to new, and we go to Market Explorer, all right, it'll open this window here. Anytime you open a new Market Explorer window, you get a link to go to the user guide that'll go over what the Market Explorer is and the scans that we've built inside here. But what this allows us to do is build things that we don't have the technology to build with the regular scanning system that we have, the regular software that we have. So if we right click and we look for server window, we have all these different scans that have been built here using the Market Explorer. So we've done bear and bull flags now with that. Your trade idea strength alert index, that's here, the full scan where that comes from. We have RSI divergences, long and short on daily charts, gap fill down, gap fill up from dailies. All right, gap up and pull back to the 10 SMA. Different breakdown stabilization, bullish opening power bars, bearish opening power bars for 2 minutes. 3-line strikes, long and short. And again, if you don't know what any of these strategies are, these kind of patterns are, we go over it in the Market Explorer for you. All right, there's some documentation that's in there for all of that. Always a Google search, when I don't know things or whatever search engine that you happen to like. All right, but this is the Market Explorer, we continuously build some stuff out in here. So I just put in for your request there, Blue Moon, about inside bars. Last question I want to ask you, Chris, is about the ladder indicator you seem to use. What is it? Oh, you're talking about on my daily chart, this one here, this black line. Like the SPY illustrates it much better. Well, it used to before we got really choppy sideways. But you're talking about this, like the steps, it looks like almost. If that's what you're talking about, it's a multi-period low. I like position 20-day ranges. So you have that as an indicator. You can right click. If you go to indicators, look for multi-period low, all right? And I have mine here, I have it set to 20. So it's looking at 20 days. Or well, it's looking at 20 days because it's a daily chart. I could also put it, on any chart and it'll be a period based on that time frame. You can edit whatever your indicators are here. No, Blue Moon, not at all. You don't sound rude and pushy. Listen, I've gone to bat about, how many feature requests we get and how much we can actually do about it. And it's one of those things for me. I don't, I like to tell people what we can do, not what we can't do, but I get that, inside bars is a big trading strategy. I know it is, and it's something that it's not like something that someone asks for once or twice a year. We probably hear about inside bars, 10 or 15 times a year, enough that, do I think we should be able to do it? Yes, I do. The biggest issue for us with what the original software and the coding and how the data works and the algorithms work is that we did things in time frames, not bars. So that's where our issue comes in, is comparing bars. The math of comparing bars is much tougher than the math of doing something in a time frame. So that's why. But no, not at all. You're not pushy at all. No, 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 please. So yeah, TRD. That's what I'm using there. Multi-period lows. I like the 20-day low. So yeah, you got it, TRD. So all right, I guess the questions are dead, and I'm going to go take a nap because I'm exhausted. I've been up for 14 hours already working. The life of a trader. It's not always as glamorous as people think it is. All right, I thank you, everybody. For anybody that's new here, I do this every market day at 3:30 Eastern. Barry always opens this channel here at 8 o'clock Eastern now. He doesn't get on the mic till about 9 o'clock Eastern, and at noon we do a live Q&A that's similar to what I just did now. Barry comes back at 1. You're welcome, Mike C. Thanks for popping in. Always throwing some good stuff out there to help me, man. Appreciate that with the pullback. It was a great idea. Barry takes back the control of this stream at 1, and then I'm back here at 3:30. Like I said, market days Monday through Friday, and I generally go for an hour. I have scheduled off some time on the different days this week to stay a little later if test drivers or anybody in general has questions. Happy to stay a little later for that. So thank you again. My pleasure to Blue Moon. As I tell people, I want everybody to get out of the software what I got out of the software, which is a lot, which was life changing. It wasn't overnight. There's some hard work there and things like that, and some growing pains and all that. But I'm a long believer in the software, long before I got to have the honor to work for this company. So, all right, thank you, everybody. You all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we will catch you tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.